Hey Adobe Live family, welcome to the Slay Your Socials Bootcamp. We are so excited. For those of you who are brand new here and haven't seen me, are you living under a rock? Just kidding. But my name is Brittney Megan. I'm the CEO and head Socialista of Socials and Stilettos. And today I got to bring my whole team with me to the Adobe Live office, and we're going to be taking over the YouTube and really bringing you a boot camp on all things slaying your socials. And that's covering everything from building your Instagram strategy to editing really incredible reels. What else do we have on the schedule today?
We are going to be doing some
editing and
social graphics, editing in Photoshop. It's going to be such a good one.
This is the full stream for you. Thank you, Jacob. And we're going to be diving in with first things first, our strategy. I want to take a second and say hello to Val, Sean, and we also have Lindsay. And we're going to go ahead and dive right into it. So why don't we talk about what's on our schedule for this stream, and kind of what we're going to be covering is really the strategy piece. And you have been, for those of you that don't know Nicole, why don't you introduce yourself?
I am the operations manager here at Socials and Stilettos. I also help out with partnerships. So I've been helping out with all the Adobe Live partnerships. And so excited to be here today.
I'm sure like some of you guys have seen Nicole in the chat when I'm live streaming as well. So she's amazing. And in this stream, we're really going to be talking about social media strategy. And when Nicole and I were sitting here and we were trying to come up with what is the best and easiest way, if you're a small business owner or a creative, to really like talk about a social media strategy and break it down in digestible pieces that really make sense. And I want to start by saying that social media strategies, like if there is not thought and intention behind what you're doing, it's not going to work, and consistency is key.
Exactly.
Right? Like you look at the numbers all the time. So like when you see an account, like when we first start working with somebody that has not been consistent on their socials, like what are some of the things that you notice, I want to say, like get affected in terms of their analytics or numbers?
So definitely the reach is like the first one that automatically you see goes up as soon as they're posting consistently. And then also engagement kind of comes right behind the reach with that posting consistently. And then you kind of see like if things are...
Engagement's a big one.
Engagement's a big one.
Like, if you are not consistent, nobody cares about what you're posting. So that strategy piece is so important, right?
100%.
And we have like kind of broken things up in a way that today in Adobe Express, what we're actually going to be doing is designing a 21-day content calendar template that you can use and kind of inputting digestible pieces of content types, as well as value pillars, which we're going to talk about today and what exactly there are, so that you can essentially take this planner when you're done, this 21-day habit tracker planner, and remix it yourself at the end and really make it something that works for you. So while I get this set up, while I get this set up, did you want to open up our Instagram page and maybe like show kind of like what we've been up to lately on socials?
So we have been posting a ton of reels lately as we are doing a lot of more in-person days. So that's so exciting. And again, this month when I pulled analytics, our numbers were through the roof. So it definitely shows that reels are still huge on Instagram, and that's kind of one of where you'd be focusing on. And we talk about this as well when we're doing our 21-day calendar. But also sprinkling in infographics along the way, carousels, and having a good mixture of everything is really important as well, and keeps your audience engaged and like wanting to see what you're posting.
For sure. And I think like when it comes to like this content, you guys, it's not something that like we just kind of throw up. Like our content is planned 30 days in advance. So that's why like when we were putting together, this idea for this stream and putting together a calendar for you to use, we really want to stress that the more in advance that you can plan, that's what's going to allow you to have like really great content like this. So in a second, we're going to flip back to my screen and we're going to start with a very blank canvas. And I mean, honestly, whenever you're designing in Adobe Express, it's so easy to use for everybody. So if you are a small business owner or somebody who is not like tech savvy, this is going to be the program for you. I feel like that's you, Nicole. No shade, but
I can totally speak to this. I don't like creating is not my forte, but I absolutely love Adobe Express. And when I have to do something, this is the first platform that I go to, and I know I can get it done.
It's so easy.
Easily.
and so user-friendly. And, like, you're not a designer, but, like, you are in Adobe Express.
Yeah.
So you can see we already have our Socialista Club branding uploaded. This is a new sub-brand or brand division that we're launching here at Socials and Stilettos. And we're going to be branding this to that branding today, which is going to be super exciting. Whenever I'm designing, I always start with a blank canvas. Like, I do not want to, like, bring in my colors or anything right away because I feel like it can get overwhelming for me. And I just kind of want to, like, get the basics down so that I know what I'm doing, right? And it kind of just then afterwards go in and bring in our brand elements, which is super fun. So why don't we go ahead and we'll start off with, like, just a blank square. I think this is what's going to make the most sense. And we said this is going to be 21 days.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just, like, duplicate 7. Don't worry about if they're messy. It's okay. It's all going to come together after. Trust the process. Right now, you're like, what is she doing? Who hired her for this stream? It's all good. So this is 6. We'll add 1 more. And let me just show you quickly this align tool. Nicole and I talk about this all the time because it's such a game changer. But, like, look at this. Ready? So now they're all centered, and bam, now they are all, like, spaced out accordingly. So if we want to even bring these in closer, like, we can go ahead and, like, match these up, like, really close together. I think, like, having them close together will just give us more of a canvas when we're, like, I want to say, like, actually putting the content ideas in, which is, like, going to help a lot, I think. Oh, of course, I'm, like, getting so excited and pressing all the buttons. It's okay, guys. Give me 1 second. We're going back. Just ignore this part of the stream. It's all good. But that bulk create button, since I just pressed it by accident, that's this one right here. This is a really great tool as well if you're somebody who is creating a lot of the same style content. So, like, our podcast is a great way. Like, you are always bulking graphics. The podcast, the takeover stuff for Adobe.
Yeah.
So why don't you talk a little bit about that and, like, how, like, that repetitive process, like, what are you duplicating all the time?
So for takeovers, we have, and, like, podcasts and all that stuff, our graphic designers do, like, a template that we can kind of use. And then it's so easy for me to then go into bulk create and just add in the information that I need. So for the takeovers and for the podcast, it was, like, season guests that were coming on the show and guests that we were spotlighting on the Adobe Live page. So then just getting their bios and headshots, and that's all I have to do. It makes it so easy. The other thing I'll say is for the podcast especially, we're doing, like, YouTube and Instagram story reel sized graphics. So it's so great that we can do it all in one project in Adobe Express. Not that we have 10 different projects with the exact same information, just different sizing. I love that feature of Adobe Express. It's my favorite.
It's such a game changer, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Did you see how I, like, put stuff in there and I'm like, actually, never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding.
What are some of your favorite tools in Adobe Express?
Oh, that's such a great question. I want to say all of them, and I can't because somebody's going to be like, no, like, what, like, for real, though, what's your favorite tools? I definitely think for me, like, being able to have all of your projects under one.
Yeah.
All your sized graphics.
Yeah, exactly.
We're talking about socials, and I see Yesenia saying, like, they also love Adobe Express, so when a late request comes in, I'm on a time crunch.
Yeah.
So true.
So true.
Oh my gosh. As a social media agency, Nicole, how many times have we had a client that's like, I just need this one thing really quick. And we're sitting there and we're like, yep, no problem. All good.
To the rescue.
So Adobe Express is great because I feel like, again, like, if you're in a time crunch or you're somebody who is just really trying to, like, get something done quickly, or, again, like, you don't have that design experience, Adobe Express is so great. Val's like, Adobe Express is my best friend. Yes. And I'm curious to know, since we have the chat going, like, I need to be better at multitasking and also work while I'm talking to you guys. But I'm curious to know from everyone in the chat, like, what is for you, I want to say, like, the biggest struggle when it comes to social media? And as I do this, Nicole, did you want to pull up, like, from the homepage, all the templates that we can find in Adobe Express? And, like, let's just take a peek at, like, if we wanted to find, I don't know, a quote post, what comes up? And I'm just going to change, in the meantime, all these boxes, which is a little boring. So I'm going to let Nicole show you this while I'm changing the color of all the boxes here.
I personally love the templates, and when I start and I'm like starting from a blank page and I don't have a template from our graphic designers, this is where I definitely start. So even for our quote post, like I feel like this one is so cute and like something that we would totally, it's very like what would we do for quote posts as well. And then it's so easy once you have your brand boards and everything in Express to just quickly turn that into a graphic that you can use on your Instagram, your socials, wherever you're trying to post. And I love that they also have a variety of like, there's real versions of them in all different sizes. And then also the different, like you can have photos or that kind of stuff that kind of gives you like a vision to the template. It's not just a blank thing. You kind of have a vision of what you like and what you want to see it come to fruition at the end of it. Yeah.
I love this. And like Valentine's Day is around the corner. So like, let's say you wanted to do like a promotional post or like a Valentine's Day sale. I'm curious to see how hard the team's been working, and clearly really hard, because look at these templates, you guys.
So good.
I'm so excited.
So good. And even for Valentine's Day sale, like it's basically you just plop in your information and you're good to go if you want to make it as simple as that, or you can then brand it a little bit more with your branding colors and everything like that. But there's so many good ones on here.
So good. Thank you so much for sharing that, Nicole. And I feel like, too, something that, like, not a lot of people know, like, we use Slack at Socials and Stilettos for internal communication. And something that's really cool is there's an integration for Adobe Express inside of Slack that I remember when one of our junior socialistas, Kate, was actually putting together a graphic for the holidays. She, like, slacked the Adobe Express bot in Slack a message and was like, hey, can you create a template for me? And it like puts your information in there right away. It's so cool.
Yeah, I definitely have to play with that around a little bit more. I know Kate did it and I was so mind blown.
I love it.
When she showed us.
I'm always learning something new. Like no matter how long you've been in this space, like you are always going to learn something new, which is so cool. Okay, so we have for the most part, I want to say like our foundation down packed for what's going on here. I want to bring in our brand font now. And I think, what do you think that we should call this? Like a 21-day content tracker?
I love the 21-day content tracker, yeah.
Tracker or planner?
Planner. Planner's definitely
I'm like, what are we doing today? 21-day content planner. This is going to be so cute. Like, I want this. I think it's remixable.
Yeah, exactly.
We can all have it. You get a content planner. You get a content planner.
And we love the idea of 21 days as well, because we, being the new year, we were all about it takes 21 days to really form a habit. So this is a great starting point for kind of figuring out your content and then seeing how easy it is that you can then go forward, reuse, add additional things to this content planner. But it's going to be a great starting tool and kind of get your feet rolling with this new habit of posting consistently.
I'm so excited. I feel like you and I were like sitting there and we're like, what are we doing? Like 21 days, 30 days. Not every month has 30 days. Then we were like 28 days because 4 weeks, and we landed on 21. And I feel so good. It was your idea. Yeah. And I think it's like so digestible. And like Nicole was just saying, it takes 21 days to make a habit. So if you can like set it your goal for 2025 for the beginning, for this new year to, and by the way, are we still saying new year? It is still new year.
It's still new year for sure.
I definitely feel like if you can kind of set that intention to, put yourself under a challenge, like a 21-day content challenge. Tag us on Instagram, Socials and Stilettos, Adobe Live. We're going to see it. Let us hype you on, because I feel like having that squad there that gets it, and that's what I love about the Adobe Live community, being able to feel like seen and that people get it is so great.
So true.
Okay, so now that we have our foundation down, Nicole.
Yes.
We brainstormed our content types and value pillars. So let's go through that. I'm going to lock all these so that they don't move, because let me tell you, we're going to be here forever if I keep moving stuff around. So what are we going to start with? Let's start with a content type first.
Perfect. So do you want to start with like educational?
Let's go through each content type and what it is and kind of explain, well, No, let's go through them one by one and we'll pop them in. But for our kind of formatting for 7 days a week, we've laid this out in a 7-day-a-week kind of vibe. And there's a couple of rules that you're going to want to keep in mind when it comes to your content. And I want to take a second to also say hey to everyone just joining the chat. So a couple of things that you're going to want to keep in mind is number one, the 80-20 rule.
Yeah.
No more than 20% of your content should actually be about your business, service, or offering. That is scary. And I know you're probably sitting there and thinking, but Brittney, like, what does that mean for me? Like, how am I going to promote my business if I can't talk about it all the time? And this is where, like, you need to remember that the sole purpose of social media is to actually be social.
Yeah,
on
exactly.
social media. I was like, is Nicole going to know where I'm going with this? It's to be social on social media. And I think, like, that is going to be, like, the biggest thing that you're going to want to keep in mind. And it is, although you might think, like, if only 20% of my content is talking about my business, service, or offering, I'm going to promise you that the engagement and the interaction and, like, the involvement from your community is actually going to come from the rest of the content. It's not going to come about your promotional stuff or from your promotional stuff. 100%. And we see this all the time, right?
Yeah. And as soon as, again, we start working with a business and we're starting to help them post, like, reels and infographics and stuff that they weren't really posting before, that is getting so much interaction, and everyone really wants to know, like, who's behind the business. They don't really want to just see sales. They want to see, like, what's going on behind the scenes. What are you working on? All the things. So I think it's definitely a good rule to remember. And then we also discussed minimum of 4 reels.
Right. 4 reels. Reels are still a thing, and that sounds scary. So I feel like we need to talk about, like, how easy it actually is to get 4 reels a week out. I think right now we're on a 1 reel a day spree. With Socials and Stilettos, and we're not filming every day. So what do we do to kind of batch those, Nicole?
So when we have our content days, we normally break it up into photos and reels so that we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, so to say. And we come up with a reels filming list. So we have our team do a lot of the digging to find, like, trending reels and reels that really work for us. Again, we aren't hopping on every trend. We're hopping on trends that just work for Socials and Stilettos, and we can really make the trend work for us and our page. And then we literally break it down by who's filming it, what clips do we need to film, where are we going to be filming this, if there's, like, certain scripts we need to have, we have that planned out as well. And we even go as far as to plan out the text on screen so that when it's filmed, it is so easy the next day to just bulk edit all these reels, and then just adding the text on screen is so easy. And again, we have, like, a planner that we use in Notion, which is one of our systems we use, and all the girls have access to it, so they kind of, like, we can even break out in teams and kind of tackle it head on. And the last few content days we film, like, I want to say, like, close to 20 or 30 reels and, like, a 1 to 2 hour span.
It's so true.
It's just really having a great system that works for you and just kind of finding that system, and then once you're on a roll, it's so easy. And I think also if you have a good mixture of trending and not trending, so that you're not worried that, like, if a trend dies, you can't post this reel, having a good mixture of both as well is really important, so that you're not feeling like you're filming all these trends and then the trend's gone and you lost out on the content opportunity.
I also feel like a lot of people, like, get stuck in the sense that it's like they feel like, okay, like, this trend, okay, I feel like I need to back up for a second. Let me just say, like, if you were to actually do the digging on how Reels Trends works, you kind of need to jump on them in the first 48 hours while they're hot. If you were somebody who is really trying to ride the algorithm wave and, like, really try to reap, like, the exposure and the reach from a Reels trend. Just because you go viral, that does not mean it's going to do nada for you, your business, and your content, and your, like, anything that you're doing. Yeah. And a great example of this is one of our clients who's an injections clinic. We ended up one day doing, like, this great trend that was going around, like a trending audio, and what we did was we took a syringe of filler and we showed the different size, like amounts of filler, like half a syringe versus 1 syringe of filler, and what that looks like when it's not injected into a place like your lips, for example. They're a medical clinic and aesthetics clinic for anybody that doesn't know this space. And what was interesting is like with the audio that was used, and because the content that was posted was like, I don't want to say like controversial, but like so many people were so intrigued. Like, number one, why are you guys just injecting like a $500 syringe to show as an example? It was expired. We're smart. We're really smart when it comes to content ideas. But like the other thing was like, okay, and even with that in mind, like, this is what it looks like. And this reel ended up blowing up and went, I think it was over 2.4 million views at the end of this reel cycle. Ask me how many clients came from this reel. Zero. So it means nothing. So I think that when we're talking about like batch filming content, where I really wanted to go with this is that you just really need to keep in mind that, yes, it's important to jump on reels while they're hot, when the audio is trendy, because people, the way that consumers work on a platform like Instagram, and that's what we're talking today, is that they really like want to see things that are fresh. Like, you know, there was that audio, I always say this one, makiba, you know, everyone, please tell me you know the audio. So I really hope that doesn't get turned into a cut down, please. But I feel like if you know that audio, like by the time you heard that 4, 5, 6 times on Instagram, you were done. Yeah. You were scrolling past the content. So there is like this really sweet spot of you want to film things while they're fresh, or don't be afraid to go back and use audios that haven't been around for a while, 100%. But relate to your audience and are trendy. And a good example of that was like the one reel that we just filmed. Nicole can pull this up on her side with Bianca, who's going to be on live stream later. And she's like, do you know what people say about you? And it's like a Mean Girls clip that was going around a little while ago. This one here. Hopefully we can get audio. Maybe not. It's okay. You can look at it later. But this was like, and it did, look at this engagement. Like, what? Look at the engagement. Like, this is so good. For such a small page, we're not a big brand. Like, this is a great type of engagement going on this post. So, Val has a question. She says, how do you guys find what trends are trends currently? I get really overwhelmed looking the research stage, and then I don't post at all. Nicole, what would you say?
So, I know when I do it, I normally look on Instagram and just kind of go to the Reels page and just kind of scroll. And even there, you don't find always what's trending. You sometimes find audios that are just kind of popular that kind of turn into trending. I know Bianca and Samantha and Kate, the rest of our team, they do TikTok. They are obsessed with TikTok. I am more Instagram, but they find all the things on TikTok as well. And then I think also like while we're scrolling during the day on Instagram, doing engagement, doing all the things, it's so easy to find reels that way as well. So I feel like kind of thinking of it all the time, not just when you're looking for them, makes it very easy. And I have like a ton of saved files on our folders, and then when it's time to pull reels, we just kind of go through those folders as well. I think sometimes the pressure of like knowing you're looking for reels to film and looking for trends makes it harder, and you're not going to find trends that really work for you or your business. Yeah, that would be my...
That's such a great tip. And I think, like, again, like, I feel like you might have just said this, and I'm probably just going to repeat it in a different way. But, like, my answer to this would probably just be you need to actually use the platform to be able to, you know, see what so people are doing and what's trending. And if you start to notice, like, hey, I've scrolled a few times, and, like, I see this, like, popping up. There's also on Reels, like, this really great way to find trending audios, that if you're under your professional dashboard, if you have a creator or business account, you can choose under that option. There's like a little tab that says trending audios. Oh, did you know this?
No, I mean, this is new to me.
I'm schooling you today, and it will tell you like trending audios. But I want to say like those trending audios that you're going to see, they actually they're not like trending audios in the sense that like they're like funny sounds or like humorous sounds or relatable pieces of content. A lot of the times it's like trending audios of like music.
Yeah.
That is trending right now. So if you're somebody who has access to the full music library on Instagram, like that's a great place to look and see, like, if you're looking to have some sort of like, I want to say a trending audio for like a vlog style piece of content or a reel or something, like I definitely feel like that's a great place to look. But if you're looking for the funny audios, you know, where's a great place to look? The Adobe Live Instagram, because we manage those reels. And what's great is that we're always doing that work already and finding them. So why don't you go ahead and just, you know, if you're looking for a fun audio to use, Adobe Live's Instagram has so many great audios that have been uploaded now that you can literally just go and click the audio and make your own version of the reel. So I think that's a great answer,
Yeah, that's a great answer, too.
Okay, we have some more people in the chat. Oh my goodness, Nicole, I'm sitting on the side and you don't have your glasses.
Yeah, I'm like, no.
It's okay. I got you, girl. Hey, Kate. Oh my gosh, Kate from our team is here as well. Kate, let us know in the chat, like, what are your tips for finding trending music? We had this question come in. I'm curious to see your answer because you do such a great job at this. We have shout out to Bianca, who will be on the stream later. Hi, Eliza. Hi, Sheila. Hi, Wendy. Hi, Curtis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is a little bit of a different stream today. We're doing a lot of designing, a lot of creating, but there's a lot of education that goes into today. So make sure that you're bringing a notebook, you have a snack, don't go anywhere. Like, we got lots of stuff coming through. Why use Adobe Express instead of Canva? This is a great question. And I feel like this is okay. I feel like we're good to answer this. I'm going to be so transparent in the sense that I want to say for us as an agency that's working between so many platforms, when we can simplify the amount of platforms that we're using, number one, that is such a big thing for us. Our team is already using so many of the other Adobe programs. Like, we're using Premiere Pro. We use Nicole uses Acrobat all the time. She sends things out to get signed that way for contracts and influencer partnerships and other things that we're doing. I use Premiere Pro to edit video, and Adobe Express is included for free in your Creative Cloud membership, which is so great. And I do find like some of the other features that I love in Adobe Express that I haven't found anywhere else is like the ability to resize in more than one project. Nicole can actually pull up in a second. If you go on Express Girl and pull up the Slay Your Socials Bootcamp promotional graphics we made, that's a great way to show how you can have all of your things in one place. So for us managing a team and working with so many different people, we want to be able to simplify the way that we're doing things. Adobe Express is a great way to do that and keep things all in one place. Our entire team is familiar with the program, has access to it, and we just like out of the box things, and the templates here are out of the water. So that's my answer. And as Nicole's going to pull this up on her screen, I know we're flipping back and forth, so I hope everyone's following along. But this is an example of, if you show like the full gallery view, one of my favorite features in Express, you can actually see like right here, these here are actually stories graphics, while those all the way over there, those are feed graphics. So being able to have things all in one place, like for us, it's such a game changer. So do you not think?
Like this is my favorite feature of it, especially for reviewing and like,
Let me tell you, before this was a thing, Nicole would spend, I would say like 5 hours a week reorganizing all of our projects into folders because it was such a hot mess. So okay, so let's jump back into the content calendar, and now we have about 25 minutes to bang this out. So let's go. What are we going to start with, Nicole? We're going to start with first identifying that if 20% of this content is promotional, we really should only have one promotional piece of content a week.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we really shouldn't have more than one. So I think to keep things simple, let's pick one of the random days. Like, I think for me, promoting content, there's a couple of different industry secrets. If you do any promotional posts, I think Fridays work great because
yeah.
payday for people, depending on your industry. Yeah. We also plan things around, this is like a really fun fact, but normally around here in Canada for us, because we're from Canada, around the 17th to the 20th of the month is baby bonus time. So a lot of people who have families are actually more willing to purchase during that period of the month. So if you're going to run a flash sale or something like that, that period of the month really works well. So I think in this case, we're going to pretend like this day here is the Friday. This column. We'll say like this is Sunday to Saturday, and we'll do this as our promotional post. And we're going to go ahead and actually change the bubble to yellow so that it's really easy to see that this is the promotional post. Okay. Amazing. And out of all of our promotional posts, Nicole, what are some of the promotional post types that we were going to include within this calendar that we talked
this
about?
Can include like sales, promo graphics, testimonials as well also will fall under promotional, and then service spotlights or a product spotlight. So if there's like a certain service that you're kind of focusing on for the month, this is a great place to kind of focus on that as well. And testimonials are a really fun way to do promotional piece without it really feeling so promotional. If you're kind of worried that you feel so salesy, testimonials are a great piece there.
I love that. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is actually paste this below. We'll do value pillar, and then we'll do testimonial.
Yeah.
Testimonial. Oh my goodness, typing on live, let me tell you,
stressful.
It is very stressful for me. Okay, so let's go ahead and bold that. So we'll do a testimonial as the first. Oh, sorry, I did this wrong. Value pillar is actually going to be promotional.
Promotional, yeah.
Okay, here we go. We're good.
We're getting there.
We saved the ball. We're good. I'm like getting confused by my own content calendar, so I hope it's making sense for you. Once we have it together, I think it's going to make sense.
It'll come together, yeah.
And I hope everyone's following because our brains work in a different way here at Socials Stilettos. Okay, so the content type, we are going to just rename this, I guess. Content type, it's going to be a graphic, right?
Yeah.
So we'll do a graphic, and then it's going to be a testimonial carousel.
Yeah. I think testimonials, there's so much room to have fun with them now. They don't just need to be like a one-page post. You can make it into a carousel. You can do it as like a reel with like a trending audio or trending music over it. There's so many ways to have fun with them. It doesn't have to be just a basic graphic. You can make them so interactive as well.
Like, have fun with it. I think that's like the biggest thing. Like, have fun with things. Like Nicole was just saying, like, when you see testimonial, like a lot of people like will even just like call it testimonial. Like some things that we've done in the past have been like, we rename things to like love notes for Valentine's Day. And like, that's a great way to create content that's relevant with what's happening in the social landscape right now, right? So, so like, I think that's definitely something to keep in mind. Okay, so testimonial carousel. So when you see this, if you're following this template here, and you're going to use this after with the remixable link, the testimonial carousel, you're going to want this to be like a few slides, I want to say, of maybe 3 to 5 different testimonials. If you don't have that many, do one. That's okay too. If you don't have any that have been given to you, don't be afraid to ask. We have to ask for all of our testimonials. Even being a social media agency that's been in this space as long as we have, we still ask. So don't be afraid to ask.
100%. And even get like updated ones, like ones from clients who have been with us for so long. We're always, I'd say every year, we like kind of get an updated one for them because our services change with them, and the way we're providing for them is always changing.
Okay, amazing. So second one we're going to do is flash sale, or if you don't have an item to sell it, maybe you're a designer joining in or a creative and you don't have things that you're selling, you can also spotlight like a piece of your work.
Yeah.
So we'll do or portfolio. Wow, that is not how you spell spotlight, let me tell you. Okay, and we're going to do flash sale or portfolio spotlight. So this can be like running a 24 to 48 hour sale on, I'm just trying to find the font size that I used here, 13. Okay, don't let me forget, Nicole.
13.
13, because I'll be doing that the whole time. So we're going to go ahead and change this to 13. We'll change this. Nicole, do you actually want to do that? Do we want to have you kind of popping around?
With me, of course.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So you should be able to do it from yours, right?
Yes, as long as you just share it with me, I should be
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Just went ahead and invited Nicole so you can see her there. Look at us collaborating. I love it. Okay, so if you want to change kind of like just the...
Fun. Yeah.
Exactly. Perfect. Okay, and then the last one. So this last content type, we did graphic, and then... What else did we have?
We did a spotlight, so like a service spotlight or a product spotlight. And I think it's such a fun one to have. You could even do that one as a reel.
Okay.
That's such a fun way to spotlight a product or a service or like a piece of art or...
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll say reel product/service spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
So this you could totally like do a behind this. Let's say you're a medical esthetician. You could do like a behind the scenes, like, let me show you what goes into XYZ treatment. And it's kind of like a reel that spotlights that service. If you're a designer or somebody in the creative space, let's say you're a video editor, you could totally do like, let me show you what goes into a 2-hour content day with my clients and how I go from this to this, and just film your process. Like, don't be afraid to do that. Okay, amazing. And I'll change this one. We said 13, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. Amazing. Okay. Oh, not 113.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, the story of my life right now. Okay, 13. There we go. Perfect. So we have that. So now that we have that out of the way, we have our 80-20 rule being followed. Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead and plop in, if we're going to do reels, we said we're going to have 4 reels a week.
4 reels a week, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and change. If you want to go ahead and add in like 4 reels a week, maybe we'll alternate the days, Nicole. You can see Nicole's bubble popping around there.
I may have to change to your bubble because I can't access it.
That's okay. We're going into technical difficulties right now. We did see a question that came in that says, where can I find the template that's being used? We're going to remix this at the end, so you will have access to this. So don't go far. Okay, so while you're doing that, I'll go in and plop the reels in, Nicole.
Perfect.
And I think like every other day is great because you don't want like, I'm a very much of an aesthetics person. And even though you can create graphics covers for your reels to keep things very aesthetic on Instagram, I definitely feel like making sure that you try to keep things as authentic as possible so people know what they're stepping into when they're looking at your reel is super important. And then this last one, because we have this reel here, we're going to actually probably go the opposite way, which is going to be fun. Okay, so in this case...
We just need one more for that week. Yeah.
I feel like we'll skip this Sunday and we'll do... Maybe we'll follow actually the same format. Maybe we'll follow the same format and we'll just double up that one day. I think that'll be smart.
That works.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now that we have our reels in there, a couple different kinds of reels. So we have your storytelling reels, and that's normally when you are sharing a story and you're guiding your audience through a journey with you. So this could be like, let me tell you how our team went to San Francisco for an Adobe Live Bootcamp and my luggage got destroyed on the plane and came out of the conveyor belt, and like sharing that with your audience. And that really did happen. So I think like that authentic storytelling piece is so important when it comes to your reels, and having a mixture of like maybe having like one storytelling reel a week.
Yeah, I think that's great.
That's so good.
Yeah.
That's so good. Like, I feel like those are the reels. If you think about the way that you use a platform like Instagram, you probably are so invested in the storytelling reels where somebody's like, let me tell you how, these are my favorite ones right now. It's like, I lost all my money, but I still built a 6-figure business from like my parents' garage.
Yeah.
That is like a great example of a storytelling reel. A day in the life, that is another kind of reel, Eliza. So that's a great one to put in there as well. And we always like to kind of incorporate this like what, once a week?
I'd say once a week. Yeah.
Day in the life. And we call them day in the life, but you can also, I'm going to put BTS, which is behind the scenes. So when you see day in the life, like don't feel like you have to be like so sold on it being a day in your life. Like, what are some other ways that we've done like that kind of style reel without actually like it being too repetitive?
So we've done like behind the scenes of like a shoot day, or behind the scenes of like when we're going to networking events. Those ones are really fun because like people always like to follow along at events, so that's a great way to do it as well. Or like if it's a day where like you're running errands for your business, I feel like a lot of graphic designers kind of do that kind of thing where it's like out of the office today and just getting their stuff they need for the week, which people love that stuff too. So
like the package and order with me.
Those ones
like
are
that's
so
a
good.
great example of like a day in the life. Like, are you kidding? Like package and order with me. Let me show you, you know, or like design for a client with me. Like I just got, you know, this project and a client's looking for a logo. So spend a day in the life with me. Like show your coffee in the morning. Like then show when you're taking your dog for a walk and you're taking a break. Like people love seeing that. And the more that you can humanize your reels with that kind of like day in the life, behind the scenes kind of look at what you're doing, the better.
Yep, 100%.
Okay, so we have day in the life, and you're going to switch these all to 13, right, Nicole? Thank you. Let me tell you, I'd be lost without Nicole, y'all. I would be lost without Nicole. She is the reason why we have been able to do what we do here at Socials and Stilettos.
Thank you.
Okay, so day in the life. We're also going to do storytelling. So storytelling, we're going to leave that up to you. So whatever stories you want to tell, don't be afraid to lean on AI tools if you need to like tell them about what you do. Tell them about your business and say, can you help me come up with some reels ideas? Like we've done that before too. Like that's okay. Like it's okay to lean on these tools to help your creative process, especially if it's just kind of like coming up with that starting prompt idea and you make it your own from there. Okay, perfect. So storytelling, then we're going to put another storytelling. Maybe we'll do like a Saturday story.
Yeah.
That would be cute.
Very. And I feel like the storytelling as well, they can kind of be like filmed like the week of or like the day before. It's not something that you kind of have a batch film. So those ones you can have so much fun with and be like a crazy thing that happened this week to me.
Yeah. I love that. I think that's such a good one. Like this, and also like I have seen somebody like, I'm blanking on her name now. She's a great creator, and somebody who does such a great job with this is that she will literally just film like a voiceover of herself talking of like, let me tell you what happened to me this week. And she actually just uses like old clips from her B-roll, like old clips from her camera roll. So like if you have like clips of yourself like getting ready, or like clips of yourself like designing in the background, like just playing while you're kind of doing the storytelling reels. Also a great example on the Adobe Live Socials is our spotlights, our Friday, our artist spotlights on Fridays. Oh my gosh, every single Friday we spotlight a creator on the Adobe Live Socials, and those spotlight videos are exactly storytelling content.
Yeah, exactly.
So have fun with it. Make it your own. Don't be afraid to use old clips. Repurpose your content. Don't feel like everything has to be new all the time, or you will never get anything done, let me tell you. And I think the other thing with that is like, nobody would know that you're reusing your content unless they're like probably trained in social media the way that we are. And then it took me a long time to realize that girl was using the same clips, because I was like, she really likes this dress. And then like I started seeing a pattern.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, so we have one of our storytelling reels each week, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Then we have one day in the life reel, and then we'll also probably do a educational reel.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or like an authoritative reel. So like those like talking to camera kind of style head reels. And on our Socials and Stilettos Instagram, I know we posted one recently, right? And we'll flip to Nicole's screen to kind of show you what this looks like. I feel like trying to think, like, one of me talking. Maybe we didn't post it yet.
I don't think it's been. I was like, I know which one exactly you're talking about, and I think it's
like
coming out.
the cringe. Like we did. Okay, so let me tell you about this. We did this series called Slay the Slang, thanks to Kate. Excuse my cough. And tell them about the series.
Oh my gosh. These Gen Z girls are killing us. But
in a good way.
In a good way. So this is basically like Gen Z slang, which like I don't know any of. And we were trying to like, Kate came up with this great idea of like getting Slay the Slang and breaking down the terms. So Kate, Samantha, and Bianca all did a reel filming, basically breaking down Gen Z terms. So I think there was like 8, there was Pookie, and there was one other one that's not coming to me right now. Then we also did a fun reel with Brittney where she kind of did a Gen Z script, and it is so fun. And it kind of falls into like the relatable as well as authoritative, because we're actually like, it's a script for Socials and Stilettos. I think like it's coming out next week, so it will be one you'll have to watch for because it's so good. And again, having fun with those ones as well. Just because they're authoritative doesn't mean they have to be so textbook, I'll say. Gen Z girls, Kate, yeah, you guys are
I'm so sorry, guys, to keep coughing on you. Like, I feel like I just lost my voice. Jacob, can we flip to, like, something on the screen for just 1 second? I'm so sorry. Sorry about that, guys. I literally had a coughing fit, and I didn't want to put you through that trauma. So we're back. Okay, so back to where we were going with this. Nicole's going to walk us through these next pieces of content, and I'm going to drop them into the calendar really quick.
So we said we were going to do an authoritative / educational reel. And again, having fun with these ones will make them so engaging for your audience, and it's not going to feel like you're forcing content. It's going to feel natural to your page.
Amazing. And any other reels that we wanted to include?
We also said storytelling during your journey.
I think we should do a freestyle.
Yeah, I think that's a great one.
Okay, perfect. So this last reel, we'll do a freestyle for everyone.
Perfect, okay. The format as we're going along.
Perfect. Thank you, Nicole. What would I do without you? Okay, so we have our authoritative, we have our storytelling reel, day in the life, and then this week we don't have that freestyle because it'll be a product spotlight.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. So other content types.
So we also wanted to include inspirational. So a great way to do this with feed posts is like doing a simple quote. So those are so fun, and like, Kate actually brought this up to me, and she's like, I feel like everybody shares a good quote. Like if you see a quote on an Instagram page, there's no hesitation to share it to your stories. So those are great ones to post, and again, gets that reach really pushed out there for you and gets your account seeing a bunch more accounts.
I also feel like with the inspirational graphics is like, if they're done right and you're really keeping your target audience in mind, they're gonna go so far.
Yeah.
Like people will just reshare, and like a way to take one quote and make it into a carousel is if you literally just duplicate the graphic a couple times in Adobe Express.
Change the
background color.
Yeah. And then it turns it into a carousel, which I feel like Instagram is always favoring carousels as well. So then you're hitting you're getting that double exposure, and like your algorithm is loving you because you're doing a carousel and you're sharing stuff that's getting shared.
I love it. This is so good. Okay, and then next type, post type, content type.
We said, relatable. So these are so fun. So it's like memes, anything like humor style content as well. So we have so much fun with our memes, and these are really just kind of, even if aren't memes going around, there's so many ways to find great memes that are kind of like, I'll say, notable, even though they're not. Like for there's always like all the Mean Girls ones for like Valentine's with the We Wear Pink and those kind of memes that like, even if they're not trending, people are going to know what's going on there.
Like just keeping in mind like the social holidays and what's going on. Like you want to kind of like make sure your memes make sense, right? Like
100%.
I think like thinking about your target audience is a really big one. So like for us at Socials and Stilettos, like we have nothing against men, but we are a female-founded agency, so it makes sense when we use women in the memes that we're using in our content, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Especially like anything that we can do, like that's pink, like that works great. So on Wednesdays, Nicole, did you want to do content type? It would be graphic meme for each Wednesday, and then value pillar will be relatable. Perfect. And I'll copy the first one here, so that it's easy for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course. Don't you love that we're collaborating, you guys? Like, look at us being a team. Look at us giving dream team energy right now.
Team energy.
Okay, perfect. And I'm going to copy these as well over to the next one.
Perfect.
For the chat, do we have any questions so far about the content strategy or the plan, or is anything not making sense? Now is your time to get those questions out because we got a few minutes left to wrap up this planner before we give it to you all. I love the way that this is coming together too.
So nicely.
And we kept the branding. Like these are our Socialista Club colors, but like feel free to go in there and remix it and make it your own. Yeah. Like put your own colors that make you feel super exciting. Oh my gosh, hi Brooke. Brooke is also one of our older team members that we love and miss so much. Thank you for joining in, girl. And Robert, and saying hello to like everybody who's just tuning in. We're gonna just finish this up, but we do have a full day of Slay Your Socials Bootcamp happening right now, and next level. We got lots of fun stuff.
Yeah.
Right after this, Bianca and Sam are going to be jumping on and showing you how to create content based on what we've created today, which is so great.
So it's going to be so fun.
Okay, so we have what left, girl? Is this? So we have this one here.
Oh yes, these are the ones I was working on. My apologies.
Oh, that's okay. Did we do the whole thing?
We did the whole thing.
There's just one left at the back.
Yeah.
Why don't we do, what was the other post types? Do you want me to copy and you look at the post types?
You want to do that? That'd be great. Where are we? So we did reels, static posts, carousels, and infographics.
And then any other post types that we had listed that we didn't talk about?
I don't think we talked about infographics.
So infographics. So we'll quickly cover this one and we'll put it on the last one here. So this will be content type would be graphic.
Yeah.
And then we'll do infographic.
Exactly.
Infographic / educational carousel.
Yeah.
And Nicole's going to pull up examples of this from our page to show you because it's way easier to kind of show you and explain the difference between the two. I think when people think or hear of infographic, and we'll flip to Nicole's screen in just a second, they think like, okay, infographic, it's got to be a carousel. Infographics, in our terminology and the way that we use them, are a one-page graphic that gives all of the information and like very digestible content, like very digestible points.
Exactly.
So you can see here, like there's no description really on what's being shown on the screen. It is like very straightforward to the point. Another great one I think we have pulled up is, I want to say we scroll down just this one here.
Yeah.
Even though has a lot of information, it's still a one-page graphic. I'd still consider this to be an infographic. So that is another really great way to kind of create that. And a carousel, so we'll pull up an example of an educational carousel. This here, it's going to be the swipe through. Instagram's still really favoring carousels. And normally, like, we can maybe even pull up another one that has like a call to action slide. Normally when we, pumpkin patch of content ideas was a cute one.
There you go.
Yeah, this is so cute. So this here, like, it was so much fun to create, right? And as you're sliding through, I think there is like a call to action slide at the end. And we normally do this for every single carousel. So that's the difference between the two. One is going to be your one-page graphic, and the other is going to be a carousel.
A carousel.
What else do you call it? A carousel. Okay, amazing. Educational carousel. Okay, so we pretty much have this ready to go. I think our last step, as we're at time right now, and Nicole kind of like finishes up those little tiny tweaks, is definitely going to be to pop in and give you the remixable template link. If you get in here and something is not formatted correctly, I apologize. We were multitasking, and we're going to create that remixable link for you now. So we'll go ahead and flip to my screen, and I'm going to show you how to do this, which is really easy. So all you're going to do is press the share button, press make a template, and you're going to want to change this to a public template link. So we'll call this 21-day content planner, and then create the template link. And then the template link like really pops up within seconds. It is not hard at all to do this. And if you're somebody who sells digital downloads, templates, things that you create on your own, this is also a really cool way to do that. So, and be able to give that link to somebody else to make your work their own. So we'll go ahead and copy this. And what I'm going to do is go back to the home screen for a second, and I'm going to give you a QR code that you can now scan on the screen here and grab this remixable template link. So we'll leave this up here for you, and I'll give you a 5-second countdown. So now's your time. Grab your phone, scan the QR code, and then we'll give the link to Val, and maybe she can drop it in the chat afterwards for you, and we'll go from there. So thank you so much for joining us for our first live stream. We're going to flash up the schedule. We've got 5 incredible live streams planned for you. Nicole, walk us through them.
So next one is Slay Your Instagram Aesthetic with Bianca and Samantha. They're going to go through graphics. We have a Lightroom and Photoshop one as well. And
mastering your Instagram video content.
Yeah,
I promise I'll have my voice back by then. And then, at the end, we'll be talking about really how to optimize and grow your Instagram presence. So lots of fun stuff. Don't go far, and we'll see you in the next live stream.
Hey there, business babe. My name is Brittney Megan, and I'm the CEO and head socialista here at Socials and Stilettos. Socials and Stilettos is a boutique social media, marketing, and PR agency based in Toronto that specializes in elevating businesses and building iconic brands. The name Socials and Stilettos goes a lot deeper than you think. I mean, yeah, we're a bunch of badass socialistas who are all about closing deals in heels, but it's really so much more than that. Back in 2015, I was in a severe car accident and temporarily lost my ability to walk. Believe it or not, one of my first thoughts was, am I ever going to be able to wear stilettos again? Because fashion has always been so important to me, and I've always loved the look of women who are confident wearing stilettos and walking and hearing that tap, tap, tap on the floor in the way that they just held themselves. So for me growing up, stilettos was something I always looked forward to, and being able to pick out my outfits and put together looks that just felt powerful and confident. And, when I was picking the name Socials and Stilettos, I think one of the biggest things for me was that I wanted to embody that powerful woman that wears those stilettos and knows that she'll stop at nothing to get what she wants. It comes a lot down to my personal journey. And when I got into my car accident, I was trying to figure out a way that I could make money from my phone, and came across the world of blogging and influencer marketing. And of course, social media had a lot to do with that, and decided I was going to dive right into it and figure out everything that I possibly could about social media marketing and how to make money online. Through years and years of teaching myself social media marketing, taking lots of courses, reading blogs, watching YouTube videos, and of course, trial and error, I've been able to develop myself as a marketing strategist and now have the opportunity to work with some of the best in the game. I have probably one of the best teams out there that actually care about our clients and want to see you succeed and want to see you chase your dreams just as much as you do. Over the years, we've gone from being a one-woman show to becoming one of the best full-blown marketing agencies in the world, not to mention working with some of the biggest names in the game. As a female-founded and female-run agency, our biggest passion is helping alpha babes and CEOs just like you elevate their business and build an iconic brand. Whether you're looking for social media marketing or PR, our team of expert socialistas is here to help you every stilettoed step of the way. If I can leave you with one thing, it's that you should never take no for an answer and always do what it takes to build the life of your dreams, no matter what that looks like. If you are seriously ready to shatter some glass ceilings and work with a team of expert socialistas who cares about your business just as much as you do, Socials and Stilettos is for you. We can't wait to meet you and help you elevate your business and build an iconic brand.
Hi guys, welcome to the segment of Slay Your Instagram Aesthetic. I'm Samantha. I'm the social media manager here at Socials and Stilettos, and I'm here with Bianca. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Of course. So I'm Bianca. I am a Toronto-based graphic designer, currently in school at Humber for graphic design, and I also am working now with Socials and Stilettos as the brand and graphic designer.
Amazing. So today we're gonna show you guys how to slay your Instagram aesthetic. So we're gonna show you how to create stunning and cohesive Instagram aesthetics just using Photoshop and what was it? Lightroom, yeah. So do you wanna maybe walk through a little bit of, I guess, some of the graphics you've already done for Adobe?
For sure. Let me pull this up. So my work has been very minimal, I guess, for right now, but oh shoot, where did it go? Okay, we're gonna open up Express quickly. Sorry about that.
But in the meantime, I guess, what's your biggest tips for any aesthetic things? Because I know there's always trends going around. I remember when we were younger, it was that white border.
Yes, for
but
sure.
I feel like that has really faded. Then people started doing a bunch of just posting randomly. But I guess for brands in general, you kind of want to keep it cohesive.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like especially using softwares like Photoshop and Lightroom, it gives you the ability to make sure all the lighting looks the same, every picture, the vibe is kind of similar, and I feel like that's so important, especially as a brand, to make sure that your feed looks consistent, because when you're looking for a company for literally anything and you're using social media to find that, I find that if I'm looking, for example, I want to get my nails done and I'm looking for a Toronto nail tech.
Yeah.
If I'm seeing a feed that's kind of all over the place and every picture looks different, they're using a different font, 100 different fonts for all their pictures, I'm I don't know if that's the direction I want to go in.
Right.
But then versus looking at a page where I can tell they have consistent branding, they're using consistent colors, fonts, it just looks so much more put together and it looks more professional. So.
And I trust it more.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I feel like I have a bigger trust and I'll book with them.
I'm the same way. So this is one thing I did recently. I did the Adobe Holiday Week graphics for their Instagram page. So I kind of just put this together. I had all these little headshots of all the different people that would be streaming during Holiday Week. And
so
I just
cute.
played around with the effects. I used the current branding that they use for their Holiday Week. And I had so much fun with this. It was honestly such a way to express my creativity and kind of play around with the branding that they currently had, but also make it my own. So these are just the different slides I did, and then I'll also show you the animated one because Adobe Express does have animation features and it's so freaking cool. And that's all done in Express so easily, anyone can do it.
Anyone can do it. Even though she's a graphic designer, I feel like I could probably do that.
Yeah, definitely, you could. Okay, so let's just jump right in. I'm gonna open up Photoshop.
Yeah, so today we're gonna actually be using images that we have shot from our brand shoot that we did, I think it was a month ago.
Yeah.
And these were all photos that we took on our phone. So it really just shows you how simple it is to make an Instagram aesthetic. You don't need professional photos. These are straight from your phone, and we're gonna be showing you how you can touch them up just to make them look professional without the hassle of hiring someone.
Exactly. So Photoshop has so many cool features using Gen AI to kind of just even remove little things in the background, extend the background of a picture and stuff like that. Obviously, all the features aren't perfect. Technology is never perfect, but it is so fun to play around with and see all the crazy things that Photoshop can do. So I'm going to start off with this picture right here. So we have a couple things that I'm noticing I would want to remove, maybe these Uggs on the floor. If it's possible, I'm going to try to remove that mirror in the background. And then the walls look okay, but there's even features where if you're noticing dust on the walls in the background of your picture, I feel I'm so picky with stuff like that. So that's so easy to remove using Photoshop features. So let's just dive right into it. I'm going to start off with the spot healing brush tool. And we're gonna see how this looks. So pretty much what I'm doing is using this brush tool. You can change the size of it if you need to. And I'm kind of just going over the spot with the Uggs pretty carefully so that I make sure I have everything removed. And obviously, again, sometimes you have to play around with the features, but it does a pretty good job. I'm gonna try a different one just because the floor is so many different patterns and shapes. But that's one tool you can always just use if you need to remove something small, like on like a minimal background. And then there's also the remove tool that does pretty much the same thing. Yeah, that worked so much
that was
better.
so
See,
good.
the Uggs are out of sight, out of mind.
Those were my Uggs.
Oh, sorry, but your Uggs are not wanted in this picture.
I never knew you can do that. Well, I knew you could do that, but like I feel like I'm learning too because I like didn't know how to do that. Like I would download those like free apps.
Yeah.
And like, but then you have to like pay for a subscription. I'm like, I don't want to pay for a subscription.
It's just so easy. Like,
yeah.
literally like magic. All you do is drag the brush over any spot you want removed, and like using AI, it pretty much detects the space around and kind of just replaces it with what it think would fit, if that makes sense. But
Totally
yeah,
makes sense.
so let's try the mirror. I don't know how well this is gonna go, but
I feel like because
it's a very big
it's a white
space.
background though, I feel like it'll work.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna do the same thing where I'm just outlining it and then kind of just filling it in.
Oh
Gone.
wow.
Like literal magic. It's crazy. Like, I just will never understand how they make this so simple for people to use. The technology is like actually insane. But yeah, so just like that, the mirror in the background is completely gone. Any distractions you can just easily remove, and yeah, Photoshop is the coolest thing ever. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up another image that we have. Which one should I do next?
we do? Okay, which ones do we have?
Let me open this up.
Maybe we'll do one with like one of us in it.
Okay, yeah, let's do this one.
Okay, perfect.
So immediately,
This is the behind the scenes of our photo shoot of like what
we were
goes
taking
into
so
it.
many fun behind the scenes pictures. I was like in the corner the whole time, just like on my phone, like yes, I want pictures of everything.
I feel like maybe we remove like me in
Yeah,
this
so
mirror.
this is one thing I'm noticing that you should get rid of because it's just like kind of throwing off the vibe. So again, using the same tool, the remove tool, I'm gonna circle around it, fill it in quickly, and it should just easily and effortlessly remove the mirror.
Oh my god, there, I'm gone.
You're
Perfect.
gone. You have vanished. And yeah, it's like really that simple. A lot of the Gen AI tools are so simple to use, even as like a beginner to stuff like this. And
I feel like I could honestly do this too. I feel like
Yeah, I feel
Photoshop
like
is like there's
anyone
right.
can.
There's like so many things in it to learn, and I feel like even as a graphic designer, like you're continuously learning
exactly.
new things. But like I feel like this is like something simple
It's
that
something
anyone can just
anyone
pick up
can
on.
do. If you open Photoshop, you literally all you have to do is press one tool, drag over what you want removed, and it's gone. Like it takes no effort. It's the easiest thing on earth.
Yeah, so we're gonna continuing like to edit more photos, and then later on we're gonna bring them all into Lightroom and kind of show you guys how to edit around and play with the filters to make it even more aesthetic to fit your page and your needs. Yeah, and then maybe if we have time, we might show you the playing around with it when we're doing it, creating the feed to make it all look cohesive in the end.
Exactly.
Okay.
So next I have this picture of me in the mirror. So what I'm thinking of doing is I want to get rid of this window. There's also some like black marks on the wall that I want to get rid of. And then one tool that I love in Photoshop is I'm going to start off with this. So this tool is the straighten tool, and all you literally have to do is if someone's like taking a picture of you, for example, and it's kind of crooked, you pretty much can just drag from the top of your head to the bottom of your body. And it automatically straightens out the picture.
What?
I know, crazy. And I feel like I didn't really know this tool existed until recently, and now I'm like, this is life-changing. Like, so easy.
What did you click this?
Yes, the crop tool and then straighten.
Oh my god.
And it's literally like just draw a line down whatever you want to be straightened out.
Yeah.
And it does it for you manually.
Oh my god,
And I feel like
amazing.
that's always been one of my big struggles is when I'm taking pictures. Like, I feel like anytime I ask someone to take pictures of me, it ends up being like lopsided, and I'm like, they didn't even try.
No, literally,
So
like,
this
when
tool
you
is
get, like-
definitely helpful.
When you get like your mom to take a photo for you, and she's like the angle's like up here,
Yeah,
like
I'm
way
like,
down here,
girl,
and,
like-
it's so much editing after.
Exactly. And this just makes the process so much easier instead of like turning it, like rotating it, like it's just usually a mess if I'm trying to just do it like in my camera roll, and this
Yeah.
is just like draw a
That's so
line
much
and-
faster.
Exactly. It's so much easier. So now I'm going to, again, use the remove tool and get rid of this window in the background because it's kind of throwing off the vibe of the picture.
Oh my god, so off topic, but I saw a comment from Curtis earlier, I think it was, and he said like he loves the DW sticker.
Oh, thank you! Oh my god, I love my laptop stickers. I'm like obsessed with all of them.
No, I'm obsessed with them. I like just got a new laptop and mine is like empty now, but mine used to be so chaotic.
I feel like decorating your laptop with stickers like just shows your personality too. Like,
and I was like, I need to like, I'm gonna start collecting them again because like it's so plain right now.
yeah,
like
you
I hate
totally
it.
Should.
No, yeah, I need
Oh my god,
to.
yeah, because you just got a new laptop.
Yeah, I just got a new laptop because my old one was so bad.
I remember you saying that.
My light bar, yeah.
That's so
Brittney
funny.
would call me out all the time because it was like blinding everyone because like this thing wouldn't stop flashing in everyone's face.
Yeah, you definitely need to revamp with some new stickers. But yes, I love my laptop stickers. I just wish I had more space to like put so many of them. But I have my Photoshop sticker, my Illustrator sticker over there. I just love it.
You need like an Adobe Express sticker now.
Yes, I need like all the Adobe software stickers. But anyways, let's get back into this. So again, I removed the window. And now instead of the remove tool, I'm going to use a spot healing brush tool and get rid of all these little dark marks on the walls. Just literally dragging over
That's
it.
so simple. Oh my god.
It's gone. Like, it's literally like magic.
And so is this the same tool you were using earlier?
Yeah, so this is the one I attempted to use on the floor, and it didn't really do what I wanted it to. But for like little things, like if it's on a white wall and you're just trying to, or like a white space or even just a solid colored space, I feel like this tool is so much more efficient for taking out like little dust particles or anything like that, because no one wants that in their pictures.
No, no one does. It's like the small little things that you don't really notice, but
and then when you look at the picture back,
and then it bothers you so much, like it just sits on your mind.
Yeah, I feel like even like when I took this picture, like I would never have noticed that there's like all this stuff on the walls, and then I like look at the picture, I'm like, oh, like that does not look nice. But just by playing around with this, you're able to easily like remove anything on the walls that you may see as a distraction, and it's just so simple, like literally the easiest thing on earth. So now we'll open up a new picture again. I'm gonna do...
Which ones?
Should I do me and Brittney or the table with like all the cool stuff on it?
Maybe the table.
Okay, let's do the table. So, for one, I want to remove this Post-it note in this pen. I feel like it kind of is throwing off the vibe as well. And then if you zoom in on the table again, like we didn't really notice this at the time, but there's all these like little dots and like some scratches that like again kind of just like throw off the vibe a little bit, and it's just so easy to take them out. So
that was like definitely after we like ate lunch.
For sure. We had a feast.
We had a feast and then just threw down all the papers just to create that really just like messy aesthetic.
But isn't this picture like just
I love
such
it.
a vibe?
No,
like, the placement of the iPad, the pen, the glasses, I literally love it so much.
And like staying on pink.
Yeah, we love pink around here, if you couldn't tell by
Can you see my body? Oh wait,
you can't. We love pink. Pink is the color of our brand, so we stay on brand. Yeah, so using the spot healing brush tool, yes, I'm just clicking on these spots. Gone. Like literally easiest thing ever. I know I keep saying this, but like it still blows my mind how easy this is. Like I'll have friends be like, can you remove this from the background of my picture? And I do it in like 2 minutes, and they're like, oh my god, you're a magician. And I'm like,
I feel like
it's
I would say
Photoshop.
that too.
It's not me. Like all I have to do is press a button, and it's like it does it for me, which is incredible. So I'm just gonna keep removing all these like little scratches and stuff that I feel like are little distractions, I guess.
Yeah, of course. And you know, I feel like this is like so off topic again, but do you ever just like scroll and you find like on TikTok or Instagram and it's like graphic designers and they're always like changing logos and like remaking it to how like they like it?
Oh
like
my God,
what logo would you want to redesign?
That's a great question. Honestly, you mentioning Trader Joe's yesterday.
Yeah.
You thought I was gonna say you.
I know, like me.
You mentioning Trader Joe's yesterday, I was looking at the logo, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Especially because their stuff, if you like see their packaging, it's really, like, cute.
Yeah. And I feel like the logo just throws me off for some reason. Like, I feel like I'm like that with a lot of, like, grocery stores. Like, I look at the logo and I'm like,
Yeah.
you can have something, like, cutesier that, like...
Right? Like,
you know?
Loblaws. There's no
Yeah.
Loblaws. There's Loblaws in Canada, but I don't think there's Loblaws, like, in America.
We're Canadian,
but
sorry.
we're from Canada, but, like, Loblaws logo, I feel like that'd be, like, so fun to redesign.
Honestly, yeah. Or, like, any grocery store, like, even Whole Foods logo, like, I don't know. Not to hate on any of these.
I know, I feel like we're just, like, we're hating on every single grocery store right now.
No, I love every logo because it was designed with purpose, but
Yeah.
those would be the ones that I would redesign.
I totally agree.
Okay, so I'm gonna go into the remove tool again and see if this can make some magic happen to remove these post-it notes.
It even got rid of that, like, paint chip, which I love. That was, like, the one thing that was, like, I was staring at.
Crazy. Like, it's really crazy how efficient this is. Like, it takes no effort at all. And I keep saying this, but, like, guys, it's so true. It is the easiest process on earth. Like, every time I use it, I'm just mind blown. It's crazy.
And, like, you see how fast she's doing this? Like, how many have we done already in, like, 20 minutes?
Like, anyone is able to do this. It's seriously such a fast process. And
Everyone's agreeing with the Trader Joe's.
oh my gosh, I'm glad you guys understand me.
Okay, I'm like,
we don't have Trader Joe's in Canada, just an FYI.
Yeah, but we
she
love
mentioned
it.
yesterday, and she was like, I want to go to Trader Joe's, or like they have the cutest tote bags or something.
Yeah, their
and
tote
like
bags,
then I
something
searched
love.
it up, and I was just like looking at the logo. I'm like, I feel like they could like do something different here. Like I don't know, it just like looks kind of old. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to remove this line as well. Yes. We'll see if that works. If it doesn't, then it's okay.
Perfect.
Like, I use this all the time, but every time I'm just like, amazing,
Amazed,
incredible,
yeah.
10 out of 10. Like, so freaking easy. Again, just remove that. Sometimes it will take some playing around with, again, which is so understandable. Not all technology is perfect, and you can't ever really expect it to be perfect, but it is just so simple.
Oh my god, Kate's here.
Kate! Oh my
We're literally
god.
dying. We've been watching all the streams of just Kate commenting.
Kate is a member of our team who
Yes.
unfortunately couldn't come on this trip, but Kate, we love you, we miss you,
we
wish
miss you
were
so
here.
much.
Yeah, Kate is the realest one. She is so organized. She just like knows how to put content together.
And she's so good with the reels. Oh my god. We were like filming reels all day yesterday and we're like, we need Kate here. Because she just bangs them out so fast.
She's like, oh, sorry. She is like, could be like a production manager. Like she's like, okay, you get over here, do this. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Like
I feel like she puts us in
shot.
check.
Yeah, she
Like
does.
she stays on it.
If it was just me and Sam making reels, like I feel like we'd be like so lost half the time. And Kate's the one that kind of just like pulls everything together. And we're like, okay, thank you, Kate. We
Everyone
love you,
needs a Kate in their life.
For real, they do. Okay, that should be fine.
Cute. I like it.
Okay. And we'll do one more. I'll do
The Brittney.
yes,
Yeah.
me and Brittney. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yes.
We were steaming our clothing right before our shoot.
If only you guys were there to see how much clothing there was.
Well, they can get a little idea of the background, and
There were
as
just,
you can tell,
there were some clothing racks that
Brittney
aren't even
is
shown
the
in this.
queen of pink. She loves pink. Most of these pink items are hers, and I'm like, how can one own so much pink?
I feel like they're all hers. We had a
Honestly,
small little
yeah.
rack in the corner
We
of
had, like,
Bianca and I's, and it's like,
this is
yeah,
my
it's literally
top.
one shirt.
I think that's about it. And like Brittney came with like all these gorgeous pink dresses. I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to update my wardrobe ASAP.
No, literally. We were like borrowing her stilettos and heels.
Yeah.
Because we showed up and we're like, we only have black heels, but
And
like she
she's like,
had them
I
all.
got you, girl. And she had all the pink heels you could imagine. But anyway, so I'm going to use the remove tool and get rid of whatever. I think it's the corner of the
I
carpet.
think it was the carpet, yeah.
Just get rid of that. Gone.
Oh my god, even like copied like the lines for the
Exactly,
wood.
yeah. Like, that just shows how
I'm obsessed.
amazing these
Yeah.
tools are, because it's like the weirdest pattern on the floor. Like, all the wood is like, looks
Yeah, it's
like
not even, like,
distorted for some
cohesive.
reason. Yeah. And it still is able to like match its surroundings and like be aware of the content around it and remove it so seamlessly. What else?
Okay, what else are we thinking to remove?
Maybe I'll try these heels right here, because
Yeah?
I feel like they're kind of random. like we have the heels over there, and then these ones are
I
kind of just in the
agree.
middle of nowhere.
Even maybe those green shoes.
Yeah, I was thinking that as
Yeah.
well. We are not green girls, we are pink girls. Gone. And
That was like so fast.
Gone.
Oh my god.
magic. I swear,
Perfect.
it's literally magic.
And then we're gonna remove these green shoes because we're pink. Green just doesn't match. This is like Wicked. Like, why is this like the Wicked like green
it's
and
giving
pink?
Cosmo
No,
and Wanda.
literally.
I love. But now, like, I feel like the green and pink everyone associates with Wicked.
With Wicked,
And I'm like,
yeah.
for me, it's Fairly Odd Parents, like Cosmo and Wanda.
I totally forgot about that. Do you know
See
that
what
they
I
made
mean?
a movie, like a live reenaction of of Cosmo and Wanda?
No.
Yeah, and I think it's with-
recently.
No.
Oh, is it the one with Drake Bell?
Yeah.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I remember that. Okay, these green shoes are giving me some trouble, so if it's not working, I think I'm just gonna leave it. I think I'm just gonna leave it.
Yeah?
We'll try it again.
It might be because like it's not like
Yeah,
fully
it's
flat
just like
with
the
ground.
shadows
Yeah.
too.
Maybe we leave it.
Okay, we'll just leave it.
I feel
It'll
like it's
be
fine.
wicked.
It brings some color into the picture, even though it's all pink. We need some green in there.
It'll be wicked. Okay. So I'm gonna go use the crop tool now, and I'm gonna show you guys something super cool. So I don't want any of this stuff at the top, like all these like pipes and stuff.
Totally
not
agree.
the vibe. So we're gonna crop that out quickly, and I'm just gonna also crop the side a little bit. And then again, I'm gonna use the straighten tool, literally the best tool ever, and I'm just gonna drag from the top of Brittney's head to the bottom of her shoe. And it straightens. It's just like the most minor change, but I feel like I'm so picky with stuff like this that I'm like, I have
No,
to
I do too.
straighten
I
it
am
out.
too.
Like, it barely did anything, but at the same time it did. So
And I know that we've been using this remove tool this whole time, but like, what's like one kind of like trick you'd have that would maybe like a little secret that no one really knows about in Photoshop?
I'd honestly say that straighten tool, because
Yeah?
I didn't know about it until very recently, and I was just like trying to figure out how to straighten out an image, and I
Yeah.
saw that and I'm like, oh, let me try this out. And I'm like, this is so simple. Instead of me like in my camera roll like going back and forth, like tilting it a bit this way and then be like, oh, I tilted it too much, tilt it back
That's
that
literally
way.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm like playing around with my photos for like hours on end after we have photos taken, and I'm like, hey, I don't even like how this looks.
So here's another fun trick I'm going to show you guys. Let me turn off the straighten tool. So if you, I'm just gonna crop out those shoes completely. So if you use the crop tool, and for example, like we wanted to post this as an Instagram story and have some text, room to have text above us, you can drag this up and use the content aware fill tool or the generative expand, depending exactly what you're doing. I'm going to use the content aware fill because I feel like this will work so much better to extend this background considering it's just white. And when I press check, it pretty much adds a white wall above us.
That's
and
so
removes all that other stuff that was going on.
I feel like because sometimes when you take photos, they're too zoomed in.
yeah.
Or like you want it to be longer, because sometimes on
Exactly.
Instagram, like you don't have to only post a square photo. You can post like the rectangle one if it's not a carousel post. But sometimes you don't have the option just because your photo is restricting you.
But with this, like if you're against like a solid colored wall, I feel like this is so efficient. Like if
Yeah.
you want more space around you, it literally does it in seconds. No
Totally
effort at
agree.
all.
Oh my god.
All I did was drag my mouse and press a button. And that's it. So I'm
I feel
gonna
like
go
I'm learning
ahead.
so much right now.
Good, I'm glad. I'm glad to be teaching you. Samantha is secretly so good at design, and I'm like, girl, you're gonna take my job.
No, I can never. Photoshop is. I'm like watching this. I'm like, how does she remember all of this?
So I'm gonna save all of these pictures.
And I think now we're gonna bring them into
Lightroom,
Yeah.
yes.
So now all these photos that Bianca just edited, we're gonna bring them over to her phone, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And she's gonna show you kind of how to edit it in Lightroom. Because you want to create this Instagram aesthetic, right? So everything kind of, you want the colors, the hues, the different like lightings, the saturation,
you
all
just
that
want everything
to be
to match.
cohesive and match your Instagram aesthetic.
And Lightroom is so easy to use. It has so many different features. I feel like I use most of the basic features because I never really need to do anything crazy. Even with my personal Instagram, I love to make sure everything matches because if my feed looks thrown off, I'm like, no, deleting that. So I feel like it makes it so simple to edit pictures, and I'm also going to show you guys how to save the filters that you use on your pictures so that you can easily apply them to any single picture you're posting to your feed instead of having to go back and edit it all over again.
I'm so happy you said that because I always see people do that and I never know how they save it to make them all.
Yes,
I go
so
on every
easy.
photo and I remember exactly like what number like I did for each like setting.
No,
It's so annoying.
We do not need to be doing that. This will be so much easier for you. Okay, so I'm quickly going to airdrop these pictures to my phone so that we can move into Lightroom. Let me just...
So exciting. Oh, Nicole said Samantha is a secret designer.
She
Thanks, Nicole!
is! She literally is. She showed me her work the other day and I was like, oh my gosh.
I have like secret talents that no one knows of.
I love that. Okay, we're airdropping these to my phone quickly. And then we're going to play around in Lightroom a little bit. I'll show
So
you
is it
guys-
the app on your phone?
Yes.
Okay.
I use the app. There is also a web version of it and a like application to
Yeah.
download, but I personally love editing pictures on my phone. I find it to be so much easier, but for some reason my airdrop doesn't want to work. Hold on. I keep having issues with airdrop lately.
I
and
think
I'm
we're
gonna
all
have to go to
having
Apple and have a talk with them.
just like issues in general on this trip.
yes.
My
Tell them about
phone
your
is
tech
literally
issues.
not receiving any texts. My laptop is just like not updating to San Fran time. My thing is saying 1:30 p.m., which is Toronto time.
Yes.
And it's definitely not 1:30 right now.
Hey, why won't it let me do this?
That's
Maybe
so
'cause I'm on
weird.
airplane mode?
If anything, oh,
now
there we
she's
go.
working.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay. So now I have these pictures in my phone. So I'm going to just move my laptop
Yep.
over here and we're going to move into Lightroom on my phone.
I'm so excited for this.
I know. I'm just going to show a bunch of features. I'm not going to be using every single feature, but I want to just show you guys how you can play around and make sure
Yeah.
everything looks consistent. So we're going to start off with this picture of Nicole, Kate, Sam, and our photographer Becky just taking some cute pictures. I just like literally took this from the corner of the room. I was like,
I didn't even know you
I
were
love the
taking these
vibes.
photos.
Yeah, I was taking so many pictures in the corner. Like every time I wasn't in a picture, I'm like, you guys look so cute. But
And I think from the shoot, this was the first day we all met each other, was it?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
No?
I don't think it was this
Okay,
one.
maybe not then.
Okay. Anyways, sorry. I'm like, okay. So we're gonna start off with the light setting in this little bar. This is like all the like minor adjustments you
Yeah.
can make to your pictures. So again, you can just play around with the exposure. If you find the
wow.
picture to be too dark, brighten it up a little bit. If it's too bright, you can always drag it down. For this one, I'm going to drag it up slightly to make it a little bit brighter. And again, that's just already a big difference. Like
Oh, it
from
is.
that.
And I love that you can hold it down to
Makes
see.
it so much easier.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can like see what she's doing, but if you like hold your finger down on the photo, it like shows the original, and then when you take it off, you'll see what you
So
edited. So you
easy.
see the before and after as you're updating it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just like it's so like quick. Like I feel like with some apps, like it'll be like a button in a whole different section you have to press like
Yeah.
before after. Like this just makes it like I can just
So
as I'm
much
going
easier.
easily tap the screen and I
Yeah.
can see what it looked like before. So we're gonna also do some contrast on this picture. I love a picture that looks very like striking. Like, that's the right word. But I love playing around with contrast. I feel like it makes everything look more crisp.
Yeah.
But again, if you're like looking for a more like faded out kind of effect, you can always drag the contrast down. But personally,
No,
I
yeah.
don't want to do that.
And I think
so-
there was a time, like, I mean, I guess it's still going on, but like, you know, when like disposables
yeah.
were like really like on trend and everyone was like posting disposable disposable camera photos, like the old grainy ones. I remember at that time, like, I was making all my contrast so low
Yeah.
to give that like faded effect.
Yeah, I feel like back in the day, like when even like the Tumblr era, like everyone loved like the faded.
No, yeah.
effects, the
And then
visco
like,
effects.
yeah, but now it's like, you want a bright and
Yeah.
just nice and fresh
exactly
looking and sharp.
professional.
Yeah.
So next there's highlights and shadows. I'll play around with this a little bit. So what this does is if you drag up the highlights, it kind of brightens areas that are darker, if that makes sense. So you can see like the shadow on the back of Becky's shirt and like Sam in the corner, like it kind of makes it slightly brighter so that you're able to see everything more clearly. So, oh, that's shadows, sorry. Not highlights. That's shadows, which makes much more sense. And then for highlights, it kind of just brightens up the lighter parts of the picture. So I'm going to play around with both of these a little bit just to make sure. Looks good. What do you think?
I love it. And I feel like you're editing this like how it matches like the Socials and Stilettos page.
That's the vibes.
You guys haven't seen our page. Shout out to our page because that is what you want as an aesthetic.
Yes. If you need reference to how to make your socials look so cute, Socials and Stilettos. But yeah, so now I'm going into the color section, and I'm going to warm this picture up the slightest bit, just because the lighting I feel like it was so like gray outside.
It was. This was like a snowstorm.
Yeah. We don't have nice weather
because,
like
you know,
here
Toronto
in
is
San
snowy right
Francisco.
now. I think it's minus 17 right now.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but
I think I saw it is like these days that we're away are like the coldest days.
yeah, I
in the
remember you
past couple
telling me
years.
that, and I'm so happy we're not there for it.
Sorry, everyone back home, but we are in the warmth. But yeah, so just adding a little bit of warmth to this picture. I'm
This
just
looks
doing it
so
to
good
like
already.
+3. Exactly. I feel like it just like you're able to just easily make changes that aren't too
definitely.
drastic, but
Yeah.
still make the difference between the before picture.
It's such a big difference if you saw the before. Like, if you do that again, like, showing the before, it's just so dark.
Yeah.
And, like, now, but, like, it looks like a professional, like, shot this and edited it.
Thank you.
I mean, you are a professional, so.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and then saturation, I'll drag up a little bit too. So saturation just makes the picture brighter, makes the picture darker or less saturated. So like if you wanted something gloomier for some reason, you could decrease the saturation. But for us, we love bright and fun, so I'm dragging it up a little bit. And then next, this tool is so fun. I'm going to try to play around with it right now. If it doesn't work for this picture, I will try it on another one. But the blur tool is what really takes your pictures to the next level. So with this tool, you can blur the background and have like a main focus area of the picture. Kind of like you'd see with like a professional camera where like the person's in focus and the background's kind of blurry. You can easily do that on Lightroom. It's like the easiest process ever. So what I usually do is I'll drag the blur up just so I'm able to see like really well what is blurred out and what's in focus and what's not. And then you'll press this little button in the corner that says focus, and you can adjust the focus range. So for this picture, I'm going to try to focus on Kate, Becky, and Nicole and kind of blur you out.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Just because you're like in the background.
I'm with my, like, the little gimbal.
Yes. So
Creating all of our BTS.
you can pretty much play around with this tool, and it shows like near versus far. And you can kind of just adjust it to what you want in focus and what you want out of focus. Oh, we don't want that. So I usually keep the entire range at the beginning part of it, just because you want what's closest to you in focus.
Yeah, you want like the front,
And even like they have tools on the bottom where if you just press this, it'll like focus on the subject, or you could like focus on a specific color.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I usually just do it manually, but obviously, like, again, if you're, like, a beginner, you can use those tools, and it's so easy. So, again, just playing around with it so that Nicole, Kate, and Becky are in focus.
I'm obsessed.
I think that's pretty okay. Once I decrease the blur, it'll look much better.
It looks so good.
So, yeah, and there's also, like, so many different blur effects that, like, are very minimally different, but they still make the difference. Like, for example, this is the regular circle blur, then you have the bubble blur, the 5-blade blur, ring, oval, and cat eye. But I usually just stick to the circle, obviously. Like, if you're more into photography, you can play around with all these different features, but I'm not a photographer, so I just stick with the basics.
That's why we have Becky.
Exactly. So I'm going to decrease the blur quite a bit just so that it's very minimal, but you can still like notice it. So again, that's the before and that's the after.
And see, that already looks so good. Like, that looks like a professional photo.
Exactly.
And this was all done on Lightroom.
Yeah,
on your
so
phone.
simply.
you don't even need to have your laptop. You can do everything straight from your phone.
And again, like I said, like I love to edit on my phone just because I feel like it's so much easier.
Yeah.
Especially with our generation, like it's just like do everything on our
faster,
phone. Like
yeah.
if I can do it on my phone, like why am I gonna whip out a
why am I gonna
laptop?
bring my laptop out?
Exactly.
It's just a hassle.
For sure. So
Especially if you're on the go, just like chilling in the car, like going somewhere, you can quickly whip that up.
exactly. Like I don't need to pull out my whole laptop, like
Yeah.
start doing whatever. Like I'm just pull out my phone, edit it, and it's so easy. And I use Lightroom a lot. So I personally also do content for my cousin's soccer team.
Really?
And every week I like have to take a picture, and I'm always taking them on my phone. Like I don't have a professional camera to bring to all these soccer games. So I'll edit all the pictures in here and completely change around the lighting, and it literally brings the pictures from like 0 to 100 so fast just by playing around with these effects, especially the blur tool. I feel like with those pictures it makes it look so much more professional.
No, it really
and
does.
so easy. So lastly,
And so that was so fast what she just did. And then you're going to show us how to save the filter.
Yes.
And we're going to apply to all the photos that you previously edited.
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, so I'm also going to play around with the color grading a little bit. So this is pretty much, you can play around with the shadows, the midtones, and the highlights of your picture. And I'll show you guys what this means. So for example, if I'm doing the shadows and I want it to be more like pink toned, I can just subtly drag it to like pink. And it just adds like a little bit of a pink hue to it, if you get what I mean.
No, I see it.
Yeah. It's a very minor change. Again, I feel like with photo editing, most of the changes are so minor, but they do make such a big difference compared to the original. Like, I'm only making little adjustments with each of these different effects that Lightroom has.
Yeah.
But again, when you're looking at the before and after, it's like completely different. But it's just such minor changes that make such a big difference.
Sabrina said, shout out cousin soccer.
Yes, shout out cousin soccer. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna tell him I mentioned it on live. He's gonna be so excited. Okay, yeah, and then again with midtones, like it's just the different tones of the picture that you can play around with. I'm not gonna do anything too crazy with these effects just because it really just depends on the picture that like you're using. If you want to use these, like if you're like editing against something professional and you want it to be like a specific tone or color, like this is more efficient for that. With our pictures, like I just want to keep it minimal. I don't want to do anything crazy.
Yeah, like keeping the photo bright, white, like kind of like staying cohesive on brand. Yeah.
Yes. So we're just gonna play around here. I'll just like pretty much leave it at like
I love it.
Almost. Yeah, so it just added like a little bit of a pinky tint, which we love. We're pink girlies, so we love pink. And it added like the slightest bit of a pink tint to the picture.
It's almost like it was like sunset up.
Yeah, exactly. Just like so cute. So yeah, that is the before and this is the after. And I think it honestly does make such a big difference. I keep saying that over and over again,
but it
does. And yeah, so now to save your preset, once you have everything you needed done to your pictures, you will press these 3 dots in the top corner and press create preset. And you can select specifically which of the effects that you use that you want to be included in your preset. So for example, if you don't want the color grading included, I could take out the color profile.
Yeah.
If you want certain things to be included that maybe they don't have checked off, like if I wanted the lens blur to be included, I could check that off. But right now I'm going to stick with what it gave me, and I'm going to name this behind the scenes shoot and save it. And now when you go to this little button on the bottom, you can scroll down, and I press behind the scenes shoot.
Oh, wow. Wait, sorry, what button did you press?
This button here.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't really like show you guys on camera.
At the very bottom?
It's the second one on the bottom.
It's the one with the circles.
Yeah, the 2 circles. So obviously this picture already has the filters on it, but I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to show you guys how it applies to all the other pictures that we used.
And yeah, so once you guys have this preset, I guess, created, it's going to be so much faster to like whip up all your photos.
So much easier.
Yeah, and then we can just put it all together and just create that aesthetic.
Exactly. It's like literally, again, I keep saying this over and over again, but everything about this is so simple. Obviously, with certain pictures, if the lighting's different, you're going to have to make little adjustments, but I feel like for the most part, it's able to like make everything look consistent. Like, for example, this picture, like, I want to make it maybe a little bit darker, or you can even, like, adjust the amount you want that preset to be on the picture. Like, if you don't really want it too intense, you can lower it down. If you want it to be more intense, you can bring it up, but we are not going to do that.
So I have a question, actually. If you're using, like, a preset filter that you created, can you go into the photo and, like, play around with the already adjusted filters, or no?
I don't think so. Or, let me see. I don't think so. That's a great question.
Yeah, I'm just, like, wondering.
But yeah, and then I'll also show you guys this. So there are so many presets that you can also use that are already on the app. So for
Amazing.
example, for this picture, if I just opened the app, I just put in this picture and I didn't really know what direction I want to go in with it, it will recommend you all of these different presets that kind of match the vibe of the picture. So I'm not going to use any of these, but just to show you guys, for example, like, it gives you so many different options based on the picture that you have. And then, for example, if I like this one, but I want something a little bit different, you can press more like this, and it gives you so many other options that
wow.
are, like, similar, but not the exact same. And it just makes the editing process so much easier. Like, I feel like if you struggle with trying to find exactly what edits you want to make it look consistent, these are so helpful. Like, it's just it's so easy.
And I feel like that trick is so good when you're trying to create your overall aesthetic, because not everything has to look exactly the same, but kind of similar.
Yeah, they have to match somewhat.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is so helpful. So let's save this. And then we're going to move on to the next one.
And so that was so fast. So she literally took, like, a few minutes just to do that entire thing.
And then once you have it saved, like, it's literally just done.
Like, what?
This is so easy. That's why we are introducing these to you guys, because we want to be able to help people who maybe don't have graphic design experience like I do. But it's still just such simple steps that you can take to take your photos to the next level.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take, like, any effort at all. Like, I'm having so much fun with this. Like, I feel like this is just playing.
I feel like I need to now use this to edit my photos for my Instagram.
And I feel like even with the Photoshop features, it's just so fun to play around with.
No,
Like, sometimes I'll just
literally.
put a random picture in there and be like, what can I do here? And I'll, like, start, like, removing anything from the background and I'm gone. And
It's
I'm
like, let's see how far I can take
yeah,
this.
like, for real. Like, how much can I test Photoshop until it, like, crashes? But anyways. Oh, you can change... Sorry. You can add the preset, and then when you go back into those settings, you can adjust them as you please. I didn't know if it was something you had to do directly on the preset, but it automatically adds all those
so
effects.
cool.
So you can, if, for example, I wanted this picture to be warmer or to be cooler looking, I can adjust that easily, and it won't affect the actual preset you've made. Like, it won't make those adjustments when you, like, add it
on
to
the
a different
original.
picture. Yeah.
Okay, that's so good, because I feel like sometimes photos, depending on the lighting, like, there's certain things that you need to
Exactly.
tweak that you don't want to
for
mess up on
sure.
other photos.
But yeah, so save that. Super cute. Yeah, guys, this is, like, the easiest thing ever. Like, anyone can do this. Like, I could probably, like, show my mom this and she would be able to figure it out. And she's, like, not a technology girl. But yeah, again, before, after, you can see, like, the slight pink tint to the picture.
I love that.
I feel like it just makes it such a vibe. Like, it's just such a difference. And it's, like, little changes, but they make the difference.
It doesn't look like it was shot on an iPhone.
I know. I love it. But yeah, so again, just can play around if you, like, don't want certain adjustments made that you have saved on the preset. But for the most part, I think everything looks pretty okay.
I think it looks so good. You killed this.
Thanks. Oh, stop. Is anyone in the chat, like, saying anything of importance?
Can you read it? Oh, someone said, Voodoo Val, this is the design confidence I need in 2025.
Yes! I love that. Okay, we will save this. And then last one is all of the clothes we had. This one I might have to make a few more adjustments too, just because it was pretty dark. But again,
Like, that filter alone, like, made, like, the biggest difference.
and it just, like, makes it so easy to be consistent with all your posts for your Instagram feed. Like, it's the easiest thing ever. any little adjustments. For the most part.
I feel like it looks so
Yeah.
good. Like the original preset filter you made, I feel like that can be applied to so many of our photos now.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, we weren't even planning on doing
Yeah.
this, but I feel like we can now use
Now we
this
have a
for all
filter for all our
yeah.
pictures. So now I'm going to move back to my laptop.
Yeah, so I feel like we have like 10 minutes, so maybe we're gonna like quickly, if you could quickly like whip up kind of like
I'm
an
gonna
Instagram
just show you
grid.
guys what it would look like in a grid. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna open up Express here.
And this is just so before you post your photos, you can kind of like plan out and rearrange in the grid what order you want.
Yeah, and just
photo,
get an
because
idea of
that's-
how it's
yeah.
gonna look.
Like that's also so important, like if all your photos kind of go well together, but you also want them to be in the right order, because sometimes like a bunch of photos together, even though they're all like similar, they still won't look aesthetic. So you have to like
Exactly.
plan it out beforehand.
For sure. So I'm just airdropping these back to my laptop.
Yeah, so now we're using Adobe Express, right?
Yes, I'm going to quickly pop into Express. This isn't necessary, but I just want to show you guys how they all look kind of if they were in a grid. So I am going to just drag and drop these. Easiest thing ever. And then I'm going to just organize them. I'll put them all like in a square kind of
Yeah,
shape.
so yeah, because when you're doing this, if you were to create kind of a, I guess like a template like this, like an Instagram template, their grids are always squares.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously if you want to click into the photo, like it doesn't have to
Yeah.
be a square.
Just for this little demo, we're gonna make everything squared.
Yeah.
We'll do. Okay.
Yeah, and then so once you guys, you know, kind of create this template, then you guys can like move the photos around to like see what looks best before having to actually post the photo and then, you know, delete it.
Yeah.
And keep trying over and over again. You can plan
It
the
just gives you a
aesthetic,
sense of how
yeah,
everything
beforehand.
will look, and it like makes your life so much easier. Drag that.
And I feel like we can like, you can already tell like because of this filter you created
Everything
or the
matches
preset,
so
everything
much better.
matches so well.
Well, I only have 5 pictures, so it's not gonna look like an appropriate kind of grid, but I'm just resizing like based on the images surrounding it.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with
And it
this.
makes such a big difference. Those filters like really
Yeah.
brought these pictures into a vibe that fits each other much better. So if you were to be uploading these on Instagram, you could kind of just use Express in this way to like just see how everything looks laid out together. And if like, for example, I think like this picture looks weird next to this picture, you can just drag it around and kind of just play around with it and see exactly how everything looks together.
Yeah, totally.
And
I
I feel
love
like
this.
The filter really did make a big difference for these pictures. Like, I feel like the pink tint,
I feel like it
is
really
so-
brought it together.
Yeah, it's so on brand too for us. So like, yeah.
Brittney's gonna want this filter from you now.
No, I'm gonna have to send it to her and be like, girl, we're gonna
Like we're
be
all gonna
using
need this filter. It looks so good.
But yeah, and that is about it. If anyone has any questions in the chat, feel free to let us know. And yeah, I had so much fun doing
I know, me
this.
too. I guess if we have a little bit of time, because you're a graphic designer, I guess what is like your process for like starting a new project?
I feel like it changes every time.
Yeah?
It really just depends on the project. Like, if it's like logo design and stuff like that, I do like to start off sketching, even though I'm not the best at drawing.
I need
will
to see your
try-
drawings now.
Girl, I don't know if you want to, but I'll start off sketching, kind of just like jotting down any like even words or terms that I feel like
Yeah.
resonate with a brand, and then I'll move into Illustrator. But again, it really just depends on the project.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm just straight into Illustrator. Illustrator is my baby. I literally always am raving about how much I love Illustrator because it was like the first Adobe software that I really learned how to use well. And since then, I'm like, this is my go-to. Like,
I feel like I'm
use
gonna
it
be
for
coming to you
everything.
with so many questions now.
I love that.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
like
be
hit
here
you
to
up.
answer, girl. But yeah, so there's not really a specific process for me. I feel like it's just like depends on the project, depends how I'm feeling. If I like
Yeah.
already know what I want to do, straight into Illustrator. But if I'm like given a project and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know where to start, I'll like just write down ideas, kind of like mind map it out, like different terms that I feel like resonate with what the customer wants for their design. And
no, that's so
crazy
cool.
for my process.
No, you guys, like, I feel like you haven't even seen the stuff that she does. Like, she's so talented.
You're so cute.
No, I love your stuff.
Thanks, girl.
But yeah, I guess, like, you know what I always find, like, so cool? Like, I always, like, see graphic designer pages and, like, how do they stay, like, so inspired? Like, how do you stay inspired? You know what I mean? Because I feel like you can just hit that, like, creative block.
Yeah, I feel like everyone does at some point. Like, creative blocks are so common. And, like, even, like, imposter syndrome, too. I feel like that is, like, so, like, draining of any creativity when I feel like I'm out of place. But I feel like I'm most inspired by my family and friends. Like, I feel like they really keep me motivated and keep me on track with my stuff. If I'm, like, feeling in a slump, like, I know I have a great support system that kind of helps me. But in terms of, like, finding creativity, Pinterest, I love Pinterest to, like, look at other people's work and designs and kind of see what's trending right now. And I feel like that really, like, I'll see someone's work and be like, oh my gosh, like, that just, like, made me think of this idea to, like, create this. And, like, it's just stuff like that. I'm so inspired by other creatives, especially on Instagram, Pinterest. Like, I just keep up with every single graphic designer that I follow, and I'm, like, it just keeps me so inspired to see other people creating such awesome stuff that I'm, like, I want to do that, too.
No, literally. Henrique said, what's your favorite project you've worked on?
My favorite project that I've worked on? Great question. I recently, in my personal work, did a logo for my sister. So my sister started up a manifestation community and like a wellness community kind of Instagram page. And she asked me to do her logo. I was so happy. I was like, yes, like, thank gosh she's not just like finding someone else, because like, you know, I'm still like new to this whole world, and like she could have found someone like more professional, but I'm like, she asked me, and it was so much fun to put her ideas to life and kind of see it in action, because she does sell like a manifestation journal, and I'm like, I get to see my little logo I made on the bottom.
That's so cool.
Like, it's just so fun seeing my designs like actually in person.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I feel like that's just like so cool to like, if you're like scrolling, you just see your
logo,
and you're like, hey, that was me who made that.
Wait, I did that. Like, there's no way.
But yeah, so thank you guys so much for tuning into this segment. We hope you guys slay your social aesthetic. And stay tuned for the next segment. I think Bianca's gonna be back again.
Yes, I will be back with Nicole to be showing you guys how to design engaging Instagram graphics using Illustrator and Express, which are two of my favorite Adobe softwares. So I'm really excited to do that, and it'll be so much fun.
No, yeah, I'm so excited to watch.
Yay!
Stay tuned.
Hey Adobe Live family, Brittney here. Today we're going to talk about something that's at the heart of building an iconic brand and elevating your business, brand photos. As a social media marketing and PR agency, we truly believe that brand shoots are a non-negotiable for standing out in today's crowded digital landscape. Think about it. Your visuals are the first thing that people notice when they land on your socials, right? Crisp, cohesive, and beautifully curated brand photos help tell your story, showcase your vibe, and create a lasting impression with your community. It's about creating unforgettable at first glance. For us, prepping for shoot days starts way before the camera starts rolling, and the key is really planning things and taking it seriously. For us, that starts with a creative direction or a mood board or shoot guide, if you will. And really what we love to do when we're putting together our creative directions is think about the outfits that align with our brand or the brand that we're working on. We think about the different shots that we want to include or any images that we really want to make sure that we get, any props that we're going to need for the big day. And of course, it doesn't stop there. Really thinking about everything and anything that you want to capture during your content or shoot day is super important. So for us, especially being a marketing agency and in a world where video content truly is taking the digital world by storm, we make sure that we also prep our Reels ideas so that we can hit two birds with one stone and not only get really great brand photos, but amazing video content to use throughout our marketing plan as well. And of course, making sure that you're choosing a studio that aligns. So for us, this was a studio that really fit our brand vibe. We have a lot of neutral tones, and with the bright pinks popping out, it really does create a nice contrast. Now, like I was saying, we like to create a full guide, but you really can do whatever works for you. So don't be afraid to play around and use platforms like Adobe Express to really bring your mood board for your shoot together and plan everything in advance. All of this amazing prep really just means that when shoot day arrives, we can move seamlessly through our schedule and make sure that we're staying on track with everything we'd like to capture. It keeps everything really focused and fluid. And honestly, when we create these game plans, it's made such a big difference in the way that shoot days go for us as a team, especially being that we're a pretty big team over here. And trust me, when the energy is flowing, the results are always next level. Now, I'm gonna hand things over to our brand photographer, Becky, who's going to show you a little bit of the behind the scenes in her editing process and how she really brings all of our incredible photos to life. Take it away, Becky.
Hey everyone, my name is Becky and I'm the brand photographer on the Socials and Stilettos team. I just wanted to share a bit about what I do and how I edit our team photos. Once I've taken all the shots, I import them into Lightroom and we go through and pick the best ones. I tweak the exposure to make sure the lighting looks great. I also use AI to clean up a little bit of the details like stray hairs or anything that needs smoothing out. I'll also fix any specific areas in the photo that are too bright or too dark. After retouching some of the photos and color correcting the entire gallery, I take a step back to view the gallery as a whole. I like to make sure everything looks cohesive and flows nicely together. Once it's all set, I export the photos and upload them to the gallery for the team to use.
You can see why we love Becky, right? And I know if you're a small business owner, you might be thinking, this is a little outside of my budget to have a brand shoot, which is why we wanted to use this next stream to show you how you can use Lightroom on your own to edit photos and keep your Instagram aesthetic really cohesive. So what do you say? Are you ready? Let's jump in.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Nicole and this is Bianca.
Hello.
You just saw Bianca, so she's back.
I am back.
We are going to be going through, oh my gosh, just lost my train of thought. We're going to be making social media graphics from the first content calendar that me and Brittney created earlier this morning. I'm the operations manager. Bianca is our graphic designer. We're going to be diving into Express and a little bit of Illustrator as well. So this is going to be so exciting.
Very fun.
Let's share our content planner that we did. So this is also, we're going to have the link for you guys for this content planner as well. We're going to do some reel covers so that once you have your reels ready to go, it's easy to put a reel cover together, and there's an option for that. We're also going to do some quote templates, a meme template, and kind of just get all these templates ready for you. We're going to do them all in one Express file so we can do a remixable link at the end as well for everyone to share.
Love it.
Okay, so do we want to get started?
Yeah, so I have this Illustrator file I already prepped that has our brand colors for Socialista Club, the font we use, and then I kind of just came up with a couple of ideas for little icons that I want to create. And we're going to be playing around with the Generate Vectors tool in Illustrator, which is like my go-to tool. I am personally not good at sketching. I'm not the best at drawing, and I just love the Generate Vectors tool. I feel like it helps me out so much when I'm like struggling to come up with ideas, and
I love this tool.
There's just so much you can do with it. So we're gonna start off with that. So my first little icon I want to make is a stiletto heel, of course, because you know us. Yes, we're staying on brand with everything we're doing. So I'll show you guys a little bit more of this. So for the Generate Vectors tool, there are so many different features that you can play around with to make sure it is customized to exactly what you want. So for example, for the content type, I'm going to choose icon. You can choose a subject or an entire scene, and it will obviously give you different options based on what you're choosing. And then again, you can play around with the detail. I'm going to keep it very minimum just because we don't need anything crazy.
Yeah.
We're just creating little cute icons. And then for style reference, this is if you already have something that you created that you want the AI tool to kind of reflect and kind of copy the design style of it. Right now we don't have anything, so we don't have to use that. And then next there's all these different effects that are so cool and really like take it to the next level. They have flat design, geometric, doodle. You can play around with those. Again, I'm just gonna leave it at nothing for right now, but these tools are so cool. If you are playing around and doing something a bit more complex, you can definitely play around with these. And then lastly, color and tone. You can choose different color presets if you want black and white, muted color, warm tone, etc. You can play around with those and it'll make your design based on the colors that you're choosing. You can also choose the number of colors that you want included. I'm going to keep it at 2 just because I don't want anything too crazy. And then you can specify specific colors. I'm just going to edit it as I go, so we're going to leave that at nothing. And I'm starting off with the stiletto heel. Again, if you, for example, I just type in stiletto heel, it'll give you so many suggestions that are very more specific. I'm just going to stick with what I have, but there are so many awesome suggestions that like really can help you out if you're feeling stuck and you are looking for something very detailed. It's very helpful. But again, we're just going to stick with stiletto heel and we're going to see what it generates for us.
And as a small business owner, what would you say is a great tool in Illustrator that they can use?
Definitely this. I feel like for people who aren't graphic designers, it's like you can still create something so easily. And I feel like there's a lot of hate on AI features, and I feel like I've just learned to like use them, and because they actually do really help. And I feel like people like think that like AI could possibly take our jobs, but you know, I feel like stuff like this, it's just so works so well for people who don't really open up Illustrator and they're like, what the heck am I looking at? Like,
exactly.
I've been using Illustrator for years, so I'm easily able to navigate around the software. But for people who don't use Illustrator regularly, it's like you'll open this up and be like, what is going on? And that tool just like is so easy for creating little graphics like this. We got this super cute stiletto heel. It gave me a couple options here. Which one do you think, Nicole?
I like that one. That was my first one that I was kind of going for.
As well. So for this, I'm going to play around with it a little bit because there are some like wonky things going on that we don't want. So yeah, I'm just going to take a second to remove some things that we don't need. Like, I don't know what this line is.
And I feel like using AI as like a part of your workflow is such a great way to like use it and like using it as a starting point, and then
that's why. And I feel like even just like when I'm looking for inspiration, like if I want to design something myself, but I just need to like be shown. Exactly. I'm like, I could make something like this myself too, but it just makes everything so much easier. So I'm going to use the eyedropper tool, which if you press I on your keyboard, it automatically gives you the eyedropper tool. I love Illustrator shortcuts because it makes my life so much easier. But I'm going to select the pink.
Love that.
And just like that, it's our branded colors. It looks so adorable. I
love this.
And it took like only a couple
minutes, exactly.
So simple.
So cute. Okay.
But yeah, next we're going to do a little heart.
Cute.
So again, just typing in the prompt heart. Doesn't really need to be anything super specific since we're just making very basic icons. And it takes a couple seconds to generate, but it's still easier than probably like having to draw it all out yourself anyways.
Yeah, 100%.
So we'll give her a second.
I feel like when these come over to Express, they're going to be so good in the graphics.
Yeah.
Can I turn it?
So again, it just gives me super cute little heart. I'm going to remove the stroke from this. And it's just like basic heart.
Yeah.
Perfectly symmetrical. Looks great. I'll do this pink.
That's what I was
super cute.
Too.
Yeah, and we're just going to keep going like this and creating all of these little icons, and then we're going to go into Express and bring them to life.
I'm so excited.
Put them to use.
Together.
So I'm going to, the hashtag I will make myself, but I'll do a lipstick.
Hello to everyone joining us in the chat as well. I agree, Robert. Like he just said, why reinvent the wheel when it's already been done? So I think that's great, especially for things like this, like you can do it yourself, but in a crunch or in like save time.
Yeah,
Everyone's looking to
especially if
save
you're like
time.
in a rush,
Yeah,
like it
it's
just makes
such-
your life so much easier. Like,
Yeah.
I am honestly like on board with this. Like, I love it. It really just makes my life that much more simple.
I feel like working for an agency too, we're always getting like last minute requests, or like, I know you get a lot of them as a designer, so this is such a
Exactly.
great tool to cut
It's
down on
so
the time.
simple. So I'm just selecting the parts that are dark, and I'm going to add the pink.
Oh, so cute!
freaking
I'm
cute.
obsessed.
I'm gonna also remove this because I don't like
White
it.
line.
Or yeah, and I'll also
That's so
remove
cute.
this.
We need to save these for later.
Yes, we
100%.
do. We can definitely
These
be
are so cute.
reusing these.
Yes,
Super cute.
totally. Oh, no.
Perfect. So now we have our
Cute.
cute little lipstick.
Perfect.
Then next I have a handbag, which I think will be so cute. Oh. Sometimes
Okay.
it just automatically puts the prompt in, and I'm like, no, I just want a handbag. I don't want a handbag and all this crazy stuff.
It's so true, Val. We're getting so much great content today. Val just said we're getting so much new content. So we're
Yes.
really... And what are some tips and tricks you can share for getting started in Illustrator? I feel like it's a beat. Like, I've never used Illustrator, and I'm like, oh no, that's not a platform for me.
I feel like just playing around with it is the biggest thing. Like, I started using Illustrator in high school. I had like a computer class that I fell in love with Illustrator. Like I said, Illustrator is my baby. Like, I live for Illustrator. Like, anytime I'm doing any design stuff, I'm like, Illustrator is my go-to. And I feel like just even watching like YouTube tutorials, watching other graphic designers and see how they use the different features in Illustrator, because there is so much you can do. Like, I feel like there's some days where I'll discover a new feature. I'm like, I've been using this for years and I didn't know this existed. Like, what the heck?
that. Yeah.
And even like watching different Adobe Lives
I
when
was
people
just
are
gonna say
doing
that.
live stuff,
Yeah.
I'm like, I had a friend who recently did Adobe Live, and I remember she said to the girl who, like, she was hosting, and the other girl was kind of just, like, going through her design process. She's like, I'm learning so much right now. Like,
So
literally,
true.
like, there's so many shortcuts, too, that, like, I have yet to discover. And I'm just, like, feel like every time I open this, I'm learning
You're
something
learning
new.
something. It's
exactly.
so true. I feel that way every time I watch an Adobe Live, like any
Yeah,
YouTube
like-
series. I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like, Illustrator, like, just has so many crazy things, and I'm still, like, learning something new every time I open it.
So true.
So-
I love this bag. It's so
Yes,
cute.
I know, adorable. So for this one, since this is just like a line, I'm going to use the outline stroke button, which pretty much changes this from just a stroke line to an actual shape, which makes it much easier for editing. So now when I use the eyedropper tool, perfect.
Oh, so cute.
Yes.
I'm loving these.
And then lastly, we'll do some cat eye sunglasses.
this.
Hopefully this might be a tricky one, but because yesterday when I was trying to do this, I was trying to practice a little bit, just like make sure everything works well, and it was not liking cat eye sunglasses, but we're gonna give her a try.
I love this.
And it's just like a couple seconds to generate, but again, like, it's much faster in the
Then-
end
yeah.
than actually
Starting
designing
from
it,
scratch,
unless you're
exactly.
like super speedy with it.
So true.
Okay.
The replays will be available on the Adobe Live YouTube channel. You can find them on the YouTube channel once this is ended. The stream will still be live.
And with the Generate
So
Vectors
cute.
tool, you can like continue to generate more
Okay.
if you don't like the options that it's given
Giving you.
you. Because I don't know how I feel about these. They're not getting cat eye. They're getting like
aviator almost.
yeah, like
pilot.
Ray-Ban
Yeah.
vibes. And also another fun feature with the Generate Vectors tool is that if you have one that you like but you want some minor changes to it, or you want similar generations made, you can just press these three dots and you can say if it's a good result, a poor result, and then you can also generate similar, which is very helpful if like there's one small thing you don't like about
Yeah.
it, or like you like
It's on the
where they
right
were going with
track.
the
Yeah.
idea, but you don't like exactly how it was
that.
executed. It just makes everything so much easier. So we're going to try again. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to do these cat eye sunglasses. But again, I've been saying earlier, not all technology is ever perfect, but it is still, like, so amazing.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, like, mind-blowing that, like, I can just type what I want, and it gives me it automatically. I'm like, yes. Okay, these ones are a little bit better. Honestly, we just won't do the sunglasses. It's okay.
I feel like I have such good ones, though.
Yeah, these ones are so cute so
cute.
far. So I'm going to do a hashtag. This one I'm just going to simply make by myself. This is literally going to take like 10 seconds. So I'm using the pen tool, and I'm just going to quickly draw a straight line. So you just click for one point, and then I'm using the shift button, which makes it a straight line down instead of like having to manually stay so still. Just makes your life so much easier. And then I'm going to increase the stroke on that until it's like a good thickness that I like. Then holding the Option key on my keyboard, you're able to drag and make a copy.
Okay.
And it's so simple. Then I'm going to use Command G and group these together. And then I'm going to do the same thing where I press the Option button and drag it out, and then I'm going to just rotate that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. And you have a hashtag button.
So cute.
So simple. And then using the align tool is just to make sure that it is centered. And then I'm going to add a round cap on my stroke just so that it's like bubbly and rounded and kind of matches our vibe.
So cute.
I'm also gonna shrink this down a little bit just so it's like, sorry. Okay, perfect.
I love that.
And then I'm going to, again, use the outline stroke tool. It just makes my life so much easier. And then I'm going to select all of these, and I'm going to use the Pathfinder little tab here, and I'm going to click Unite. And that just makes it all one shape, so you don't have to, like, be playing around with a bunch of different shapes. Makes everything so much easier.
Cute.
And there we go. Now we have all of these cute little custom icons for our brand that were literally made so simply by just typing in exactly what I needed.
I love this.
So now I'm going to quickly make a couple artboards and kind of put them all on their own artboard so I can just save them individually.
Cute. And do they have to be individual to go over to Express, or can you bring like the whole board over?
I think it's just easier to do it individually because I'm going to save them as like PNG files instead. Because I know they don't have the feature yet to upload as an SVG, which is like a file that you can kind of edit the colors in Express.
Cute.
So we're just dragging all of these over onto their own artboards. And then we are going to play around with creating graphics for all of the stuff you guys put on the content calendar. And it's going to be so fun.
So good.
So...
And I feel like Express is the perfect starting point for someone who's so new to design and just looking to get their graphics.
Yes.
This is going to be...
Even like my sister, like she like creates graphics for her own stuff, and I'm like, use Express. Like it's literally amazing. It's so simple. There's so many crazy things you can do with it.
So true.
Okay, so we're just saving these.
Cute. And then I think we'll start with real covers.
Okay, awesome. So let's open up Express. I already started, but I'll make a new page with...
Did you know you can also drag your icons into the Libraries tab and they all literally connect to Adobe Express?
I did not know.
I think I learned that on one of the streams Brittney was on.
Oh my gosh,
so
wow.
There we go.
Well, I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know. Because the thing is, I feel like everyone's design process is so different, even though we're using the same softwares. Like, I have this, like, ongoing joke with myself that, like, I always make things harder for myself. And I feel like I always just, like, end up doing something in a way that, like, could easily be such a simpler process. And I'm like, why am I taking, like, 30 minutes to do something I can do in, like, 2 minutes? But I'm just complicated. Sorry.
I feel like you're still learning, you're still getting into your workflow, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's gonna develop.
For
as you're
sure.
developing.
So I have all of these saved here. I'm just going to drag and drop them into one file so that
Cute.
they all are in our library.
These are going to be so fun in the graphic.
So we're starting off with Reels cover,
Yeah,
right?
so we'll start with the Reels cover.
Let me just make sure all of these are in our stuff. Perfect.
There we go. Cute.
So,
Okay.
what kind of reel cover are we doing?
We are doing, so we were talking about storytelling, like behind the scenes kind of reels. So I feel like if we make a cover that kind of incorporates both storytelling and behind the scenes, that's
Okay, cute.
kind of optional if people aren't crazy or want that aesthetic
For
that you were
sure.
talking about earlier.
Okay, so I'm gonna go into our Socialista Club brand board. And
I
one
feel-
thing, sorry.
Go ahead.
One thing I love about Express is how easily you can upload an entire brand pretty much. And you can include the logos, the colors, the fonts you use, like, and just, it's all located in one place. Like, you don't have to be, like, going back and forth between softwares. Like, it's just makes it so much easier.
I was going to say the exact
the
same
best.
thing. And even under assets, like we always add our team photos as they come up. So under assets, we have them for Socials and Stilettos. So it's so great that it's all in one place. And then the designers, everybody kind of has access to all of that.
Exactly. Okay, so starting off, I am going to use our Boston Angel font.
Cute.
Super cute. So what text should I be putting? What do you think?
I wonder if we do, like, come. I want to say, like, come behind the scenes with me or join a day in my life or
Okay.
something along those lines.
Okay, we're just gonna play around with
Yeah.
it. So I'll write.
Cute.
I'm also like always making spelling errors. Like that's like my
I feel
one
like
thing.
typing
is, like,
live is even worse.
I
I'm like,
type
this is
so
the thing.
yeah,
Oh my gosh.
and I type so fast that like I'll like mess something up, and I'm like, oh
So
my gosh,
true.
like.
So
We'll
true.
do like something like that maybe,
Cute.
and then add another text box. I'm gonna change to our other font. Let me do this in a different way.
And what do you think is like most important graphics wise or visual wise when you're looking at a Reels cover on a feed?
I just, something that's engaging and like kind of really eye-catching. I also feel like text is good, but like don't overdo it, you know?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Like something pretty minimal, I feel like, is always the vibe.
And I
So
feel like
do-
it's always a good mixture to have like a portion. Not all your reels have to have reel covers, but having that option is nice, and it kind of gives the aesthetic
exactly.
to the feed, but also having like the actual reel be its own cover is great for the feed. This is so cute.
And I feel like design is also just about playing around. Like, I make so many changes. Like, I'll literally be like looking at it and I'm like, okay,
The little
fixed. And like, it's just, you're constantly making changes. So like, you
true.
guys are going to see me like continuing to adjust everything. Like, just don't mind me. Like, I know I had it rotated. Now I want it straight. So please leave me alone. Okay, so
like a
what
dull
else
designer.
can we add to this? We have a bunch of icons
I was
and
gonna say, what
logos
if we do-
already, so we
yeah.
definitely want to add one of these in there. Maybe we'll do like something like this. You can put it at the top, or you can just like rotate it, kind of add a couple in there maybe.
Cute.
Yes, and then we have the ones that I also just uploaded as
Yeah.
well. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Yeah, so maybe we can do the lipstick.
I love that. This is so cute.
And it's so easy. Like, Express
Yeah,
makes things
it
so
really-
easy. It's just like, I really do like Express. Like, if I'm just
love
making
this.
something super quick and like I just like don't feel like pulling out my laptop
Yeah.
and pulling out Illustrator, I'm
Yeah.
like, Express is my go-to right now.
Yeah.
Like, I just absolutely love it.
And it's so nice you have it on the, like, you can use it on your phone, your
Exactly.
iPad. You can kind of use it on
And there's just so
everything.
many assets too. Like, for example, I want like some cute sparkles like somewhere around the text. I can go to icons, and it gives me all of these different options. Like,
I love sparkles.
yes, we love sparkles and pink. if you couldn't tell. Yeah, we'll do something like that.
Kate said she is loving how this is coming together.
Thank you, Kate. Shout out to Kate again.
Kate,
we miss you. We
miss
love you. I'm also I kind of want to make this letter spacing a bit tighter. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Elements tool. I'm going to Shapes, and I'm going to find a little rounded rectangle, and I'm going to change this up a little bit. So, like I said, I'm always changing things. I'm always making changes. So we'll do something like that maybe. Change this to that color, and then drag this layer up.
Oh my gosh, I love that layers feature. It's so nice on the side.
It's so, like, easily accessible, too. Like, I don't think, because when I was using it at first, I had this off. And then I clicked it one time, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, see, this is what I mean. Like, you're constantly learning new things, and it's, like, the simplest features that, like, I should know this exists. I'm like, I didn't know this existed. And then I found it, and I'm like, well, that makes my life so much easier.
Yeah, it really does. What are your, like, favorite features or, like, hidden features that you love in Express?
Good question. I love the remove background feature.
Yeah.
I feel like it just works so quickly. Because when I've edited pictures in the past, I've, like, done it on my phone and manually, like, dragged around the background, which, like, I know even in Photoshop, there are so many easier ways to do it. But I like, when I'm doing stuff like that, when I'm masking images, I like to do it on my phone. I feel like I can be more, like, I'm able to see it better, I guess. Even though it's a bigger screen on my laptop, I feel like I do it better on my phone. So that feature is awesome. It worked so efficiently. And I also love the Generate Text Effects tool. I used it for the first time when I did some work for the Adobe Live Instagram. And I was, like, playing around with it because I didn't even know it existed until Brittney mentioned it to me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, this changes everything. Like, you can do so much cute stuff. So, yeah, this is, like, a cute little Reels cover. You can obviously play around with moving around the graphics. You can add things to the background if you like. But we're going to keep it very minimal for this stream.
That,
just so that we can get a couple done. But yeah, you can rotate these around, literally do whatever the heck you want to do with us. And it's just so fun to play around in Illustrator. So what is next?
We are going to do a quote graphic.
Cute. Okay. So we're doing this size, right?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So for quote graphic, we can keep it pretty simple. I think I'm going to do a pink background and we'll do lighter colored texts. So we can also just even take a look at the templates that they already have made, even just to get inspiration.
They were so good.
I've, like, played around with templates, like, as long as you're making them your own, even, like, it just makes the difference. Like, it's so much easier to sometimes to, like, have that template and work with that instead of, like, starting off on your own, especially if you're not a graphic designer. It's just very, very simple.
That's my alley.
Why is, like, nothing coming up, though?
Let us know in the chat, are you a designer who likes designing on a computer, or are you more on your phone and tablet? Team Socials and Stilettos said they love designing on a computer. I feel like I'm a computer too if I'm using Express, but it's so nice to have the convenience.
Yeah, it really just depends for me. Like, some days I work easier on my phone. Like, if I'm just, like, chilling in my room, I'm like, okay, let me just do this on my phone quick. But I do like my computer just because, like, I can see everything so largely. Cute. It's kind of random, but that is my opinion. So we'll do, I'm just going to play around with this. Cute. Let's think of, like, a cute quote.
I was just going to say,
perfect.
Let's for a quote.
I'm like, we're doing a quote, but I don't know what quote we're doing.
Be a stiletto in a room full of flats. I feel like that's our quote. We, like, we love this.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to just start off with a text box. Be a stiletto.
We have lots of computer designers. And I feel like iPad is a great one to do. I haven't played around with it much, but I feel like that's the second best to computer. I'm loving this.
Playing around with colors. I'm going to do this lowercase. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I'm going to play around with the text. I love playing around with text. So we'll do...
Proud mother Socialista moment. Yay for using this quote. Took me a minute. I was gonna Google, but we pulled it out. And I feel like a great way, we discussed this in my first stream with Brittney, but I feel like a great way to make a quoted carousel is just changing the color of the background and making multiple varieties. And Instagram loves carousels. So
Yes,
I feel like
I personally love carousels,
I'm the same way,
especially when
too.
they're like engaging. They're like swipe next and like see.
yeah, it's
And I'm
so
like,
true.
I will swipe
Yeah,
next. I do
exactly.
want to see. Like, let me know what's going on.
And I'm the same way with a quote. Like, I'm like, oh, there's a quote. And then I'm like, oh, is there more quotes? Or is there, like, are you just changing the color? And I swipe through the whole thing, and I'm like, oh, it's just different colors.
Yeah.
But I'm that person.
So we'll do something cool like this, where like for the
So cute.
stiletto and flats, we're going to do it a different
I love
font.
this.
So that it's still consistent with our branding, but it just makes it pop out a bit more.
I love this.
Or, again, guys, I should just play around with it. There's no correct way to design. Just do your thing and have fun.
That's such a good motto.
Yes. Do your thing. Have a good time. If you like it, it is design. So that kind of rhymed.
It is. Yeah. You're like,
I'm on fire right now.
I
Okay.
love this.
So we'll increase the size of that.
As a designer, what do you think 2025 trends are going to be?
Oh gosh, I have no clue. I feel like it is so ever changing.
Changing?
Like,
Yeah.
I can barely keep up with the design trends. But I feel like I've seen a lot of like very bold retro color palettes being
coming back.
used lately, and like the kind of like retro illustrations.
I
Like
love
there are
that.
so many artists that I follow on Instagram who like do very like cool retro characters and stuff like that, and I feel like everyone is loving that right now. And maybe it was already trending and I'm behind. I feel like I've seen
it's
a
very
lot of
new.
that.
Yeah, totally.
One thing I'm gonna do for this is I'm gonna find like a paper texture.
Oh, I love this.
And we're gonna add that in the background.
I love playing around with textures
Yeah,
too.
same. I am a texture girly. Like, I think like it just makes such a difference.
It adds, yeah.
I
Totally.
don't really like that one. I'm so picky. I'm sorry.
But it shows how much versatility and how many options there are
Yeah,
really
exactly.
in Express. It's incredible.
So I'm just gonna, I'm doing the blend mode to multiply, and
Okay.
then I'm going to just resize that so it fits the background, and I'm gonna drag it to the back, and it just like makes such like a little minor change, but it's still
I love that.
noticeable. So that is that. I'm gonna group everything together.
Cute.
And then I also want to add little quote symbols.
Marks, yeah. I was like, what are those called?
Like little quote. Oh my god, what did... Anyways.
It's like, you need more paper.
Yeah, like we don't need another texture. We're okay. Let's see how that looks. Oh, that's cute. Okay.
It's very cute.
So we're gonna I'm gonna put one up here and then one down here.
Cute.
Or should I put it, what do you think? Over here? Or over here?
I feel like over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. Super
Cute,
cute.
yeah.
And then we're gonna change the color again to match our branding. And I'll center this a bit more.
Cute.
Oh. That's why it wasn't centering properly. And there we go.
I
A
love
super cute little
this.
quote.
So cute.
I'm gonna,
Okay.
sorry, I'm just gonna do one more
No, all
thing.
good.
We are going to,
You can really see the difference in text now. It's crazy.
yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna do anything. We're gonna leave it at that. So that's something else you can do.
That's
You
so
can create
cute.
little cute motivational quotes for your
love
page.
that.
And again, you can just like obviously play around with templates if you need to. But then you can also just do something custom and make it your own. And I feel like while that may be a little bit more difficult and tedious, it's also just so much more fun to play around and express and see all the crazy
and
things
all the
it can do.
textures and all that stuff you can play with.
Yes, exactly.
We're gonna do a meme one now.
Okay, fun. Okay.
I know. I feel like you love me.
I do.
Yeah.
I love a good meme. Okay, let me go to. I am lost right now. Pages. We're gonna add a new page. Nope, that's not how we're gonna do it. We're gonna go. Nope, here, and we'll do custom size. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna click this.
And do that one.
Yeah, and then it'll. Perfect.
Cute.
Okay, we're gonna do a fun little meme. Let me think. I like seeing those ones that kind of like look like it's a tweet.
Oh, cute.
And then
yeah,
it's
I love
like
those.
kind of
yeah.
customized to
Yeah.
their branding, but it
So
looks
cute.
like something from Twitter. So
Cute.
that's what we're going to do. So I am going to go to the Elements tool. We will bring in a rounded rectangle. Kind of just resize it so that it's like an appropriate size to fit a good chunk of text.
Cute.
And then, do you think this pink or this pink? Sorry, I always need like another perspective.
No, I'm bright pink. I'm bright pink all the way.
This one or this?
This one.
This one. Okay,
Yeah.
cute.
So me.
Yes, I love that. I'm gonna decrease the corner roundness a little bit. Just personal preference. Doesn't really matter. You guys can obviously do this however you want to. I'm just like, I'm doing it how I want to. So,
Side note, we're gonna resize to 4x3.
Okay.
They did Instagram's now featuring.
Oh, I think it is.
Favoring that. It is okay.
Hold on. I think. Oh.
All good. If not, we keep it like that. That's good.
Okay.
There we go.
perfect.
A little bit. There we go.
Okay,
Perfect.
awesome.
Okay.
So, anyways, yeah. So I'm gonna
Sidetrack.
make this. I was like, oh shoot.
Back on track.
We are back. So maybe I'll
this.
do like Socialista Club.
Cute.
Socialista Cub. And resize that a bit. I think I'm gonna do this in Boston Angel font, which is like our main font.
I love the name of that font.
I know, it's so cute. I have
cute.
a friend from Boston, and I like said like, oh my god, I found a font named after you. And I sent her, and she's like, that is so cute. And I'm like, I just
So
had
cute.
to. And then we'll do a little fake like Twitter username just to add that in there. And then
Oh my gosh, no. We mean 4x3 ratio, which is 1350 by 1080 portrait.
that's what I had it as.
Okay.
So we'll go
That's
back.
my fault. Sorry.
How much? Sorry, 1350.
1350 by 1080. There we go.
Got you. I kind of figured it was the right
All
size.
good.
But I was
No,
like, I just
sorry.
want to make sure. It's okay.
Perfect,
We're
okay.
good,
We're
and we're
good.
back on track. I'm going to play around with the letter spacing of this a little bit so it doesn't look so like bunched together.
Up. Yeah.
And then for the logo, like you would see on like a tweet, I'm just going to grab a circle
Cute.
and change it to this like kind of really light off-white color.
Brittney said she's throwing us off.
Yeah, Brittney, like
We're giving all the
we're doing
curveballs.
our thing. Oh my god, I'm gonna go out and be like, girl, you're trying to throw me off in the middle of my live stream. I was already nervous enough. Okay, yeah, so
killing it.
I'm gonna go to your stuff maybe, or I'll go to brands, logos,
Cute.
and then we will just take this and drag it over the circle, and you made like a cute little Twitter icon
Cute.
logo. Oh, I did not do. My computer like just like has a mind of its own sometimes, I swear.
And I feel like these are so customizable for
Exactly.
other business
you
owners.
Can literally
It's so simple.
change the colors, the fonts to whatever the
yeah.
heck you want, and it will still look like a tweet.
Like, yeah, exactly.
As
So
long as you
cute.
like keep the layout pretty similar, it looks so cute. So what should we write?
Val said we both look so good. We don't look nervous at all. So thank you, Val, for hyping
Thank
us up.
I've never done anything like this before, and like last night I was like, oh my gosh,
And it
like,
hit me too
am I
last
really
night.
doing this tomorrow? Like, me and Sam in the other room when you guys were on, like, we were literally, like, Sam was, like, pacing around, just like, I'm nervous. Sorry to expose you, Sam, love you. But we were just dying, and, like, we were just, like, looking at the time, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But I'm glad everything is going smoothly, and I'm glad I don't look nervous.
What can we put? Great question. Let me. I feel like we had some on our page. Let's see
Yeah,
if
we
I can
definitely
find
do.
them.
We can just, like, remake it.
Hmm.
I'm also gonna, like, search up some of the little icons that you'll
Cute,
usually
okay.
see on the bottom of a tweet, like the share, the like, retweet, whatever, and throw those in. So we will do, like, repost. And it gives you so many options. Again, like, literally just makes my
Yeah.
life so much easier than creating it myself. Like,
So true. So
as
true.
much as I love creating custom graphics, like, sometimes I'm just,
Yeah.
sometimes I gotta take the lazy way, and I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna take the easy way out. We're gonna put in a heart, and I'm just gonna try to resize these so that they're all, like, approximately the same size.
Cute. Okay.
Then we'll do share. For any, like, Twitter users out there, or X, sorry, I keep calling it
Yeah, I was
Twitter.
gonna
Like,
say,
oh my
you
gosh.
really-
I'm behind. But if there's, like, any other icons that you guys can think that I should add on the bottom, please let me know, because I'm not, like, a big user of the app, and, like, I feel like there's, like, one more that I'm missing.
The speech bubble
Yes, that's what I'm missing.
and the arrow that
Okay.
shares. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
still...
I have that
okay,
one.
Yeah, that
I just,
one's
like, did a
perfect. Yeah.
different one.
Cute.
But
Okay.
let's do...
And I wonder if we should put placeholder tags. Some people can just...
Yeah, so I can just leave this like
Yeah,
this
I
if
ju-
you would
yeah,
like.
exactly,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
So you guys can, like, pretty much just put any kind of meme, or, like, even if it's just, like, a promotional post, something
yeah,
like that. You can
exactly.
honestly do anything with this. Like, it doesn't specifically have to be a meme.
And I
It
feel
can
like
be
you can even
anything
share
you
like a
like.
thought. You could share like a
Yeah,
quote in here as well to
exactly.
like kind of differentiate your feed.
For
Yeah,
sure.
100%.
Right now, I'm using the Align tool
love
and the
this
Distribute tool to horizontally distribute these
this.
all across. And, like, this feature is in Illustrator, and I didn't know about it until way too recently. And I'm like, I've been, like, manually trying
Struggle.
to...
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I just make my life harder sometimes. I'm like, why do I do this to myself?
I just learned of the vertical and horizontal, and it's been like a game changer for me. I'm like, oh
yeah,
my
it's, like, literally
goodness.
amazing. I'm also just going to put a little line going across here to kind of...
Even a special announcement, Val, that's a great point. Like if you're doing a special
Yeah,
promotion or
exactly.
announcement, this is such
It's
a great
literally-
post for it. Yeah.
So awesome.
I love this.
And it's just, like, so versatile to use this. Like, even if you want to, like, add, like, a picture.
Yeah.
And, like, if you want to, like, if you need more room, you can always
Play
extend
around
this.
with the
And
spacing.
I'm going to
Yeah.
group these together so
I was
that
just gonna say that. if
they
we group-
can
yeah.
move them as they please.
Cute.
But even if you want more space, you can easily just move
Yeah.
everything down, and you have all the space you need. If you want to include a picture maybe or something, like, again, this was supposed to be it for a meme. So if we wanted to, like, include a funny picture,
Cute.
you have the space to do so, which
Cute.
is awesome. We'll just
Love
center
this.
that. And perfect.
Love
Super
this.
cute.
Very cute. We have a question in the chat. So, any tips for designing an Instagram portrait while keeping your grid in mind? Like the Instagram grid is only square preview.
Yeah, I feel like I'm mainly with my pictures, I try to keep all the text in the
I was just
center
gonna
just
say that,
because
yeah.
you don't want, like, it to be, like, sort of off center.
Yeah.
So if you're doing stuff like that, try to mainly focus, even, like, if things are adjusted, like, differently, like if you have something rotated, just try to keep it all in the middle. And I feel like that helps visually, that, like, nothing
In the
looks like
feed.
out of place.
Yeah,
You know what
exactly.
I mean?
It's so true. I think just keeping those borders in line are good.
Exactly.
A good tip. I love this. So
Okay.
cute. Okay, I feel like we have time for one more.
Yes, we do.
So do we want to do like a flash sale one, or do you want to do like a testimonial, or like trying to think of what else we did here?
I can do a testimonial.
love
I
a
feel like that's
testimonial
fun.
one.
Yes.
Cute. Okay.
With the same size, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to change the background color, but I'm going to keep this box here because I think it helps.
I
it
love
will
this
be useful
color.
in this. And we're going to just take all those out.
Cute.
For this text, I'm just going to maybe say, like, what our clients are saying.
Yeah.
Or something fun like that.
Or even love notes.
That's so
For
cute.
Valentine's, like, coming up, we can totally, yeah.
Okay, yes. That
Cute.
gives me some, I just had some ideas in my brain.
Oh, perfect.
I love when people say things and it sparks an
Sparks
idea for
stuff,
me. I'm
yeah.
like, yes. Yes.
We can use your heart. We have so much we can do
Yes,
with
I want to
this
add
one.
some like cute little hearts
I love
around
this.
this.
Love.
I'll do, how about love notes from our clients?
Cute, yeah. It doesn't just look like it's
Yeah. It's just like love notes.
love
like,
notes.
Who
What
is
are
sending
these girls
love
doing?
notes? Okay, so I'm
Love
going
this.
to change that to our other font. We'll do Sora semi-bold. And then I'm going to play around with the spacing a little bit. Okay. Super cute.
Love this.
Okay. And we will take all this stuff out. So we're going to keep this box here. I think I'm going to
Cute.
make the corners a little bit rounder.
I didn't know that existed.
Really?
I'm like,
yes.
what are you doing? I love
And
this.
then you can like also change the thickness, but yeah, I'm gonna make that a little bit rounder. I'll try to do like a couple of these.
Cute.
So we will shrink this a little bit. I'll do one here. Oh, nope. That's not what I was supposed to do. One here, and then I'll center one between.
Love this. I feel like it's so great that you can play around with the formatting too. If you have more or less, you
Exactly.
can just get rid of the bubbles as needed.
Exactly.
Love this.
And again, like I said earlier, with Express, you can also use the option button on your keyboard and drag, and it does the same thing.
Ah.
It duplicates. That is like my favorite
my
tool
God, I'm
ever.
learning
I
all
am
these new
always using
things.
that because I'm always needing to like duplicate things, and I'm like, this makes my life so much easier than like copying and pasting it and then trying to drag it and make it exactly even. I'm like, absolutely not.
I love this.
So I'm gonna add in. We'll use some of the graphics that I made.
Yeah,
I'll use the
totally.
little hearts.
Cute.
We'll just add some little hearts all around.
And I feel like if we have time, we should add the hashtag to the tweet post that
Oh,
we did.
yes.
I just thought of that.
That's
I
a
was
good
like, the tweet.
idea. Yes, Nicole. Nicole's going to take my job, too.
No.
Graphic designer.
This is not me.
It's so funny. I keep telling Sam, like, you're going to take my
She's
job.
like a
She's
little
like,
secret
no. And I'm like,
designer,
yeah,
really.
she's so good. I'm like, oh my gosh, why were you hiding this from us? Like, you can help me with things.
So true.
Okay, I think that looks pretty
Cute.
cute.
I
We can
love
also
that.
just like scatter some hearts around
Yeah.
if we want, like just kind of put them everywhere. Super cute. So then, one thing I think is cute in a testimonial post is to like
What was the last
some
shortcut? I
stars.
caught it part way in for duplicating.
you hold down the option button on your keyboard, and then once you just keep holding it while you're dragging whatever you want to duplicate.
Option drag
And
then.
it's done.
Okay.
But don't let go of the option button before you finish dragging, because I do that all the time and it doesn't
You're
work.
moving.
Like I'll be like holding it and then I let go and I'm like, I just moved it and now it's out of place. But one thing I like doing on little client testimonials like this is putting little stars just to like be like 5-star review.
Yeah, that's so cute.
And they'll all just have 5 stars.
Obviously.
Yes, of course. So we'll just do 1, 2, and then Command D. You can also just duplicate
gosh, I'm really
exactly
learning
how
all the tools.
you moved it. And then I group them all together, Command G, and I can do it like that. And then I'm
You're
gonna
like a
do.
shortcut queen.
Oh yes, because I used to never, and then I saw like all these like I've seen so many TikToks, and they're like
People doing all these
Illustrator shortcuts, and I'm like, okay, I need to like memorize these. I've even seen like people will get like a keyboard cover, and I'm like, someone
thinking
needs
of
to get me this, or I need to get it for myself because that will help me so much to like actually see like, oh, this does this for me like so easily, and I'm like, it's just
so true.
there's so many things like. I just still need to learn.
It's so
I'm
true.
always learning. Like,
It's so true.
every time I open these softwares, I'm learning
You're
something
learning
new.
this. Yeah.
So yeah, and then here you
love
can
that.
just write
Perfect.
like anything you
Yeah,
want.
cute.
And we'll
So
shrink this
cute.
down a bit. And then yeah, I'm gonna go back and add the hashtag icons. And then we can add even on the other ones, maybe we can add a few more of those icons.
For sure.
And even the icons that we already have.
Yeah.
Because those are so cute as well, all the different
Totally.
logos.
I love that.
Super
so
cute.
That was so simple. That was so
Yeah,
quick.
it's very easy.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So yeah, you could even, let's go to your stuff. And then
And I
wish
have
did
another
it a
question for
different
you.
color.
What is your biggest thing that you learned in 2024 as a designer? I know you're still in
Oh my
school
gosh,
too, so
what a like loaded question. I think so. For those of you who don't know, maybe some of you do. I've been in San Francisco with Adobe before. Last summer, I went to the Next Gen Summit, and I feel like I learned so much from
there.
other creatives just about being yourself. And I feel like I met so many people who like were so sure of themselves and like confident with themselves. And I feel like I was at a time in my life where I was like very like my design work sucks and like la 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 and like everyone like there were so many presentations done where people were going up and showing their work, and I was like, it's so inspiring to just see other creatives around my age and like know that like they know they're always learning as well, if that makes sense. And like I just like I feel like I learned so much from that trip, and I feel like I came back and I was like
a new person.
I felt like a lot more confident in my work, I guess.
Yeah.
And from there, I feel like that really also motivated me to start building up my Instagram page. Yeah, and really getting into the design world, which kind of like led me to starting here and like working with you guys, and it's just so awesome.
I love that.
I'm also just adding in some heels.
So
just
cute.
fun.
Always. You can always add heels. There's a question. I don't know if you know. If you had a JPEG or PNG file template you've been using, is there a way to import that into Express as a template?
I don't think so.
I
think it would have to like maybe be remade, but that could definitely be a feature they added in the future.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're always working behind the scenes. This is so cute. I love this.
And then we'll add something cute here, maybe a heart.
Cute.
Or we can maybe put it there. One thing I hope Express does soon is that I don't think I can like change the colors of these in Express.
Yeah.
Which would definitely be helpful, but
yeah.
For now we'll just keep it at that little pink.
That's so cute though.
And yeah, so that's what we have, guys.
So cute.
All these fun little templates that were made so simply and just solely using Express, besides like the little icons. But you can also find so many different icons in Express itself that are fully customizable. Like these stars, I just found in Express. You can change the color, you can change the size however you want. Like it's so simple.
Totally customizable.
So easy.
Cute. Okay. Do you want to get a remixable link?
Yes.
Get your phones ready, everybody. We're gonna have the link in a second. Make a template. You're right. Okay, and then you just do public. Yeah. Rename.
Templates.
And we're gonna have to redo it. Bianca, hit share again. We missed a step.
Oh, sorry.
I do the same thing.
Oh, good. Okay, wait. Let me.
Learning in process. It takes a second.
Okay.
We'll just wait for
any questions in the comments. Let us know. Okay, there we go. We are back. Make a template. So we'll just do Instagram.
And then where it says Socialista Club, you just want to change it to public link.
Oh, okay, cool.
That means everybody can access
I got ahead of myself.
Yeah, I was like,
create a public template.
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome.
Perfect. Okay, get your phones ready. We are going to have a template link ready shortly. As it's working its magic.
Yes, she's taking her time, but it's okay.
Like, these turned out so good. I'm obsessed with them all.
Yeah. I feel like there's so much more you can do on Express. Again, like, we just did all this in, like, about 40 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
If you have the time to, like, continuously be playing around, I feel like I've made so much cool stuff in Express when I've had more time to, like, focus on each individual post.
Cute.
But yeah, so
now you're going to copy the link and then go to the
do
QR.
a QR code.
Yeah,
okay,
perfect.
Awesome.
And then you can get your phones ready. We have so much more coming up in the Slay Your Socials Bootcamp. And next up we have Brittney and Samantha, who are going to be going into video content in Premiere Pro as well as Express and doing a lot of collaborating. And then Bianca will be back and they're going to be talking about Instagram presence, which is so exciting.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a good one.
I feel like I'm going to learn so much from Brittney.
Yeah.
She's like the social media queen. Yeah, and I'm like, I'm not a marketing girly. I just do the fun little design stuff. So I definitely want to learn more. But this is the QR code right here. You guys can scan it and get access to these templates so you can use them whenever you please. And they're fully customizable. And yeah,
love this.
It's so much fun.
Thank you so much. And stay tuned. We have 2 more streams coming up, and Bianca will be back.
Yes, I will be back. One more time.
Hey everyone! Today we're at the Adobe offices for a day of filming short form content for TikTok and Reels.
We're going to take you behind the scenes to show you all of our juicy secrets, so come along with us.
So now that we have all these clips that you're going to be editing in our next live stream, I have a couple of questions for you. So starting off, do you think it's important to have fancy equipment when creating successful short video content?
Definitely not. You can create content with like a lot of different things that you can get on Amazon, honestly. So we have like an octobody that you can stick on your phone and it can stick to any hard surface, or even like these lights where like it literally just makes your video so much higher quality. Just like it amps it up. Like you don't need to spend thousands of bucks on like high quality cameras.
Do you think that hopping on every single trend going around is important?
I would say no, just because you don't want to force content that doesn't fit your brand identity and it doesn't really match with your customer base. And honestly, like, you want to stay like authentic to your community, and forcing a trend just wouldn't make sense.
What is your top tip for being confident on camera?
Definitely be yourself, and just practice makes perfect. If you don't get it, your first time, just keep going, just because you'll get better over time.
And lastly, how does someone make their content stand out?
Definitely using your brand elements such as fonts, logos, colors, which is all be found or done in Adobe Express, which we're going to be covering in the next live stream, so stay tuned for that.
Thanks so much, Samantha. So yes, be sure to stick around. We have so much more coming from Slay Your Socials Bootcamp, and we can't wait to see you guys there. Stay social. Hey everyone! Today we're at the Adobe offices for a day of filming short form content for TikTok and Reels.
We're gonna take you behind the scenes to show you all of our juicy.
Hey Adobe Live family, welcome back. You feel so far away, girl. Get over here. Samantha and I are back, and we're going to be talking about Reels editing.
Yep.
And we're going to kind of do like tag team this one.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, like it's funny because like I'm somebody who loves editing in Premiere Pro, and Samantha's somebody who loves editing in Adobe Express, and we like have different purposes for different things. And I think when it comes to video editing, which I'm sure you saw in that little in-between clip, there's so many different things that you can do, and it's really about finding what works best for you. If you're somebody that gets intimidated by a big program like Premiere Pro, then you'll want to kind of pay attention to what Samantha's doing, because Adobe Express is like that girl. We're gonna call her that girl. She's that girl for anybody who really like gets a little more intimidated or maybe doesn't have a lot of time to learn a new program. But if you want to take it up a next level, then Premiere Pro it's my baby. I feel like I gave birth to this program.
I feel like you need to like teach me how to use it.
Yes, we say this all the time, and we're always working. And
I know
today's
we
the
get
day.
like so distracted, but we're saying it now, so it's like in the air.
Today's the day. I'm so excited. So we're going to flip into my screen, and you would have just seen in between, we're going to actually show Premiere Pro. Sorry, we're getting our screens organized here. You would have seen in the clip in between the last live stream segment and this one now, that yesterday we were at one of the other Adobe Live offices, and I say Adobe Live. It's really Adobe the Adobe office, but Adobe Live runs the game. Let's be honest. So we were at the other office, and we have so many like behind the scenes clips that the team was taking that I wanted to kind of just compile into a little mini vloggy kind of
BTS type of video.
Yeah, like one of those little behind the scenes kind of video that we were talking about in the very first stream today, that Nicole and I were talking about how important it is to like take your audience with you behind the scenes. Now, if you're somebody who, like I said, like wants to take your video editing game up a level or two to the next level, Premiere Pro is going to be your best friend because it is an advanced video editing software. But I think that a lot of people, like when they jump into Premiere Pro, like they get confused by like the workplace and like the way it's set up and like the way that it looks.
I'm like already looking at this. I'm like, this looks so
what
like
is
complicated.
What is she doing? And I feel like that though, like that's how I feel like when I see Bianca designing in Illustrator, I'm like, what, where, how? Like,
I'm like, what is she doing? And like, how did it turn out well?
I don't even know. It's like, girl, kudos to you. But I feel like making sure your workspace is set up is the first thing that I really want to go through with you. So when I first started using Premiere Pro, when I learned that there's multiple different workplace, I want to say like setups for, is there a way for me to, let me see. There we go. No, why? I have this full screen, but I'm wondering if there's a way for me not to. I'm sorry, Jacob. I need your help. I don't know if it's because it's like full screen and it won't let me move. It's so I can like, see my setting. Like I want to be able to see. You see what I mean? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. Oh, so this is Jacob. Jacob is production. Jacob is life. Jacob also uses Premiere Pro.
Yeah, you just go. Yeah, it's just
Perfect.
glitched out.
Thank you so much. I literally stressed out for a second. I was like, no, this is not happening today. So you can see, like, I actually have a bunch of different workspaces set up. So if we go into like changing my different workspaces, it's going to take a second because it's like loading. But like when I have text-based editing, I like have my my Premiere Pro set up one way because you can edit off of a transcript. So like when I was editing the video of you and Bianca that just played before, where you guys were doing like that little cute little interview stuff. Yeah. I didn't even like, you're going to laugh. I didn't even like listen to you guys because I'm like, you guys talk a lot, girl.
Yeah, I know. I think the video was like just 7 minutes
and I'm like,
yapping.
These girls talk, let me tell you. So what I ended up doing was literally looking at the transcript and just editing based off of what you guys said.
Okay.
So crazy, right? So that's a different stream for a different day. And I feel like I did a live stream a while back. Maybe Val can find the link. And we talked about text-based editing. And you can watch it later or go looking for it. I know so many amazing creatives have talked about this. But that's one of the features that I love for editing, like longer form talking to camera kind of content. But you can also see, like, I have over here, let me go back, under my workspaces, something set up for Reels editing. So now, like, if I click Reels editing, it's going to move my screen around to, like, what I normally...
That's so cool.
Right? And you can create your own workspaces and, like, edit the way that it looks based off of the different tools that you want to have or need. So, like, because normally when I edit Reels, like, when we have talking Reels, I have a transcript here, right? But because this has no audio because it's just behind the scenes clips, I can literally, like, close this panel, get rid of that so I have more room over here, and then move things around however I want. So like, let's say I want this on the sidebar, can move that. I can like adjust.
Wait, this is so cool. Okay, I'm gonna make you literally teach me all of this.
Teach you my ways.
Like we're literally gonna set aside half a day and we're just gonna teach me.
Right? It's so perfect. And like for me, a couple things that I like always keep up, like Essential Sound is a great panel to keep up. Again, if you have like talking to camera, because there is the audio, there we go, audio enhance, which is so perfect if you're somebody that like forgot your mic at home or your audio was just like really, really bad and there was a lot of noise in the background. This panel here, Essential Sound, is going to be your best friend. It saved me in so many different things. You can even like all of these different things, you can just kind of like pull them up, move them around, like open things that you feel like you want to see, like effects controls. This is another one. Like, you know, I like to kind of keep up depending on the type of reels that I'm editing. FX is another great one when it loads. Oh, here it is on the bottom. She was like, no, girl.
And so you can just move the panels around where you want.
Yeah, like you can literally drag and drop. Hold on a second if it lets me. So like, see, maybe I want like this timeline at the bottom. See how I just moved that there?
Yeah.
And another thing that I recently started doing is, and I found this out from another Adobe live stream. Oh my gosh, I'm going to butcher what this person had said. She did a stream and she talked about setting up your workspace in Premiere Pro. I'll find the link, send it to you.
Okay, I need that.
But like go digging on the Adobe Live videos because it's there, let me tell you. And that was the one that like really got me feeling super comfortable with Premiere. So what she does is she stacks her sequences. So the way that I think about this, and don't come for me if this is wrong and you're a video editor, because for me, I use it in a way that makes sense for me. So if I like create a new sequence, I think of it as like a new project within the same project. Even though it says project, I like think of it as a new video within the same project, right? So that's probably the best way that I can kind of say that. So I'm just going to create a new one, and I'm actually going to move this around a little bit. I have this like really zoomed in over here, which you can see. And maybe let me see, fit, perfect. We'll move this down a bit, and I'm going to resize this sequence to be for Reels. So all I did to do this is like sequence settings, and then it pops up this bar. And then all I do is I flip around the ratio. So it was 1920 by 1080. Now I'm doing 1080 by 1920. And then it flips it into Reels, right? So now see the way that this lays out, my brain would be like, okay, because it's like a longer video, what if we just like take it and pull it to the
side? Yeah.
Tell me this is
That's
not
so
amazing.
Smart. I actually never knew you can do this.
Right?
That's so
Tell me you're not lit.
Because I would be like squinting in, like
right?
looking at that little
trying
screen.
to find, and this is what I love about this. So like same with these up here, like let's say I don't really like want to see all this stuff. I can just like shrink it down. I can move this panel up here, move this over here so that I can kind of like see what I need. And then you have your sequences right here. Maybe I'm gonna like close this and shrink this a bit. If I close this, media browser, remind me to open it if I mess this up. Sometimes I move things and I'm like, I didn't need to move that.
And then you're like, where did it go?
Right.
How do I get
exactly.
it back?
And then look, so I have sequence 3. So this is like with all of my raw clips. And if I'm right, I'm not going to remember how to do this now. It's going to be somewhere. Maybe it's libraries.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to rename my sequence.
Oh.
I'm trying to rename my I never do this. I'm such an unorganized person. Like, are you somebody, chat, that renames things as you go? Or are you somebody who chooses to kind of like keep everything named whatever it pops up? Also, like, not to call Megan out, but she is this person. She'll send me an Adobe Express file and it's like untitled 3021 like edit number 4, and I'm like, girl, why didn't we just name this?
She's gonna bring this up after the live.
She's definitely gonna say something for sure. Maybe it's project. No. Anyways, I'm not gonna. I know there's a way to rename the sequence, but for this case, we're just gonna remember that sequence number 3 is all of my raw clips, and sequence number 4 is the video that I'm editing. Okay. So I want to stack this and bring them down so I can see 2 timelines, because as I cut through the clips that I want, like let's say I want this clip here, I can literally drag it down. Right? Tell me you're not screaming.
I need to use this now because I do so much of like our BTS clips.
The recaps, like this is a game changer. I feel like you have to like play around with it and like really get comfortable. And then when you like find a workspace that feels good to you, like let's say like now I know like in this kind of setting for editing videos, like any behind the scenes kind of style stuff, I'm always gonna want my video to be really big on the side. Yeah. And I'm always gonna want to have like a space to put like the raw clips and a space to put the clips that I've cut down. What you can do is now go to, where is it? Window, Workspaces, and then save as a new workspace.
Oh my God.
And do behind the scenes reels. Okay. Now I'm going to switch this. Let me show you how cool this is because you're going to scream. Okay. So let's say I switch this down to, hold on a second. I'm always going to the wrong spot because I'm so excited. Text-based editing. Yeah. Right. And now I'm like, no, actually I'm done. I want to go to behind the scenes reels editing. Bam.
Wait, that's so cool.
Right? Like, I'm sorry, can we get a round of the applause for the Premiere team? Because this is what we have needed. This is where it's at, okay? So now that we have kind of the basics and workspaces set up, like, are you excited? Do you
I'm
feel
so
good?
Excited.
Right?
I feel like I'm like learning this. Right. We don't even need to set up
You're like, I'm just going to do it myself, thank you. Okay, so now that we're kind of in here and we're going to quickly kind of put together a little mini behind the scenes recap with whatever clips uploaded before my memory card crashes, because technical difficulties are a thing and I need to use an external hard drive, and I've taken a note now today. We're going to go ahead and you cut out whatever clips that we want. So a couple of things. It doesn't really matter for this like raw clips, but like if you ever see there's a gap within your video, what I love about Premiere is you can literally click the gap and then press the delete key and it deletes the gap.
Okay.
I know. Amazing, right? So this clip here, like I always talk about this whenever we're editing behind the scenes. This is our hotel, the front lobby. So like, let's say I want to like include a little clip of the hotel. Yeah. I think like making sure that when you're doing behind the scenes reels editing, you are like cutting where you don't need this like extra fluff in your videos. So like this piece where like I'm just kind of like starting to film and deciding like what is it actually that I'm filming right now, like we can literally cut this right out. So I use the C key. That's the shortcut, the C on your, very easy to remember, C for cut. And it brings up this little razor, and then I just like cut it and then play, and then like let's say I want to cut it there, I'll just cut this now.
And then you can just drag it down.
Press V, and that's going to be now back to your select tool.
Okay.
Bring this baby down. And I'll just press keep settings. To be honest, I don't really know what that pop-up is, and I just press keep settings every single time. So if anybody knows, let me know in the chat. But I mean, yeah, that's my workflow. Take it or leave it. Okay, so we have that. And then what we'll do is we'll just keep kind of playing through the clips. I love this. Also, shout out to Samantha, who is literally on the floor.
Oh my God, yeah, I'm like
to film
right
this.
above Brittney's head right there.
Right? Like,
And I'm just like on the ground trying to get these clips.
so like this clip, you have like me kind of like directing the girls on like what to do. Do you think this is cute? Should we add this in?
Yeah, with you in it. Love
Like we
it.
could start it right from like the move.
Yeah.
Right? So I'll press that C for my little razor tool, and then maybe like there, cut it.
Yeah, like keep it nice and
Bring it
short and
down.
sweet.
I think so. Like
Yeah, I
just
love
have a little
it.
fun with it, right?
And you guys will like see, I guess, the final version, because that's what I'm going to be editing in a bit.
If you want to.
No, yeah, I definitely
I can
can.
drop it in, girl, of course.
No, because we filmed it.
Oh, sorry, I'm having a moment. Yes, that's right. You're going to see the other reels that we were filming while filming this. That's what you mean.
Yeah.
I had such a moment. I'm like, is that what you're doing right now? I'm telling you. Can you guys tell we're having way too much fun here? They're really going to kick us off the show soon. I love these clips where like we can see like the candid moments of people laughing. I feel like are so great. So anytime that we can kind of like keep those in, I just always really look for like the sweet spot. So like obviously like you don't want to include pieces where people are like getting themselves ready to film and like fixing their clothes. Like I would like really like start it from probably like here, because that's where like whoever was filming, I think it might have been, was it you filming this one? No, it was Bianca. I think she had like decided, am I going to be closer, further away? So like instead of keeping that like random movement in, we might as well just like cut that out and just use the little bit of a clip. Like see, I would start actually right from that movement, because that's like perfect. And the thing about video is that like you always want to keep it moving. Like people have the attention span of a goldfish, really, online. I think that they say you have like 3 seconds when someone's watching a reel to like for them to decide if they want to keep watching.
No, it's like my generation, like our attention spans are
That is
going
your
down.
Because you guys were raised on like screens, right? Like I see my like niece now, and let me know in the chat if anybody is kind of in the same boat. But like kids nowadays, I feel like they have like an iPad or a tablet and they know how to use it before they can like even walk.
Wait, I need to defend myself because I didn't.
You were that girl?
No, because I didn't get one until like I was like older. But I think because like they weren't out yet when I was a kid.
Oh my, true.
Right?
So it definitely is like the younger you get, though, the attention span is decreasing. That's a proven fact. Also, like, yay to Stacy flossing, and that we have this in the behind the scenes.
Oh, I love it.
How great is that?
She was such a team player.
She was the vibe. Okay, so we'll back this up and maybe like do this. And another thing with behind the scenes, like Samantha, you edit these all the time.
Yeah.
If you had to like guess how long you normally would keep any individual clip, what would it be?
I usually aim for like 2 to 4 seconds. Like I keep them depending on how much content
Like
we
what's
have.
there.
I like to keep them short so you can see more snippets. Because I feel like, you know, when you're just like walking, like,
Right.
you don't need to watch someone walk for 10 seconds.
It's true. Like, this is really a long time. I was walking.
So, like, I keep them short and sweet. And, you know, if you have several clips like that, you can always mash them all together and have you walking in different locations. So, like,
Right.
it's kind of the same people, but the background's changing.
I love that.
So that keeps it more engaging, too.
I love that. I definitely feel like, you know, you really got to pick and choose your clips is the best thing that I can say. And we have so many people joining in the chat. So, hey, Ray. Hey, Adara. Adara and I go way back with the Adobe family. So it's so great to see you and have you here. Hey, Val. Megan. Megan was like, yes, that's me
so
with
accurate.
not naming. Yeah, Nicole. We're just having way too much fun over here, you guys. Okay, so we had the clip of us walking. So
We probably have like 10 minutes of footage of us just walking around everywhere trying to get this one reel. which I'll be editing soon, is literally us in like, what was it, like 5 or 6 different locations, like scattered all over the office.
Yes.
And Bianca was just like following us with the camera everywhere.
Everywhere. The best is like vlogging our trip here though, because it was so funny because every 2 seconds I'm like to Samantha, did you get that? In
my
like
God,
the
I
Uber.
know.
And you're like,
I'm
how
just like
much
zoned
like
out,
landscape?
so like sleep deprived. And I'm just like staring at Brittney. I'm like, what are you talking about?
But it's so funny because it's like how much landscape clips can you get, but it's still like so crazy how much you can like make the more that you get. It's like better to overshoot than undershoot.
Definitely.
I think.
Well, we'll get a lot later today. We haven't even like really
We're gonna have
seen
so
the
many.
sites yet.
I know. Okay, so look at this vault clip. Is so cute. So let's choose like the best. Where would you cut this, Samantha?
Like once she starts closing it. Like, yeah. Like.
Okay, now's the real test. Are you ready to cut the clip yourself?
Oh my God, wait. I feel like I'm being put on the spot.
You are. Do you
So-
remember? It's very easy. C for cut.
And she's gonna close right. So I would like start it like right here.
Okay.
And then, so you just do that, right?
Yeah.
And then I would literally just end it there.
Okay.
And then V, right?
And V, and then you drag it
Drag it
down.
down.
Oh my gosh! She is a Premiere Pro girly now. I'm so proud.
Thank
It's
you.
a proud moment. I love it. Okay, so what are we at for time? We still have a little bit of time left to play around with this before we jump into Express. So let's keep like going through these clips and seeing like what else we can pull. And just keep in mind, we have slim pickings because not everything was uploaded, but we have a lot to work with, which is good. Okay, so I love these clips of us all walking together. Do you not feel like that's
No,
so
I love
cute? A little
them.
line moment.
These are all Bianca.
I know. Bianca's the queen of capturing us walking.
I look at every time I turn around, I'm like, Bianca's there with the gimbal.
Between you girls, like I think like you just so naturally like know when to film things, which is so great.
I feel like especially because
Yes.
I think that's
need
when we were like,
that.
Kate's gonna hear. I think we're like, Kate, if you're editing this, like, hi, and then I jumped in.
That is so cute. Okay, so we'll cut it right there. This is like a little kind of fun little
jump
moment.
scare.
Oh, that's a cute little. This was so funny. So right outside the office, I was saying to the girls, I'm like, I don't know what clip I want to do of myself, so let's just get like a random
Okay,
video
let's just
of
watch
me,
the whole thing because
like posing.
there's so many poses.
It's like this is now like 6 different reels we could have based off of this.
And then like the lighting, it was
Right?
so bright, like it was
was
blinding.
aggressive.
Yeah.
I love this one, kind of like where I point and then walk off. Maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, and I feel like that would
That
be
could be
like
like the
intro.
beginning.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that we're the same person. I always say, like, if anybody was like my mini me version at Socials and Stilettos, it's definitely
It's me.
Samantha. 100%. Okay, so let me drag this down. I'll just drag it up. And listen, again, people use Premiere however they feel comfortable. I know that these are like different layers of videos. If I need to like remember an important clip,
Yeah.
I just throw it in the top
That's
layer.
smart.
Right?
I think that's like
Okay, I feel
actually-
good that
No,
you
that's
think
a smart
that.
idea. Because then, like, who cares?
Right. Like you're editing it. No one else is going to see it. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
if people saw my files. Oh my gosh. If I sent Jacob my Premiere Pro files, he would literally be like, what are you doing? What is this? It's so funny. I can't. I love this little clip. And I love that little bit of movement. Did you see that? Like it's like a slight little bit of movement. Like just kind of like focusing in a little bit.
I'll be honest, like, I don't even think I did that on purpose.
Oh, well, I love it. I'm
I think
here
it was
for
like the
it.
gimbal, like, refocusing.
It was like,
It was definitely the gimbal.
why does Bianca look so mad here? She's like,
This is when you were, like, gossiping about something.
it was the chi.
I come out and you were, like, going off on something.
Look at her facial reaction. It must have been something good because look,
was
she's like,
something juicy.
whoa.
I, like, walked in on it and I'm like, what is she talking about?
I'm dying. This is so funny. I love this. That was us at the airport. So some clips got dropped in from the airport, which is
Yeah.
so nice. Okay, amazing. What else
That's
do we
after 6
have?
hours of no sleep.
Right. Sleep. Oh, that is so cute. Maybe we can also like start like a come with us to the Adobe office and like start with these kinds of clips, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I just forgot to press V. See what happened there? I forgot to press the V and I just cut it again. Oh, that's so cute. I love this. Also, like, yay to us vlogging. Look at us.
Yeah, we need to bring the vlog camera out today.
Yes, being vlogging queens. We do need to get you to do. Oh, this is you, Jacob. Thank you. It's true. I was just saying before, like, I'm so bad. I literally have my, if I lift this up, my SD card, like, just hanging in here. Like, and it's not the way you should be.
Are you out of storage? Is that why?
I just feel like I'm so lazy to, like, upload the clips. And I'm like, they're there. It's fine.
Yeah. Easier to find, too. It's all in one place.
Yeah. Jacob's cringing over there. I can feel it.
Okay, so all these clips are when Brittney kept reminding me to get the landscape shots, and I'm like, do we want them in the car? And she's like,
wait
yes.
a second. Okay, so let's like kind of shift these around. So now that I'm done with all these raw clips, you can literally just close this panel and like bring up what we need. So that's perfect. Okay, so where are we at for time? Perfect. This gives us enough time to kind of like piece this together in the order that we want. So we want to start with Bianca, and then maybe we want to bring in this clip of us driving
In the
as
car,
well.
like, going.
Exactly. And then, no, that's going to be at the end. What is this clip over here? No. See, my workflow is a little funky, right?
Honestly, like, the clip of you that we said we're going to have the front with you at the Adobe, like, that could also work at the end of, like, you, like, saying bye and we're leaving.
That's right.
Like, I feel like it could be a beginning or an end.
So what do you feel like? Like, do you think it would work better as the end? Because, like, what else are we going to
Yeah,
put
because
in
I don't
the
know how,
end?
there's, like, no way to, like, end it off. And I feel like you can see that we're going to the office because, like, we're in the car.
True. Okay. And then I guess we delete this random hotel clip for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll use that in another video.
In another video. Thank goodness for all the clips, though. And we're just going to delete these spaces to start bringing everything in really close together. And then I think if I'm actually, what clip should we start with? Maybe like is there one of the, I think over here we had this one.
That one, yeah.
Of the front office.
So cute.
So we'll bring that in. And then maybe like a clip of us walking. Now, it's funny because sometimes when you capture clips, like your brain thinks like, oh, people are going to know that that's not where it was in the office. But nobody would know that like this clip walking down the stairs was actually not supposed to be first.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like in the order.
Right. If I plop this over here, like that's not the end of the world, like for it to go from.
Yeah, because no one really knows
right,
how it played out.
Like let's play this like for a second just to kind of see what's going on. Cute little wave. Amazing. Our behind the scenes kind of little travels. Then we're at the Adobe office and now we're going down the stairs somewhere.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense, right? Like we're storytelling.
No,
we love
totally.
storytelling queens.
Like make it your own.
Yes. Okay. And then maybe we bring in this clip next.
Love it.
I love this one. Let's see. There's this one.
That one's so funny.
That should be right beside this, I think.
Are they the same?
They are. See, they're like the same moment where I was like showing how to do the clip and then this is where it starts, right?
Like that.
Okay. And then walking, cute.
And like that can just be thrown in the middle of anywhere.
Like just showing like we're moving locations now.
Yeah, because we did move a lot.
It's true. We were like going all over the place.
Like, I think we went through the entire office.
It's true. Okay, so maybe what we'll do is we'll bring this to the end. That clip of us outside. Okay, we're gonna delete all these random spaces.
So I think because we have the video of us outside and us so many walking clips, that can honestly like also be on the front cover. Like it can be either.
This one, you think put it in the front, right?
Yeah, because I didn't realize that we had the outside shot.
Okay. So I think if I'm right, it's going to be right here.
Oh, so cool.
Right? Like me just moving things around like it's nobody's business.
And then you just delete the space. So like, what did you do? You just like click it and then the white box appears.
I highlighted it, yeah. And then you just...
And then so if I just like click this...
Yeah.
Oh, but it's so easy.
Right. I'm telling you, like, the most intimidating part if you're just starting in Premiere is understanding, like, the workspace.
Yeah.
And once you have that down, I'm telling you, game changer. Like, it's so good. Okay, and then what we'll do is I'm just going to drop in
Some audio.
this audio, and now we should be able to bring over these headphones. You have your headphones?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I apologize if it's loud for everybody. I hope that it's going to be okay. Oh my god, the transition of like, right? Why does this audio work so perfectly with this?
I love this. You know what I think we need to do?
What?
I think there was one scene that, I may be like completely wrong, but like the scenic scene went after your Adobe waving scene.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see.
Outside.
Yes, you're right. Okay. So we're going to flip these around. Oh, hold on a second. I put that in the wrong spot. Oh, work with me, girl. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to shrink this and put it here. And then expand it out.
Love it.
Okay.
I think I need to like start
Using
editing all our BTS stuff.
That makes me so happy. You have no idea. Okay, and then what we'll do is like what I love with the audio is that it already has this little, do you see this like tiny little square here?
Yes.
Okay. If you drag this, that's your fade
out?
Yeah,
Okay.
fade in, fade out.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so once we we'll watch this through one more time, and like it's 30 seconds, which is actually great for a reel.
That's like perfect, yeah.
Your behind the scenes reels should really only be like 30 seconds to a minute. Like if they're getting over the minute mark, nobody is watching. They're bored.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
they're
literally.
bored.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay, let's watch one more time from the beginning. Thank you for catching that. Oh my god, I love it.
Love it.
So great. Okay.
And that was so fast.
Right? Like so easy, so fast, so speedy. And we're right at time now that we're going to pop into Samantha's computer. So curious to know with the chat, like, are you somebody who really loves to edit in a platform like Premiere or Express? Are you brand new to Premiere? Did you learn something new? Let us know in the chat, and we're gonna pop over to Samantha's screen, and all of the videos that we worked on filming yesterday in the Adobe office, Samantha has set herself up to edit those in Adobe Express, which is so great.
Yeah, so whenever you guys have like any, I guess, videos that you want to upload with text on screen. So the easiest way to do this is you just open up Express and just click upload, and you can upload them straight from your computer. So I'm just gonna bring this one in, and it brings in the whole thing for you, fills the page, so it's amazing. And then I just put some notes on the side because this was a reel where, you know, things in the Adobe office that just make sense.
I'm so excited about this one. I feel like by the way, I feel like we need to sing what the audio is because we can't play on YouTube.
Yeah.
So it's that like one that it's like the Italian song that it's like dun 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 dun, that one. Thank you for being like the real MVP and doing that with me.
No, literally. So we're just gonna paste this in, and then you can crop this on the side here to fit it on the exact scene that you want it in there. So I just want it like right here. And then we're just gonna play around with it. So get rid of this one.
I love layer timing in Adobe Express. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you don't know until you know editing your text on screen in Adobe Express and how easy it is to do this. Like, I remember the first time that I edited a reel in Adobe Express, I was like okay, number one, I'm sold because anytime that I can use my brand fonts, I'm like here for it. Like I need branded reels.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. Like I need to feel like what I'm creating makes sense with what I'm doing, if that makes sense. So I feel like between that and then like seeing how easy it is to like do the layers and move things around the way that you need to, like such a cool thing. Like
No, really, it is.
so simple to do.
I love it. Okay, so like in this case, it's kind of like you can't really read the words, right?
Right.
So let's just add like a border maybe around it.
You totally could, or if you scroll down, there's like shape. If you do
Shape and
shapes
shadow.
or shadows,
Yeah. Like even if we do like something like simple like that. I don't know how that looks.
and then if you click that there, I feel like I'm telling you
I
what
feel
you
like
already
we
know.
can like change it around, but really like do whatever you want. But maybe like make it a square. I feel like a square will keep it simple.
I feel like
Right?
squares look so elegant.
Right?
And then
Okay.
I feel like if we make it like a white background
Yeah,
with black
and then
text,
black text. Yeah, I'm literally gonna say that.
I'm so that person. Like, I just love like the simplicity of like a square box when it's like behind. I
No,
feel like
literally, I know what you mean.
the pill one, like the pill shape one, I feel like is so overused. So like when you're able to do something that it feels like a little different, people can like tell that you've taken that extra step
Yeah,
to
totally.
edit your content. And I think like we get so many compliments all the time at Socials and Stilettos, like from people who DM us and they're like, how do you edit your reels? Like those are so cool. Or like, how did you get like your logo popping up a certain way on your reels? And I'm like, you
Oh
would
my
think
God.
we're video
Like, you would
like
think-
animators.
yeah.
Like, but
I'm like, no, let's be honest, we're not. Okay, cute. And then if you wanted to make it like, oh, what happened there? Okay, there. I guess so the font wasn't working, but usually like I would typically use
we would
an
normally
Adobe
use
Live,
Queen,
but right now like it's on view only for some reason.
Okay.
But we'll
after.
fix this after. If you want, because sometimes like you want to keep it like cohesive in terms of like the layering. So I can just keep dragging this to here, and then maybe I'm just like playing around and see if this works. If I just here, I'll just split it. Can I split it, you think?
I don't know. I've never tried doing that.
Maybe not. You know what? We're not gonna do that today. Okay.
Sometimes I like copy and paste.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that too. And then we'll just go here, and then we'll add in a new text box.
Cute.
And then if you just continue doing that, it literally,
Or like if
so
you copy the
perfect.
text box, it should let you know. Like if you go back to your first one.
Yeah.
So click that text box, and then I normally do like Command C, Command V.
And then, yeah,
Yeah.
it does work. Okay, so we're gonna
then
bring
just-
it over
yeah.
to here,
And then if you just literally drag that little,
right there.
or like drag this bubble, you know this bubble? Yeah.
I know, but you know what I want to do was that I want to change the text.
Yeah, but that's okay. So like shorten this bubble. It's like, can I help you?
Yeah.
I'm teaching you something new. So if you drag this over, see those little blue dots or when
Yeah.
something comes up, and then you just double click, like you just change the text in here.
Oh, no way. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I
I'm
feel like
school-
she's teaching me so much.
I swear, this is a thing with like us mostly being a remote team is like we never really know how
Yeah.
people are getting from A to Z.
No, literally.
Until you're sitting beside somebody, and I've like learned so much sitting beside
Literally.
Nicole. Even she's like, "Look, this is how I do this," and I'm like, "Wow!" Like I have been just like overcomplicating my life for forever.
And then here, and I think we'll bring this a little bit, like here, I think, yeah. And then we'll just bring that up.
Also, like
is
not
so
Megan on the
cute.
floor.
No, I know.
I love
literally,
it.
It's so funny.
The realist MVP. Bridget says, "Oh my gosh, I am totally ready for premiere now. I have been so intimidated." Bridget, I am crying. This is like exactly why I wanted to show this, because I feel like we've all been that way. Like even Samantha, this entire time that she's been part of our team,
Yeah.
like I've always said to Samantha, like one day I need to sit down and like really show you Premiere, because once you get it, you get it, and like you will not want to go anywhere else to like edit those like longer videos. So I love it.
Wait, so how did you do that again? So you
Okay. so-
dragged over a dot?
No. Okay. So what you're going to do is like you click the text that you want.
Yeah.
copy paste, and then see
and
this
then you just drag it.
You just drag this. Yeah. So like
Oh.
the blue line that pops up is actually where the last one ended.
Amazing.
There you go.
Okay,
Oh my
learning
gosh,
something
you
new
are
every
gonna be
day.
like whizzing
I'm gonna
through
be
these
no,
reels after
literally.
today.
I'm gonna be flying through this now, and we're gonna.
I
go.
love this.
Okay, so for this one, this was the Babalu meeting room.
Bobbly. Also, like, this is a really cool fun fact for anybody who's tuning in that has not visited the Adobe offices before. Each of the boardrooms in the rooms are
Has
like
the funniest names.
named after the most random things. But like, I think what I feel like there's one room, it's called the falafel room, and that is like my favorite room, like just because of the name.
There was a falafel room?
There is. It's in this office.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see it now.
I'm telling you, like the funniest names, like whoever came up with that is like brilliant. I love it. I would just be like having a meeting and be like, meet me at falafel.
That's so funny.
I love it. Ray said, I did a New Year's Day animation in Express and sync text to music sample from Express too. I love that. It's so true. Like even in Express, you have so many amazing like audios that you can choose from, or like royalty-free music, copyright safe music. So if you're a business and you know, are thinking to yourself, like, I don't want to be flagged if I'm creating an ad and I want to like pay to boost it or something,
Yeah.
like making sure that you're using that audio from Adobe Express is a great option. Another way, like, or another thing that we keep in mind when we're choosing audios too, is like if there's a talking head reel. When I say talking head reel, what I mean is like a video of somebody talking to camera. One of the most important things is like if you're going to create a reel where you have all this time of somebody talking, you want to make sure that like you're using an audio that's going to forever be on Instagram once it's posted, because the audio library on Instagram's ever changing. So I don't know if you've ever been scrolling and you've seen like you can see somebody talking, this is no sound available.
Yeah.
That
All the time.
what they did, I'm telling you, is like they used a sound or an audio or a music from the Instagram music library. They added it as like the background noise and like turned the volume down. And then that audio, Instagram like either doesn't have the rights to use anymore or got taken down off the app. And because you added it into the video directly, Instagram can't detect what was originally your voice. So it mutes the entire
The whole thing
video.
is gone then.
Exactly. So this is why I'm saying, like, if you're talking to camera, or you have a talking head, like voice to camera kind of situation, always, or a voiceover, make sure that you're always, number one, using music that is commercial and copyright safe, like within the Adobe Express Music Library, or making sure also, I don't want to say or, I should say and, adding closed captioning text to screen, because at least if anything ever happened to the audio, that like text is still coming out.
Yeah,
so
like
people
you'll
know what
never
was
like
said.
know like or miss what was
Being said
Yes,
originally.
yeah.
And I think like that's the biggest thing is like don't be afraid to like take extra precaution steps. And like you'd also be surprised like how many people like watch Instagram Reels on mute.
really.
Yeah, I'm one of those girls.
Oh, are you?
I am. That's what I'm telling you. Like, it's a thing. Like, people definitely, like, go through Reels, like, especially at night. If I'm watching, like, Reels at night because I can't sleep, and I'm, like,
Yeah.
literally do not want to wake up my husband. I'm, like, watching Reels on mute, and I'm, like, reading what everyone's saying. It's, like...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, tell me
Wait, that's so smart, because honestly, like, sometimes you can't even like understand them because maybe like
Right.
they're too quiet because you know they don't have a microphone.
Right. Or like the music is too loud, or like maybe you're somebody who like this is another really big thing for accessibility, like when it comes to social, like being really inclusive of like people who maybe have hearing impairments, like
Yeah.
they wouldn't be able to hear your voiceover. So if you can
Definitely.
add closed captioning text on screen, which can be done right in Adobe Express
Oh my God,
because
I
we do
love
it all the time, it'll be like such a game changer for sure for your content. How's your editing going? Was that like the best trick that I just taught
No,
you?
it really was. I'm
I love it.
literally addicted now.
I'm so obsessed.
I think it's all good. So like when you play it, you know, it's so simple, and I think like the trick that you said was so smart, and it makes it go by so much faster instead
Right.
of continuously creating a new text box.
It would take you so long.
It would take me
And
forever.
then, like to remember the settings and like that whole. This looks so good, Samantha.
That's not part of it.
And then you can just delete
Yeah, you
that
just
at
delete the layer
end.
and then you're done.
That's like so easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for the rest of them, I already imported the videos, but obviously you would continuously import your own videos. This one we have, so now these ones are gonna be easy because we already have what it's gonna say.
I love it.
So we're just gonna copy this over.
And now these are like such fun audios that like we
Yeah.
can play because they're not music. So I'm gonna put my headphones on
I
so
gotta
I
do
can
it.
hear after because I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'll wait for you. So I'm not just sitting here with these headphones on. I'm dying.
Okay, we'll use that. We'll just bring it in. Maybe.
Aw,
shrink it a bit.
you're welcome, Bridget. She says, thank you. Adobe Express eased me in, but I'm ready to go pro. I love that. Oh, I love it. How's everybody loving this Slay Your Socials Bootcamp today, chat? Like, what has been your biggest takeaway so far? We have covered
A
so
lot.
much. Like, everything that you need to know about slaying your socials in 2025. And right now we're talking about video editing for anybody that's just popping in. So we started in Premiere Pro, showed you how to edit video in Premiere Pro if you're just beginning. Now we're showing you in Adobe Express and, you know, creating content for socials and how easy that it can be. Earlier today, we talked about social strategies. Then we moved into editing in
Yeah.
Photoshop and Lightroom,
Yeah.
which you guys had way too much fun with. I was
know.
watching and I'm like, I want to be on this live with you guys. Like, you're such a vibe.
Well, I told Bianca we need to like copy her preset and use it on our
Yes.
photos now.
I love it. And I love, like, I just love how easy today
It
has
was
been.
so simple. I loved it.
I feel like no matter your like level of experience, like every single stream in today's like boot camp,
Anyone can do.
anybody. And it's just like practice makes perfect. Don't be afraid to like really play around with the different programs and the settings and the features and all the fun stuff because the more that you do it, like the better it's going to
Yeah,
get.
practice makes perfect.
Practice makes perfect is our new motto. So then afterwards, you just saw Nicole and Bianca before us. They did graphics and created templates that you have the template link for. And yeah, we even have like a little freebie for you after this as well, which is an Instagram Reels planner. So don't go far.
Okay, so this is, we can play this audio, right?
Okay, yes, we're good.
This one.
Is your volume up?
Before! I said I played these games before!
Tell me that is not like so funny.
Okay.
I was also going to say, like, did you say that was from Squid Games? That audio?
That
it?
one is, I think, but I've never seen Squid Games.
Neither have I. Like, who is watching Squid Games in the chat? Please let us know.
Play it again.
Play. Oh, yeah, I will.
I played these games before! I said I played these games before!
Megan, like, took her role in this reel so
So
seriously.
seriously yesterday, she was so good.
She was so good. Like, literally, though, like, I want to be Megan when I grow up. She's my spirit animal.
And now, like, it's just so fast to do
Like, whizzing
them.
through.
Yeah. And, like, we're literally just creating a square, filling this to white. And, oh my god, this one's so funny. This one's the one of Bianca
Oh my gosh.
tweaking out.
Bianca's going to be, oh my gosh. So Kate is also in the chat. Kate is part of our team. Kate, when you see this, you are going to scream.
Literally
Chat, you are going to scream. Bianca, we had to film this a couple of times. 'Cause
Yeah.
I kept making her break her, like, her act. Break her act.
It was because we did it in, like, slow-mo.
Yeah.
we were,
So
like,
she was, like, so slow. She's, like,
Yeah.
moving, like. It was, like, so slow. It was so
okay,
funny.
wait, let's watch it.
Also, not me reenacting her.
I don't even think you really know what a bad day is.
I'm dying.
But you're gonna find out.
I love this. So what I would say is we should definitely
Move it up.
down.
Down, like, have it down here instead.
Yeah, because you know, so I don't
this-
even.
I remember, like,
Yeah,
you told me on the.
you-
Yeah, I know what you're
Okay.
talking about.
Do you remember the hack that I showed you to add a square on top and change the transparency? So what we're talking
Yeah.
about right now is when you see a preview of a reel in your feed, you want to make sure that any of the most important text that's popping up is within like the portrait sizing or with at least within like that square sizing.
Yeah.
So what I would say is like even if you add a square, like
Just
I think
like this.
like just
Oh,
the actual.
here. An actual
there?
like square, right? Can I?
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then like drag it to all the way to meet all the sides. Perfect. And it should give you like a diagonal line once it's there. You go.
There. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Okay.
Right, and then what I do is like turn the opacity down.
And we do it like this. So like, this is
Yeah.
kind of like, this will show you what it'll be seen on the feed, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that'll like show you like what exactly is getting cut off.
Like
So
here.
I mean, but then it's gonna
I
cover
know,
her face.
right? That's like, that was like what I was like thinking.
Right.
Because when she stands up.
Right. So I would say definitely putting it at the lower part of the screen for sure. And like if
Maybe
it's
like
a little bit off the border at the bottom too, that's okay because like it's normally like portrait that gets cut off. So you actually have like a little bit more space.
Just like maybe like down here.
Yeah, like that will be
And
okay.
we can even like shrink it a bit. And
yeah,
like play around with it. Like they can always be different.
exactly.
Like that would work maybe. If we, no, like that. Yeah, because I want to like be able to see that like she's still on a computer. And then we'll just get rid of it. And now like you'll see
I don't even
the
think
POV
you really know what a
text, but
bad
also
day is.
when it's on your feed, you'll see what the
You will
reel's gonna
find
be
out.
about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
I
such a good
love
tip.
that. Right?
Yeah.
I feel like we're just dropping all the tips here. Like, I want to know, like, I want to rewatch this and write down how many tips we dropped and just know.
So many.
Like, I feel like it's got to be, like, more than 30, like, really good ones. Like, probably closer to 50.
Definitely.
What is this? Oh, when someone asks the designer to do... Oh, my gosh,
This
yes.
one, yeah.
Anybody in the design space gets this, and it's so funny, like, because I feel like we were just talking about this, but a lot of the times, like, I'm one of the people that, like, doesn't really know what I want until, like, I see it done.
Yeah.
And then I, like, have all the ideas.
And then they just like start coming in, and then the
I
designer's
know.
like, "What the heck?"
I know. And then poor Bianca and poor Abby, because, like, those are designers, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I just made your life so much harder, because if I just knew this before, like, you wouldn't have to redo the whole thing. It's kind of the same thing when you and Kate were working on the content calendar.
Yeah.
I think
I
went
think we
back,
worked on that for like
yeah.
2 weeks straight because like there were so many
we kept
revisions.
and we kept going back on it. So
Okay, this one was. I forget what audio this one was.
I know, I can't wait.
Are you kidding? That's unfair. She made those. I need to calm down. Everything's fine.
Amanda.
I'm an adult.
I love this one. So cute.
This was all filmed yesterday. I feel like we have so much fun filming reels.
We do,
all the
but like
time.
also like how do we look this great with like 1 hour of sleep? Like,
Yeah,
I
this was
don't-
like straight from the airport, like so exhausted, running on
Adrenaline.
basically no sleep basically.
Yeah, adrenaline. I love this. Bridget says, would love if you did a session on scene planning. You touched on the importance. A session dedicated to how you flesh that out prior to your shoots would be great. Like more so planning your reels, do you mean, Bridget? Because we do have a like free template that we've put together that we'll be giving you at the end of the stream in just a couple of minutes that covers like kind of gives you a little bit of guidance. But if it's something that you're looking for like more an in-depth on like how to plan out your reels and like plan out the shots, that's definitely a great idea and I think would be so great to incorporate. So I love it. And Sheila, yes, this will be available to watch later as well. But don't go because we love chatting with you all.
Oh my god, Kate was like Samantha and Bianca are the best duo for reels. Kate
Oh
is
my
literally
gosh.
the reason why we can get so many pushed out at once.
I know. And Kate's like the person that normally is like filming and directing. So Kate, if you have any tips, share in the chat.
Yes. Okay, this is the last one.
Love it.
Okay. You got me there. But that is not a crime.
I love this.
She was so good with all the reels too.
She was so good.
She always like says it takes her forever, but she was like got them in like the first try.
I think like literally like I feel like you guys just like went through them so quickly yesterday. I have no words. This is so good. Thank you so much for showing us how to do this, Samantha. And
Of course.
I feel like I always feel like we're always sharing tips.
No,
so
really.
I love
I
it.
think we're like learning as we go.
It's so true, and that's the beauty of these things. Like, there's no right or wrong way with your workflow when it comes to what you're creating in any Adobe program, and I think just having fun and, like, really doing what feels good to you. So with that being said, we're going to flip back to my screen one more time before we end this live stream and get ready for the next one, where we're going to be talking about performance tracking and analytics. So this here, we have created an Instagram Reels planner. So for Bridget, who was just asking about planning out your Reels, this Reels planner, and we've made this a remixable template link. So we're going to go ahead and give you the QR code to grab this right after, and save this and edit, print it out, laminate it if you will, and like use it however you see fit. So you have a place to write your Reels ideas, what you want your hook to be, what audio you're going to use, what your content pillar is. So we talked a little bit about content pillars today. So what content pillar that is, your call to action you want to use in your Reel, your caption if you want to jot down any notes there, any transitions that you want to keep in mind, what hashtags you want to use, what type of Reel it is, the value pillar it falls under, and a shot list as well. So the different clips that you want to capture. Then at the top here, you can also like mark your status of where it's at.
Oh, that's so cool.
And keep track of the performance report, right?
I love that.
I designed this in bed last night.
Did you?
I did.
It wasn't on the plane?
No, it wasn't. I was doing this for you all. We were working hard for you all. So we're going to go ahead and I think this...
Oh, that's so cool.
I feel like this should bring you there. Did I copy the right link? Hold on a second. Let me go back. We're going to do this one more time. I'm like, did I even copy the right link right now?
Is it on public?
It is. Hold on a second. Make a template. Yes, here we go. So we'll copy the link. We'll go back. And just going to drop a QR code on screen for you all.
That's so cool.
Right?
I didn't know you can do that.
And
I was watching your live stream earlier.
And you're like, wow.
And I looked up exactly when you did that, and I was like, what did she just do?
Yeah, see, it's so easy. So chat, scan the QR code, grab your Reels planner. Don't go far because, like I said, we have one juicy live stream left for you. Bianca's going to be back with me in a couple of minutes, and we are going to be talking about how to optimize and grow your Instagram page. So thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much for Samantha for sharing all these juicy tips. And we will see you in a few minutes.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Kate, and this is a day in the life of a social media manager, Socials Stilettos Team Edition. Look at this cute vision board I made at our last team activities, and spend the day with me. I start my day by drinking coffee and turning on some music. This is my favorite playlist, my favorite album. And after I do that, I check all of my tasks for the day and decide on which one to start first. After I finished all of my tasks, I had a little huddle with Samantha and look at this crazy weather that was changing every 15 minutes of the day. We were working on the content calendar today, and time passed by so quickly I didn't realize it was lunchtime already. I had some cute seafood noodles for lunch, and then I got back to work. And here you can see me working in my favorite Adobe Express. I feel like I use this program every day. I use it for editing, for adding text on screen on the Reels. Also, I add captions that can be generated with AI. Basically, this Adobe Express program is my lifesaver. Look at those cute Reels that I edited last time for our pretty iconic podcast account. Stay tuned, by the way. Right now, I'm working on editing stories for the Adobe Live on Demand series. Nothing crazy, just changing the existing template and adding a new story for each episode. I really enjoy the process because Adobe Express makes it really simple to jump in and get creative without feeling overwhelmed. The interface is super user-friendly, which is a lifesaver when I'm balancing different projects. One of my favorite things is how easy it is to switch between my phone and my laptop, so I can work on designs no matter where I am, whether I'm on a couch, at a coffee shop, or sneaking in a little creative time during a break. I love how quickly Adobe Express helps me turn ideas into something visually stunning. It's honestly been a game changer for my personal projects too. I'm always creating something, whether it's social media graphics, mood boards for inspiration, or fun custom digital planners. One project I'm especially proud of is a planner template that I designed from scratch. I downloaded it into my iPad, and it became a daily essential for keeping all my goals, to-do lists, and ideas in one place. There is really something satisfying about designing something pretty unpractical. The weather is getting cold these days, so I had a little tea break, and look how cute this shot is. I think the whole day today, me and Samantha were pretty much working on content calendars, so I didn't realize that time passed by so quickly. After I logged off from work, I decided to open Adobe Express again and work on my vision board. I think you saw that I have it as a wallpaper on my laptop, and I decided that I want the same one for my phone. So I quickly duplicated the page that I had, resized it to match my phone size, and then edited some pictures a little bit, moved them, maybe resized them as well, and then just exported the wallpaper. And now I have my vision board on my phone as well. So I am reminded of my goals every time, every day, every second of the day. So we'll hope that 2025 will be good for us. So this is the end of my day in life. I hope you enjoyed it, and see you soon.
Hey, Adobe Live family, welcome back. We're back with Bianca.
Hello.
Can we just take a second? I want to cry because this is already our last stream in this boot camp today.
I feel like this day flew by.
It did.
I thought it would go by so much slower, and I'm like, how is it?
We've just been doing the thing.
It's crazy.
I know. And it's so funny because I was saying before, we've literally covered it all today. And when we were putting together the schedule for this boot camp, I remember chatting with the team and saying this is all great, but only if you can actually track the progress of everything and you know what works and what doesn't.
Exactly.
Right? So we're going to be talking about Instagram analytics and I guess they call it metrics or insights but it's really analytics, whatever you want to call them. And we're going to be putting together a editable analytics tracker, a metrics tracker inside of Adobe Express that Bianca's going to be designing on her end. Yes. And we're just going to chat about each of the most important metrics to track and what they mean and what to do if one ends up falling in the negative, or what to keep in mind when you're tracking. So Are you excited?
Yes, I feel like I'm going to learn so much from you because I'm not a marketing girly, so I don't really know much about this stuff. So I'm super excited.
It's going to be such a game changer. And I feel like we were saying before, make sure that you're actually tracking your success is so important because, you want to see what's working. How can you just create content if it's not performing, and then you're wasting all this time, energy, and resources as a small business owner or as a creative creating things that are not working, right?
Exactly. And I feel like having it displayed in such a cute aesthetic way is such a great way of feeling
making
motivated.
You want to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's kind of like your fitness tracker. If I have a calorie counting app that looks cute and I can brand it, I'm adding my meals and no problem.
I'm literally like that too.
It's so funny. Okay, so let's talk about Instagram analytics. So here at Socials and Stilettos, we gear the types of metrics that we track based on the client, their goals, and what their unique KPIs are. So what is the right KPIs? Key performance indicators. I'm I say it all the time. I don't even know the long version. So I think keeping that in mind is super important because there might be some things in here that actually don't make sense to you, or like for your business or brand that you might not need to track, and that's okay too. But we're going to talk about them all individually. So let's first start with like maybe a bubble on here that's kind of like account traffic. So I feel like
cute.
That's something that we like really want to make sure that we're paying attention to. And like under account traffic, we're going to talk about your reach, your impressions, your profile visits. And actually, I don't even think we need to put reach we need to put impressions anymore, because it's for us. I don't think for like a small business, like impressions really matters as much as reach. I think understanding like your reach and how far out your content is getting is more important than impressions, which is more so talking, I think, about how many times your content is being seen by people, right? So reach is more important because you want to know how far out your content is getting, because if it's getting out further, or if you have people that are like sharing your posts a lot, or you're creating content that the algorithm is picking up, the reach is going to tell you that that's doing well. Exactly. Impressions really isn't going to tell you much there.
Okay, so what do we want this titled?
So we're going to do reach, profile visits, and link taps.
Okay, cute.
Used to be external link clicks, and now they've changed it to link taps. So we're going to talk about all of these. So like we were saying, we kind of just covered reach. Now, if you are looking at your reach and your reach is in the negative for some reason, a lot of the times, and I want to say 9 times out of 10, this is because you are not creating content that's either optimized to the platform. So you're not using, the right sizing ratio for things. We were just talking about this with design. Like for the 4x3 portrait view for reach, for your feed is what Instagram is pushing out in the algorithm right now. So if you post a square post, believe it or not, the algorithm is not going to push it as far as if it was sized to 4x3 ratio.
I did not know that.
Yes. So that is like something really important to keep in mind. So making sure that you are following like what is working and what's not on the app right now. What is, the platform pushing out? Any time a new feature is released on Instagram. So like when Reels came out, everybody was posting Reels, and anybody who was posting Reels was seeing like a huge influx in their reach for the simple fact that Instagram was favoring that feature.
Yeah.
Same with broadcast channels. Broadcast channels, which I feel like everybody is still sleeping on, and not every account has them. I think it's more professional accounts that have access to this. But the, broadcast channels is another thing that, like, if you're using a broadcast channel, even though you might have only, let's say, 30 people in there, if you're regularly using your broadcast channel as a small business, your reach ends up going up compared to when you're not.
For sure.
Because Instagram is favoring accounts that are using the features that they're pushing. So this is all things to keep in mind. Like when you're looking at your reach, if you see it in the negative, like making sure that you're keeping in mind what features are you using? What are you creating? Are your Reels using trending audios? Are you creating Reels, in a way that it's following what the standard practice on Instagram is? All of these things are going to play into effect when it comes to your reach. So profile visits is next, which you've just put up there as well. And that's going to let you know how many new people visited your profile, which is great to know, because when you track your profile visits, you can compare it with how many follows you've gotten that month.
Exactly.
And see, like, if there's way more people viewing your profile than there is following, that either, number one, your content is not consistent and you're not posting enough to the same kind of target audience, that when people see one post and click your profile to see more, that they instantly feel like, oh my gosh, this page is for me.
Yes.
Are you dying right now? You look so like into this conversation. I love it.
Because I don't know any of
You're
this.
like,
I'm
oh my gosh.
Teach me everything.
I'm like screaming. This is so juicy. Take out a notebook if you don't have one.
Yes.
But like, if they come to your page and they're like, okay, let's say like I just saw somebody did a vision board reel and they were talking about like how to step into your CEO energy in 2025, right? If everything on her page like randomly is like how to make an avocado smoothie, like how to walk your dog and you know what I mean? Like,
No, totally.
I'd be like, oh, like that wasn't what I thought I was getting. So I'm probably going to like leave the page, because when people see your content, the reason that they're clicking your profile is because they want to see more similar kinds of content to that, or like speaking to the same kind of person or pain points. So profile visits is so important to track, because if it's not similar or in line with the amount of followers that you're getting, then, or new followers, I should say, that you're getting, then that's going to like be a key indicator that like, okay, what am I doing in my content that's not staying consistent, or is not kind of like, maybe it's your aesthetic. Like, I'm going to call some of you out right now. Maybe it's your aesthetic. Maybe you are not consistent or cohesive, or your page doesn't have an elevated appearance to it. Maybe you're using a lot of stock images. And I feel like you would have heard me say this in one of the videos earlier if you've been watching for a little while now. But stock images are great. Like, trust me, I love stock images. Adobe stock is life. But you need to have your own brand visuals and images, and being able to have that, because if you're somebody that's only ever using stock photos, people are not going to feel connected to you, your business, your page, your presence. So keeping all of that in mind is definitely super important. So, so that is your profile visits. And then after that, we're going to do external link taps. So this is where your call to action is coming into play, everyone. So when you are creating your call to action on your captions or your content, if you are like, let's say, promoting a new product or service. So right now we're accepting new clients in 2025. So you'll notice like a lot of the call to actions in our content is, if you're ready to elevate your business and build an iconic brand, comment elevate below. That's our call to action. And if you're actively promoting a product, service, offer, or even really like a link in your bio for something. So like an Adobe Live standpoint, it could be like, click the link in our bio to tune into the Slay Your Socials Bootcamp, right? Exactly. So your external link taps is how many people are clicking an external link that's not on your Instagram page that you shared. So this could be, you know, your website, your link in bio, whatever the case is. And this is going to tell you, is your content speaking to your audience enough that they want to take the next step, that they want to see what you're doing next.
And like further interact with what you guys are doing.
Exactly. So if you're not seeing like a good number with that, and like just monitoring it, like for us, you know, it doesn't say a percentage of how much it's going up or not. For us, I feel like, you know, just kind of like tracking that and just kind of like seeing what the number is month to month is like a really big thing, so that we can compare. Like, okay, last month, maybe we got 40 link taps, right? Maybe the following month we got 38. And maybe the month after that we got 152. Like, what happened that month that more people wanted to take that next step? And that will help you kind of adjust your content and your call to actions based on what's working and what's not.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. So
do we want like a title for this little blurb, or just leave it how it is?
I feel like we could just leave it how it is.
Awesome.
Like, yeah, I mean, I feel like, I don't want to like name it anything that's going to confuse people.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll just keep it so simple for you all.
Awesome.
Is there any questions from the chats regarding metrics so far? Let us know. Otherwise, we're going to keep going and keep designing this tracker for you all. So next, we're going to talk about account engagement. So we can actually like break this up into categories, like one for post interactions, one for reels interactions, and one for stories interactions.
Okay.
So the same is going to kind of apply for all of these. You're going to have your likes, so how many people are liking your content. You're going to have your comments, how many people are commenting on your content. Commenting on your content, that's a tongue twister. Don't say it 10 times fast. Saves, how many people are saving your content. And I always like to include like your top 3 posts. I think is like really important to like really give you an idea on like the top things that worked with your content that month. And I do also want to like say, because I didn't say this yet, you should really be completing this tracker like once a month and doing like almost like a mini review of what worked and what didn't. But also keep in mind that the seasons and what's happening in the world is going to affect your content and how it performs. So just because your numbers look a little different this month than they did last, it might be like, it might not necessarily be anything that you're doing. It might have just been like an influx in like what was happening in the social space. Another really good thing to kind of like keep in mind here is like when you have exciting things happening on your page. So in this case, we have Slay Your Socials Bootcamp being posted all over the Socials and Stilettos Instagram, and everybody's excited and we're all involved and we're super like it's a lot going on, right?
For sure.
Next month, when I pull our February metrics, how much do you want to bet we're actually going to be in the negative? Because it's comparing to January, where all of this amazing stuff is happening.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So like, don't like, same thing with Adobe Max. When Adobe Max happens, there's so many of you are so excited about everything that's happening at Max, and there's so much engagement and so much excitement and so many new things being talked about that everybody is so engaged that always like the following month, it looks like everything has just gone to you know what. I was trying to find a better word. I'm like, we're going to say gone to you know what. Everything's just not working, right? And it's not necessarily like, you know, anything to do with what you're doing, but I do think that keeping that in mind and making sure that like if you're, you know, seeing things in the negative, look at the month before what happened. And if it's not the right thing to compare to, maybe look at the month before that when things were not like so hyped up on your page, right?
Okay, so what should I include under these?
Okay, so we're going to do likes, comments, saves. Likes, comments, saves, and then we'll do top 3.
Okay, so I'm going to need a bit more room here.
Also, like, look at you designing this, like, just the queen you are.
Oh my
the
God,
designer queen you are.
You're the sweetest.
And as Bianca's designing this, if anyone has any questions about Adobe Express, she is your girly.
Yes, please. Any questions, I would love to answer and help you guys out because Adobe Express is so awesome. There's so many things you can do with the software that, like, I wish I knew about it sooner.
Right?
So I'm like, I could have been using this for so long.
It's so true. And we're always learning. Like, we're always learning. So
I'm going to change this back to orange.
I love this. Okay, so let's talk about likes. So normally when you have a lot of likes on your posts, it means a lot of people are resonating with the kind of content that you're posting, right? When you have a lot of comments on your post, normally it means that you have a really engaged community that cares about what you're doing and wants to interact further with it. And then with your saves, normally that means that you're sharing a lot of value that people want to come back to later. So when you're looking at these metrics and you're thinking about engagement, which is really what this is, like we're talking essentially about engagement right now between your post, reels, and stories, you want to keep that in mind because if you notice that not a lot of people are saving your content, it might be like a little light bulb moment that says, okay, what can I share that's more valuable that will keep people coming back for more? If you have saved, a lot of saves going on, 9 times out of 10, it's your audience really truly does believe that you are an authority within your niche. So they will like look up to you in this space. And like this works for any industry. Like we can talk about this from the standpoint of being a graphic designer. We can talk about this as a standpoint of being a marketing agency owner. We can talk about this as a standpoint of being a content creator. And we can talk about this as a standpoint of being a small business owner that owns, let's say like a small, I always say injections clinic, so we're going to say something else, a pet grooming salon. Wow, that was so random. Yeah. Who am I? You can tell I miss my dog today. But, you know, when a great example of that is going to be, let's say you're that, you know, pet grooming salon. Is that what they're called? Pet grooming salons?
I guess.
We're calling that today. If you look at it from that standpoint, you know, if you're somebody who maybe shares like how to naturally prevent your dog from getting fleas and ticks during like the summer months, or, you know, like how, you know, at home, like washing routine for dogs with dry, itchy skin, right? Like those, I really am going into the dog hole.
Girl, you're like coming up with
She is a strategist, can you tell? But those are like pieces of content that I can promise you will have people saving it because everybody wants to come back to that and learn more about that or like remember that for later. So saves is another really big thing. Like the algorithm does truly like love when people are saving your content because it means that they're staying on the platform longer. So if you want to win some extra brownie points with the algorithms, always think about those kind of key points that I just said for likes, comments, and saves, and how you can do more to boost those numbers so that the algorithm can like kind of sit on your best friend's side and help you out. I don't want to say like rely on the algorithm. Please don't. But it's always nice when you can have it in your back pocket.
Exactly.
I love it. Amazing. And then last but not least, your top 3. I think like even if you wanted to like, I mean, you can write in your post or like when you remix this template, you could even take screenshots.
That's what I was thinking. I tried to leave a little bit more room in case they want to just leave some like small screenshots.
You're like the queen of design. Of course you did. I love it. Amazing. Okay. So perfect for those there. Now I feel like we're going to move into account growth, which is going to be like a good one here. So for account growth, we can do follows and unfollows.
Okay.
We're going to talk about this in just a second and really like walk through what exactly that is and like why you want to track that. Obviously, you want to know how many people follow you. Hi, Sean. Welcome. And hi, everybody else just jumping into the chat. Debbie, Adara, I know we already said hi, but I love seeing your name. Kate, Eliza's still here. We have some that are like hanging out with us the whole time.
Yes,
and like we appreciate you.
We do.
We appreciate you. You guys make this so much fun. So thank you so much for being so active in the chat today and like really just like hanging out with us. Like we have loved this. Let's talk about what I was going to say before I had like a total squirrel moment because I love you all so much, was follows and unfollows. Everybody is so worried about the amount of people following them and nobody is tracking how many people are unfollowing you.
Yeah, and I feel like that's so important to know because like you can look and be like, okay, if I'm getting so many unfollows, like clearly I'm not doing something right.
Exactly. And like, I want to know, like, you know, if you're somebody who ends up changing your content pillars or somebody who ends up like switching the direction in your social strategy, it is normal. Like, let's say you're a content creator who like has been sharing, I don't know, like beauty tutorials for the last like 4 years. And then all of a sudden you decide I'm going to move into lifestyle and I no longer want to share like how to choose the right makeup brush for you. But now I want to talk about like how to stay motivated during like the winter months. It's normal if you see like unfollows happening because your content pillars are changing and your audience might not resonate with what you're posting anymore, right?
Exactly.
So it is normal, like, when you see that kind of shift happening. So paying attention to, like, are you getting the same amount of follows as unfollows that you're getting? That's a good indicator that you have, like, a shift in your strategy. And just kind of like, you know, what is not meant to be there is going to fall off. It kind of works the same with, like, your follows and unfollows. If you have a period where, like, you got no new follows and, like, a bunch of unfollows, that could also be an indicator that you are creating content that is not resonating with your audience. It's inconsistent. People don't really know what you're doing. It's too all over the place. So like maybe it's time to like revisit what you're sharing, what you're posting, what you're doing, and see how you can like really kind of like recenter yourself, if you will, I think is like something really important to track. Now with Instagram, they used to give you like a percentage of follows and unfollows. And I'm just looking, oh yes, they do still do that. So normally, I think if we do something like this, if I can zoom in here, Bianca, like where we can put like a line and then like a plus and negative, and then the percent.
Okay. And you then follows and unfollows below it?
Yeah, like something like that. Yeah, and I would just put like total follower count, or like, yeah, percentage, I think would be great. Rachel says, this is awesome. Thank you so much for the great information. Rachel, thank you for being here and gassing us up. We love this.
No, I'm loving the information too, because like I love learning this stuff.
I think it's like so important to like remember to pay attention to like your analytics. I've been saying this whole time, and I feel like you can even just do like plus, negative, and then like a blank, and then percent, because I feel like this line right here that was there before is so irrelevant. So don't let it confuse you.
Okay.
Me just like showing Bianca behind the scenes, like what I'm thinking. But no, analytics are so important to track. So I think we have, if I'm just going to double check what we have on screen. So we have reach, we have profile visits, we have followers, which is great. We have link taps, which we talked about. We have likes, likes, comments, shares, which is great. And I think the only thing that I want to also add afterwards is like a little bubble somewhere to Bianca that says content interactions.
Okay.
And if we can do that right, I feel like doing it to like below where you were just.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it kind of falls in line with your post interaction, story, and reels interactions. But like, to be honest, the difference between the two is like when you look at content interactions as a whole, it's actually going to calculate the amount of interactions you have all together across all of your content. So I think like that's the really important thing to like track. If you want to look at engagement as a whole, or like how your content's resonating as a whole, your content interactions is what you're going to want to look at. And then where we're kind of breaking it up beside where it says post, stories, reels, that's kind of like more, I want to say like in depth for that category, right?
Yes.
Okay. Cute. So now we have all of the metrics listed, and we have a bunch of time for you to kind of like keep playing around with this.
Yeah, so I was thinking
design.
to also like include like the brand name or like the social media handle, which
cute. I love that. I love that. And then
here.
Maybe after you're done designing, we can like create like a duplicated version of this and like as another slide, and we'll like fill it in and like just kind of like show people how to fill it in.
Yeah,
if
for
that
sure.
makes sense. Okay.
Let me just add this. I'm gonna do.
I love this.
Me too.
I'm
having
like
so much fun. I'm
so branded.
Over after this. I can't believe we're already almost done.
Robert says, Brittney, can you collect planner and metrics tracker in a PDF with comment? Do you mean you're looking for the link, Robert, for the like 21-day content planner and then this metrics tracker? We are going to give you the link to this metrics tracker at the end for sure. And while Bianca's editing that, give me 1 second and I will pop up the link. We'll share my screen in just a second. Give me 1 second, Jacob. I gotta find it. We have so many different projects going on right now.
Yes.
And then I will share the original 21-day content planner with you. Okay, 2 seconds. Okay, perfect. So we'll flip over to my screen, and then if you scan this QR code, this is gonna give you the link to this content planner, which we made this morning, Nicole and I, and it really is like a 21-day content plan for you to follow, and it talks about, you know, the different value pillars. The yellow ones here, just to kind of recap this while Bianca's designing.
Yes,
the yellow ones here are promotional posts. That's why they're categorized in yellow. And I was saying before, like, don't come for me with the formatting. We were doing this really quick and sharing lots of juicy tips. So this is this here, and it's kind of broken up in a way that it is 21 days because 21 days makes a habit, and you can really like I wanted to say reduce, reuse, recycle. Why? You can really recycle this every 21 days and just adjust however it makes sense to you. So here is a QR code link for the remixable template. You can make this your own, brand it to you, put your own brand colors in there, have fun with it, and feel free to edit accordingly. Thank you so much, Jacob. So back to Bianca.
Just adding some little details for fun.
Cute.
And then we will be good.
And like icons and like cute things, right?
Definitely want to like...
Nicole says the 3 R's. I'm dying. Yeah, I don't know.
So random.
Did anybody else learn that in school? Like produce? Okay, I was like, wow, like we are really going back to kindergarten right now.
That's so funny. Okay.
Cute. I love it.
Yes,
okay.
It looks so good.
Perfect. So what do we want to do next? We have so much time to kind of go through, still like 25 minutes. Should we do a duplicated version? Maybe do a couple different color options we can do to choose from.
Sure.
I'm excited.
And one thing I love about Express is that if I go here, I believe you can just like tap around and like...
What about the 3 dots maybe?
I don't know how I do it, but I'm pretty sure there's like, you can tap along and...
Is it this?
Yeah. So if you keep pressing apply brand, obviously you have to play around with it, but it just like switches up the colors like based on your brand, and like it's just so much more simple than like going back in and changing every single color. I'm like, this is so easy.
This is so cute. And then I guess you just like change whatever like is not showing up.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. But I do kind of like how this looks with the orange background.
That is really cute. To be honest, like by nature, I wouldn't think to like put that shade of orange and that shade of pink together like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know why in my brain, maybe it's because I'm not a designer. Like I'm not good with these things, but like I always am like making sure that I use like one very light and one very dark tone.
Well, that's definitely important. Like I feel like especially for like accessibility with people who like may have like issues with their vision, like it's totally important to like make sure stuff is standing out compared to the backgrounds. So I am gonna play around with this a little bit.
Okay, wait a second. What did you just do to change all of the box colors at the same time? Because like I normally like highlight over them and it doesn't work like that for me.
You can hold down shift and click and it selects all of them.
Oh my gosh, I'm mind boggled. Like not me being schooled.
You know. I love that. But yeah, so you just hold down shift. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm like not really explaining what I'm doing, but if you hold down shift and select multiple different like objects in your Express page, you can just change them all at the same time. It's so much easier than like, again, going back and clicking every individual thing. Like no one has the time for that.
No, we do not have time.
No,
it was like
not at all.
Honestly, and that's why I always get stuck because I'm like manually doing things.
Yeah.
I think in my first stream today, I don't know if you remember this for anybody that stuck around, but I'm like, we're gonna switch to Nicole's screen so I can just quickly change all the boxes.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, okay, where was Bianca?
Here I am to show you the way to make
it
so much easier. I'm just gonna switch out this logo.
So cute.
For a lighter color.
Ooh, I love.
Yeah, like I feel like it's so fun to like play around with the colors of everything, like because like it looks completely different from this.
Right, it's a different vibe.
The same way.
It's so true.
Which I love. I'm gonna change this.
And like if you're somebody like me who like gets bored of things really quickly, like this is a great way to like keep things fun and fresh and like
because it stays consistent, but it's still like completely different. That's why I love like branding that is like very versatile and like you can like actually have the ability to play around, because like it's just so like I feel like it bugs me when like if I'm working with like branding that like is so minimal, because like it is cute like and it's easy to stay consistent with colors and stuff, but at the same time it's like when you're trying to like play around and actually explore with different layouts and different backgrounds and stuff like that, it's so much easier when there's like a very wide color palette.
I love that. And like to bring that up, because like you just made such a good point like about having like a wide color palette. This is actually something that like when we put together like our branding at Socials and Stilettos, like I feel like you get taught to like use 3 to 5 colors.
Yeah.
But like it's so limiting sometimes. Like And I love when brands kind of, I don't know if you've ever seen a brand do this, but they shift their brand palette on the seasons. In the summer, it's light.
I love that.
Like same colors, but like light and dark.
And like their branding for like each season is so different. And
it's so
like,
cute.
Yeah.
And I feel like it keeps things really fresh.
Exactly. Should we do like one more color variation, do you think?
I think so.
Okay, we'll do one more.
That'll be so cute.
So again, I'm just gonna play around with that like apply brand button and see what looks good.
So what colors did we do so far?
So I did like the light colored background.
Right, and then we did orange.
Maybe pink background?
That'd be cute. And then maybe we can also do a yellow. Maybe we'll do 2 more. We have time.
Cute.
Because I'm like, I want to see it in all the colors.
So I'll do this one like mainly pink, and then we'll do...
Cute.
Love, love, love.
I'm so obsessed with this. This is so cute.
I know. I'm literally, like, everything I've been designing today, I'm like, this is so fun.
You're doing such a great job. You always do. I feel like this is why I was like, Bianca needs to come and show us how she designs because, like, this is unreal.
My process is all over the place, but at the end of the day, I get from point A to point B somehow, so.
That's the beauty, though. It's so funny, like, when you see how everybody's workflow is so different.
Exactly.
That, like, it works for them. And I feel like that's all that matters. Like, it was so funny earlier when I saw you, like, exporting the icons you did, and I was like, no, you can, like, literally put those into libraries.
Yeah,
and it
someone
right
commented
away.
that too. And
That was
like,
me.
Oh, was it? I thought it was like a random person.
No, that
and
was
I was
me.
like, oh my god. Yeah, like I was saying, like I feel like I make things so complicated for myself sometimes because like
we all do.
Yeah, exactly.
We all do.
And I feel like it's just like you continue to learn with softwares like these. Like there's so many things that like I have yet to learn.
And that's okay. Like just having like the time to play around. This is something that we actually talked about a while ago in a stream. We were talking about like when you work in a creative space, like sometimes you forget to take time to like freestyle and be creative and learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, I just feel like it's one of those things that like I know for me at the end of my day, like I'm so drained creatively that like the last thing that I want to do is like learn something new, right? So
very true.
If you have the capacity as a creative professional to really like block time off in your calendar to like have fun and be creative and create something or give yourself little trial projects. And I love the live streams where it's like a design battle for that reason.
Yes.
And like you just kind of get to create just to create.
Yeah, I love doing that. Like I try to like take on as many like passion projects as I can in my free time because I'm like, not only can I add these to my portfolio, but like I'm also like enjoying doing it. I'm learning so many new things and I'm like creating things that actually resonate well with me, which is always fun. Okay, there is the pink.
Cute.
I like the pink the most so far, I think.
I love it.
Okay, and now we will do one more with just like the yellows and orange. It's literally...
What's your favorite color combos so far?
Just like out of all these 4?
Yeah.
Oh, I love the pink, the all pink.
It's so cute.
I feel like it just looks so like girly fun.
I mean,
so random, but
I feel like
so on brand.
Yeah, like this doesn't surprise me that our favorite is the pink.
Literally. Okay, so
I don't know if I already read this comment, but Rachel had said that they love the marrying of the pink and the orange.
Yeah.
Looks so cute. Did I already read that comment?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So I'm glad that I brought it up. And us too, Rachel. So this is a fun fact about the Socialista Club branding. So anybody that didn't hear this earlier, the Socialista Club branding is actually like Socialista Club's a division of Socials and Stilettos. And the Socialista Club, our vision for this, it's like a community and membership club that we launched to speak specifically to small business owners that they do not have like I want to say like the resources just yet to invest in a full service agency like Socials and Stilettos. And they're kind of still bootstrapping, kind of still doing it themselves, kind of still like getting used to, you know, social media in general and not yet ready to invest outwards or bring on a full service team. the Socialista Club is like a way that we've been able to support our community and really like offer things at scale to them, like education and resources to help them do things themselves in a way that it feels like it's done with you. It's not like you're just given all these things and you don't know what to do with them. So the branding for the Socialista Club, if you actually look at it next to Socials and Stilettos, I had said to our designer that worked on this, I want to make sure that this feels like Socials and Stilettos' baby sister.
Honestly, and it totally does.
It does,
it totally
right?
does.
Like like everything, like the entire color palette, the only tone that was brought in that's not in Socials and Stilettos branding is literally the yellow.
Yeah.
The yellow was the only one, but like Socials and Stilettos is like more of an elevated, high fashion, like very bold kind of palette.
For sure.
And this is like the muted down version a little bit, but it's still bold and still fun.
It honestly is giving like the little sister vibe. I love that. I love that like analogy.
Right?
Yeah, that's
it was
so funny.
like, it's the baby sister. And like, it's a strategy that goes into these things. It's funny because like you don't get to always hear those stories.
Yeah.
So when you do, it's so cool to like hear what goes behind building a brand.
Okay, so now we have 4 different variations, literally using all the same colors, but we're just kind of revamping it, and
Perfect.
I love how it looks.
Me too. This looks so good.
It's really adorable.
I love this. So let's go ahead and create a copy of one of your favorite pages.
How about you pick your favorite?
I'm going to say pink, though.
Okay, pink. I was going to say pink, too.
Pink is life.
Okay, so now we are going to go in, and you can take the stage.
Bridget says, I just want to read this comment before we move into this. Bridget says, Bianca, you can also change the color of those .png icons in Adobe Express using the effects feature. It's a workaround.
With the duotone.
Yeah, the SVG file available. Yes, the duotone, right?
Yeah.
I do that all the time. Like,
I've done that before too, but I honestly just like wasn't even thinking about it.
No. Again, like your workflow, you do what works good for you. But like
Samantha,
that's a great
one
option.
of her questions for me was like, "What's your design process?" I'm like, "Oh, it's like it just depends.
It's whatever
like,
it is for that day."
Yeah, depends how I'm feeling that day.
Okay, so let's go ahead and add in our analytics. So you're going to use like, I guess, placeholder bubbles.
Yes.
Kind of, and we'll add this in, and then we're going to bring this into Adobe Acrobat, and we're going to, hopefully Nicole's listening because we're going to share this with Nicole to add comments on, which is going to be so fun. Okay, so starting with reach. So our reach was up 786% in December.
Oh my gosh.
For a total of 7,323, which is amazing.
Should I put that like in brackets?
That's what I always do. Like, I just like to see it because, again, like the percent. So this is why, actually, now that we're kind of here and we're talking about this, this is something that's super important. When you look into your metrics on Instagram, make sure that you write down the number, not just the percent. Because if there's like one of those like high traffic months like we were just talking about and all you have is the percent is going to look different month to month. But if you have that number written down, you can really compare based on the number before.
Exactly.
Perfect. And then profile visits was up 44%. Love it for us.
Yes.
967 total. Sorry, I said that really.
It's okay. I was like,
I like 900.
on the dot.
I love it.
Okay. And then.
Oh, hi, Jacob. Jacob, I miss you. Welcome. Yes, definitely like for Instagram, 4:3 ratio. So it'll be, we just talked about this, 1080 by 1350 is the ratio. And Instagram is favoring that ratio. So just make sure that, like for us, every single one of our posts for the most part is created in that ratio. And then like Bianca was talking about before, we just kind of make sure that everything important is within like the square, like the middle centered is the great word.
And you guys, that tip you showed about putting the transparent square, Nicole's like, yeah, like I should have mentioned that to you like when we were doing ours. I'm like, yes, like why have I never thought of this? Like it's hilarious.
I love it. And what do you want to like open up like a random page and just show them quickly what we're talking about for anybody that missed that?
Yes.
Like a random, even like
how
if you
to
do
that
it in the
transparent box.
like
I'll just do it here.
And then like resize to what
I'll
is it,
just like put a
13.50?
random template. Or okay, let me do that.
Let's show them. Yeah, we have time. So this is a little hack that we have for you.
Nope.
Perfect. So we'll do
1080
yes.
by 1350.
Yes, 1080 by 1350, and that is your Instagram portrait post, which is the what is it, 4x3? We keep calling it. Perfect.
We'll just put this in there.
Perfect. So what you're gonna do, of course it would do that. We're getting too excited over here. We're clicking all the buttons too fast. But this is the way that you're gonna do this. So if you wanna see and you kind of wanna know what your post is gonna look like when it's sized into an Instagram grid, which still is square posts. So if you're designing in portrait like this, it's kind of annoying because you're like, sometimes you'll post something and you'll be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that was going to get cut off weird. And now like Nicole's left eyeball is missing and like I don't even have a face, right? Because of where it was put. So what you can do is bring in any shape, a square shape, any square shape. And we're going to
Let's just do her pink for now.
Perfect. And we'll go ahead and lower the opacity and then just stretch it to fit the page. And it's going to be so easy. It kind of gives you like an idea of what exactly is going to be in the frame and what's not. And then, just align to center exactly. And now it shows you like all of that is going to be in there. You're going to see like that green squiggle, like just that little middle curvature of the squiggle is going to be in there. And if you want it to be in there, you better move it down kind of thing, right? So such a good hack.
Honestly, I'm going to keep that in mind because I don't know why I have never thought of that.
Honestly, like I'm telling you, I think it's because working in social media, I've just been annoyed too many times about something happening that I'm like, I need a solution for this.
Very true.
Okay, perfect. So that's up 44%. Amazing. Content interactions.
What about external link tabs?
Oh, yes, external link tabs. Okay. Did we do this yet? No. I just saw the bubble and I was like, wow, that's really high. So this is funny. This was down 9%. So let's talk about this for a second because you could be looking at this and thinking, and that's 20 in total that we had. You could be looking at this and thinking like, oh my gosh, like something is in the negative. Like what did I do wrong? Actually nothing, because December for us, we really didn't use any call to actions that were directing people to a link. We asked people to comment instead. So we were really valuing the comments and the engagement that was happening on Instagram to re-nurture and build our community before the new year more than we were trying to sell a service when we were out of office most of December anyways. So that's something important to notice, which is so good. And now we're going to go to content interactions. And this was up 40%. So great, for a total of 497. Love it for us.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to...
Cute.
And then I will... He's like not knowing how to explain what I'm doing, so I'm just... I don't know if I like that, actually. I changed my mind.
That's okay. You can change your mind.
Can you repeat it? Sorry. No, that's right.
You got it. Perfect.
Awesome.
And for Socials and Stilettos, we didn't really track our stories and we didn't really track any post interactions. We tracked reels because we were focusing on like a lot with reels last month.
So many reels.
So many. Oh my goodness.
But we love it.
We love it for us. So our likes was up 336%.
Wow.
For a total of 345. So amazing. I love it for us.
I love that too.
I know. It was all of your reels, you and Bianca and Kate. Or you and Samantha and Kate. I say this all the time. I'm like a mother who calls all of her children the same name. That's so funny. Like my husband's mom will be like, Gary, Jake, Alex, like literally going through like the dog's name.
She's always getting their names mixed up. And all the they're time. Like, okay, mom, like seriously?
But like I need to cut this down after of you being like, I'm Bianca.
You're like Bianca and Kate. I'm like, I'm
like
right here.
But no, that's so funny. Okay, so comments was up 1,740%.
Sheesh.
I know. For a total of 92, which is great.
Yes, I love that.
And then we have saves. So in this case, it was actually shares we tracked for us, so we can change that.
Change this to shares?
Exactly.
Okay, let me do that for all of them quick.
Perfect. Not even, like, just for us, because we only tracked that metric. Like,
Okay.
Like, that
so
was the
should
one,
I just leave it?
Yeah, you can totally leave it.
Okay, yeah.
We're just doing this to kind of show.
Yeah.
Okay, so shares, I need to look at the numbers.
Go for it.
2,700%. Wow, 2,700%.
Holy.
I'm like 2,700. I can't even read it. Okay, for a total of 28. So the percentage is really big. The number was 28, but that was really big for us because we don't normally actually looking backwards, like have a lot of shares that happen with our reels. We had a lot of comments, a lot of people liking them, but like in this case, we had so many people like sharing them out to their community, which was so great.
That.
I love it. Amazing. Okay, and then follows. We had 68.
Oh. There it is.
You're like, wait, where did it go?
I thought it would paste where I was like, had my mouse. 58?
68.
68.
68. And then unfollows, we had 47.
Damn. That's okay.
That's totally fine because we actually did do a shift in the kind of content that we were
Yeah.
posting. So I think that like was a direct representation of why we had that unfollowing happening, because at Socials and Stilettos, we just talked about how we were launching this new division. So we kind of split our audience essentially.
Yeah.
Where anybody who is more of a seasoned business owner is now relating to the content on the Socials and Stilettos page versus anybody who's like looking for those like quick tips, tricks, hacks, all of that stuff is going to be moving over to the Socialista Club page.
Exactly.
So these unfollows are probably just people who are looking for those quick tips.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Like it's not anything that I'm worried about. So amazing. And then in terms of percentage, it looks funny, but it's like plus 0.1% at the top where it says the percent. Exactly.
My bad. Here?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Perfect.
0.01?
Yeah, it looks weird,
gotcha.
but that's how it comes up on Instagram. So, and then the number on the other side of the line is this is going to give you like the total follower count at the end of December was 3,745.
Love it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so now that we have this ready to go, we're going to go ahead and in just a second, I'm going to open this up. If you want to create a remixable template link in the meantime,
let's do it.
And I am going to slowly but surely, that's a saying, right?
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. That sounded so weird coming out of my
No,
mouth
you
for a
sounded fine,
second.
girl.
Okay, thank you. I needed like the little words of encouragement, advice. Letting me know I'm not like losing my marbles today.
No, you are not.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is you're going to create the remixable template link, make it public, and then throw it in a QR code so that everybody can grab this.
Yes.
You know how to do that, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
It's
Is
just
loading.
up.
Amazing.
She's taking her time.
She's keeping us humble. I always say that. I'm like, it needs to keep me humble.
Yeah, and patient.
Exactly.
Patience is a virtue.
Okay.
Let's get a QR code quick for you guys. Okay, here it is.
Perfect. So go ahead and scan this. And this is going to give you access to this incredible metrics tracker that Bianca just created from scratch with her blood, sweat, and stilettos.
Yes.
So definitely go grab this and print it. You can laminate it. You can have fun with it. And before we kind of get ready to wrap up this live stream in a couple of seconds, we have a couple more seconds to kind of like screenshot this code. I'm going to show you how now that we filled this out, we can take this PDF, download it as a PDF, I should say, and share it with a team member to comment on so that we can send out analytics and how we love to use Adobe Acrobat to do this. So are you ready? We'll go ahead and flip to my screen. So you can see here I just downloaded as a PDF. So it's right here, this one right here. See, like metrics tracker 5, metrics tracker, because I'm like literally not renaming things as I'm going. Me, story
That's
of my
fine.
life. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and under Adobe Acrobat, I like to use like the web here. I'm going to go ahead and press edit, add comments, and I'm going to go ahead and drop this in. Do you ever like feel like you're doing something and you're like, wait, this is how I do it, right? I was just
all
overthinking
the
myself.
time.
I'm like, I do this all the time. Like, why am I like second guessing what I'm doing for a second?
Literally me. I'm like constantly searching things up that I'm like, I know how to do this, but like I can't remember.
It's so funny. Like, I feel like it's so funny when you kind of like have that moment.
Yeah.
But anyways, okay, so I'm going to share this with you. I'll share it with Nicole. I'll share it with Samantha. And hopefully the girls are listening, because we're going to go ahead and share this and say, hey girls, here are our December 2024 IG metrics. What do you think? And we can go ahead and invite them. That will go ahead and send them a message and invite them to this. And then what they can do, and I don't think you have to have an Adobe account to even be able to comment on this if you share it out with somebody. So no, you don't, because we've shared stuff with our clients this way, and then they go and they like leave their comments on things. So I might like highlight over something and leave a comment and say like, this 100% has to do with all of those amazing reels at Bianca and at Samantha and Kate filmed. And I'll put woohoo, even though I never say woohoo, but it's fine.
All caps even.
Right?
Love
And
it.
this is going to give them that. And like, you know, the girls can go and leave their own comments. So like you can see up here who it's shared with, and, you know, they can leave their own comments as well. So, you know, whether Nicole wants to like pop in and be like, wait, what happened here? Like she might drop a comment and like, what happened here? Did I do something wrong? I don't know. There you go. Nicole's popping in with her comment, which is perfect. But like you can collaborate, right? And you can use this for like a lot of like different kind of things, PDFs, like even with your content calendars, if you want to send them off and like get your friend to approve, or like Bianca does with her designs. Like she just designed something yesterday and she sent me a link this way, and I could like literally go and comment on it, right? So there's so many different fun things that you can do. But it brings us to the end of our live stream. So I know, Bianca, before we wrap up, what has been your biggest takeaway today?
I feel like this has been so helpful in learning like how to even go on my personal pages and like measure my analytics, because I feel like it's not something I often do, and especially because I have my own graphic design page as well, like definitely something I should be keeping up with. And I just had so much fun live streaming. Like I feel like I was so nervous at first, but like throughout the day I think it's like gotten so much more comfortable. And I said I'm glad I'm ending off with Brittney, because like I'm a little bit tired, but I was like, I know talking to Brittney will like bring my energy back.
I love that so much. I literally want to cry. This has been so incredible hanging out with you all. Thank you so much for trusting us to help you slay your socials in 2025 and bring your content to the next level. Remember that you are beautiful, confident, capable, and worthy of whatever your heart desires. And here's to making 2025 your best year yet on Instagram. Stay social.
Bye, guys.